The classroom at Jinling City No. 1 Middle School buzzed with the usual chaos of final exam preparations. The air was thick with the sound of frantic flipping through textbooks, the scratching of pens on paper, and the tense energy of students determined to ace the upcoming college entrance exam. Among them sat 18-year-old Lin Feng, his eyes distant and his smile faint, as if he were watching a world he no longer belonged to. The exam was just around the corner, but for Lin Feng, the pressure of memorizing endless facts seemed pointless. He had a congenital memory disorder. No matter how hard he tried, the knowledge never stuck. He'd forget everything within hours. But then, something unexpected happened. Ding! The presence of the host is detected. The Great Inheritance Wealth System has been activated. A mechanical voice echoed inside his head, catching his attention. Lin Feng blinked, confused. What was this? He barely had time to process the words when another message appeared. The Great Inheritance Wealth System, the most powerful system of the 23rd century, has been designed to transform the host into an unprecedentedly powerful being. Ding. The novice gift pack is opened. Congratulations, host. You've inherited Tang Bohu's wealth and received the Fountain of Talents. Before Lin Feng could react, his mind seemed to blank out. A strange warmth washed over him, flooding his senses. It was like an entire lifetime of knowledge, stretching from the ancient past to the modern day, had just been deposited into his brain. Every bit of information, every memory, every fact was now at his fingertips. He could recall anything at will. Wait, what just happened? Lin Feng murmured, staring at the glowing panel that had appeared in his mind. His previous brain fog lifted completely, replaced by a sharp clarity that felt almost surreal. He picked up a high school math book from his desk, flipping through it absently. At first, it was just the basic content, algebra, geometry. But then, as his mind worked through the problems, he unlocked higher-level concepts. Ordinary differential equations, abstract algebra, complex variable functions. Whoa, this is unreal! Lin Feng thought, completely amazed. It wasn't just memorization. He was understanding everything on a deeper level, as if he'd lived through these subjects before. His system had turned him into a genius. The transformation was nothing short of incredible. Lin Feng, who had always struggled with studying, now found himself devouring knowledge with ease. He opened textbook after textbook, from his first year of high school to his final year, his mind effortlessly absorbing the material. By the time the clock had ticked a few hours away, he had already mastered everything from basic principles to advanced theories. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam. Lin Feng had always been resigned to scoring around 400 points, a decent score, but nothing extraordinary. But now, the exam was no longer an obstacle. It was his starting point. With the system's power, he could not only excel, it was almost guaranteed that he'd come out on top. It feels amazing to be a top student. Lin Feng stretched, feeling an exhilarating sense of confidence. His mind was sharp and full, and for the first time in his life, he felt in complete control. Sunlight filtered through the classroom window, casting a hopeful glow over the desk. Around him, his classmates were still buried in their books, but Lin Feng had already mastered everything they were stressing over. Ding! The main mission has started. The familiar voice sounded once more. Host, Lin Feng. Main mission, become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam and unlock your inheritance wealth. Lin Feng blinked. A mission? His eyes widened as he thought back to the inheritance. Was this wealth about money? He had assumed it was, but the system clarified his misunderstanding. Wealth refers to everything of value. Money is simply one manifestation of wealth. Lin Feng's confusion melted away as he understood the true scope of the system. It wasn't just about gaining power, it was about developing into the ultimate version of himself, intellectually, morally, physically, artistically, and beyond. He was inheriting not just material wealth, but the essence of greatness itself. The gift from Tang Bohu, the famed painter and scholar, was the key to unlocking his true potential. Now I get it, Lin Feng murmured, a spark of determination lighting in his eyes. I can be the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. He wasn't just aiming for a good score anymore. With the knowledge and abilities the system had given him, Lin Feng could dominate the exam and pave the way for a future beyond his wildest dreams. This wasn't just about passing. This was about proving that someone like him could rise to the top. The world was full of untapped potential, and with the great inheritance wealth system on his side, Lin Feng was ready to soar higher than anyone ever expected. The day the college entrance examination results were announced, Lin Feng's name was everywhere. As the top scorer in the National Liberal Arts College entrance examination, he had captured the attention of the entire country. A picture of the young and delicate boy graced the front pages of newspapers nationwide. Lin Feng, the first person in the world to achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination. The headline read, with his detailed scores listed beneath. His achievement didn't stop there. Qiandu, hot search, and social media were buzzing with his name. The moment the results were made public, a clip of Lin Feng's interview with Jinling Satellite TV went viral. It spread like wildfire across the internet, popping up in everything from emoticons to ghost videos on TikTok and Kuailu. He had become a sensation, and it was clear that the entire country was talking about him. This year's college entrance exam had been exceptionally difficult, with the highest score across all provinces barely reaching 710. Lin Feng, however, had outdone everyone, scoring a perfect 750. It was no longer just impressive, it was legendary. The video of Lin Feng's interview only added to his fame. The headlines rolled in. The strongest college entrance examination winner in history, on the cultivation and development of academic masters. Lin Feng, I'm not discriminating, but everyone here is a jerk. I don't know if this year's college entrance exam was hard, because I've done it all. Even if the gods aren't convinced, they just obey Lin Feng. He isn't showing off, he's writing a legend. Across the country, people revered Lin Feng as the god of learning. Even Jinling No. 1 Middle School, his alma mater, hung his photo in the center of every classroom, with students looking up to him as a symbol of academic excellence. In recognition of his achievements, the school awarded him a scholarship of 1 million yuan, which sent shockwaves across the nation. At that very moment, Lin Feng was driving his Lamborghini Poison, heading back to his villa in Jiangkangyuan. The bustling media frenzy had long been left behind. Boss, Jinling No. 1 Middle School just issued the scholarship, Xu Zhengxin said, his voice filled with respect. Ever since Lin Feng had made a special request, everyone in the villa had started addressing him as boss, a title that felt no different than the old one. After all, the pay didn't change. Lin Feng sat back in the luxurious Huanghuali Grandmaster's chair, looking deep in thought. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Side mission activated. Side mission. As a model citizen, you should contribute to society, participate in charity work, and earn a reward. Lin Feng blinked in surprise. A side mission? Charity? What was that about? Before he could think it through, he turned to Xu Zhengxin. If I want to do charity, what would be the best way to go about it? Without hesitation, Xu Zhengxin suggested, Boss, the most fitting charity for someone of your status would be supporting education. There are still many areas in the country with a lack of proper schools. Education. Schools. Those two words lingered in Lin Feng's mind. After a long pause, he snapped out of his thoughts. How much would it cost to build a school? 5 million yuan? Xu Zhengxin quickly answered. In just 10 minutes, Xu Zhengxin and his team had drawn up a complete plan for constructing a school. The proposal covered everything, from teaching buildings and dormitories to canteens, playgrounds, and other necessary facilities. The budget was clear, and there was no room for waste. Lin Feng didn't even hesitate. Build 7,000 of them. Transfer the funds from my account. I want someone to oversee the process and ensure every penny is accounted for. Xu Zhengxin's eyes widened in awe. Understood, boss. As Xu Zhengxin left to put the plan into motion, Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the door, his mind still turning. He wasn't just interested in charity. He was determined to make a difference. Lin Feng had always believed that wealth should be used for the good of others. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you can only take care of yourself. But if you are rich, you can help the world. With 36.5 billion in his account and countless assets, Lin Feng was in a position to do just that. His parents had died when he was young, and without the help of others, he wouldn't have even made it to university, let alone become a national hero. Now, it was his turn to give back. Building 7,000 schools across the country would cost $35 billion, but Lin Feng didn't mind. He was willing to use every last bit of his fortune to help children in remote, impoverished areas receive an education. It wasn't just about money. It was about changing lives, about ensuring that others had the same opportunities he once fought for. For Lin Feng, it was only the beginning of a much bigger mission. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, December had ended and January had arrived. January 15th, 2019, marked the beginning of final exams at Yanda University. The once quiet campus buzzed with life again as students returned, whether they were interns, entrepreneurs, or just those preparing for their exams. Yanda, one of the country's most prestigious universities, had always maintained strict policies. No one, no matter their background, was exempt from the rules. Private activities were permitted within reason, but exams and ceremonies always took precedence. Outside the east gate of Yanda, a beautiful blue SUV sped down Chengfu Road. Lin Feng was behind the wheel, listening to music as he raced toward the campus. It was a Saturday, so the streets weren't too crowded, which made things easier. Just as he was nearing the gate, a cyclist suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Feng slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. His heart raced as he parked the car and got out. Who's this? Riding a bike without looking where they're going? Lin Feng muttered to himself, still shaken. He noticed a slender figure standing next to a Maserati Levante, her head bowed in apology. Sorry, my fault, came the soft voice. Lin Feng looked up to see a girl in a white t-shirt and jeans, her eyes downcast. He froze for a moment, then recognized her, Su Qingning. His heart skipped a beat. Su Qingning? What are you doing here? Lin Feng? Her voice trembled slightly as she looked up. Her eyes were full of surprise and a mix of emotions, gratitude, astonishment, and something unspoken. She hadn't expected to see him here, but there he was. Lin Feng had played a key role in her life. If it weren't for him, she might not even be at Yanda now. Are you a student here? Lin Feng asked gently, trying to mask his own surprise. He remembered Su Qingning from high school. She had always been the top student at Jinling No. 1 Middle School, consistently ranked first in her grade. Everyone had expected her to be the liberal arts champion of Jinling City. But then Lin Feng had shattered expectations, becoming the top scorer in the country's college entrance exams. Yeah, Su Qingning nodded, her soft voice carrying a hint of uncertainty as she glanced at the broken bike beside her. The thought of walking to campus now, with the exam about to start, seemed impossible. Lin Feng's gaze softened when he saw the frustration and helplessness in her eyes. Get in the car, he said firmly, walking over to her bike and lifting it into the trunk of his Maserati Levante. Su Qingning hesitated, unsure, but before she could protest, Lin Feng took her hand gently and helped her into the passenger seat. We don't have time to waste, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The final exams were underway, and missing them meant waiting until graduation to make up the tests. Lin Feng wasn't about to let that happen. The drive to Yanda was quick. The university had top-notch security, and as they reached the east gate, Lin Feng showed his student ID, gaining easy access. It wasn't surprising. The philosophy department had informed the security office that his car could pass without delay. After all, Lin Feng was not just any student. He was the country's first perfect scorer in the National College Entrance Exam. As the car rolled through the gates, Lin Feng turned to Su Qingning. By the way, where's your exam? I'm in the literature department, she said, a hint of pride in her voice despite the morning's chaos. Just drop me here. I'll walk the rest of the way. It's bad enough that you're helping me already. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. All right, but don't be late. He pulled over and led her out in front of the literature department building. Su Qingning gave him a grateful glance before picking up her bag and walking toward the entrance. Lin Feng watched her go for a moment, then drove off toward the philosophy department. The exam rooms weren't far apart, and both of them were soon in their respective rooms, waiting for the exams to begin. Lin Feng breezed through his politics exam in just 30 minutes, his mind sharp and focused. By 11:30, he was waiting outside the literature department for Su Qingning. As he leaned against a flower bed, he spotted her walking out, looking a little tired but relieved. Hey, Lin Feng called out as their eyes met. She paused, surprise flashing across her face. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice filled with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Linfeng grinned and pointed toward the parking lot. "Let's go. I'll give you a ride." Su Qingning, after a brief moment of hesitation, followed him without another word. As they walked through the campus, Linfeng couldn't help but notice how much she had changed. Her once tidy braids had been replaced by her hair flowing freely over her shoulders. She still wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, but there was an effortless beauty in the way she carried herself now. Her beauty wasn't about being flashy. It was the kind of beauty that made you feel like you were witnessing something pure, something that belonged to your first love. "Did you do well on the exam?" Linfeng asked, breaking the silence. Su Qingning looked at him, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "I think I did okay, but why are you helping me like this? Aren't you busy?" Linfeng smiled, a warm, knowing look in his eyes. "Don't worry about me. I'm just glad I could help." His words hung between them, leaving a sense of quiet understanding as they walked side by side, the noise of the campus fading into the background. The sound of a notification echoed in Linfeng's mind. "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side mission. Reward? An opportunity to inherit wealth." Linfeng blinked, momentarily stunned. The task had been completed so easily, too easily, in fact. He had expected it to be more complicated, perhaps even a trick. But then again, the system was sophisticated. There was no way it would leave a loophole for him to exploit. Does the host use wealth inheritance opportunities? Without hesitation, Linfeng nodded. Use. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting Soros's wealth and acquiring futures expertise. Futures specialization, ability to predict the rise and fall of futures with accuracy. Linfeng glanced at the message, slightly bewildered. Just a short while ago, he had spent 35 billion, and now he was being granted futures expertise. The system's timing was strange. Was it trying to make sure he had something to use his wealth on? Regardless, he thought, it's better to have the knowledge than be sitting idle waiting for money to drop into his lap. The afternoon passed in a blur, and as Linfeng woke up from a short nap, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, your secretary is here. Would you like to let her in?" Xu Zhengxin, his financial consultant, was standing by, his face respectful. "My secretary?" Linfeng asked, surprised. "Yes, boss." Xu Zhengxin replied with a smile. "In addition to a dedicated financial team, a lawyer team, and bodyguards, you also have a personal secretary who's available around the clock." Linfeng was taken aback, recalling that Xu Zhengxin had originally been hired to handle his financial matters, but this was the first he'd heard of a personal secretary. It seemed like the system had already arranged one for him, though it had taken this long for her to arrive. "All right, let her in," Linfeng said with a wave of his hand. "Understood, boss." Xu Zhengxin immediately made a quick phone call. Moments later, a pair of sharp heels echoed in the hallway, and a striking figure stepped into the room. Linfeng was momentarily frozen. The woman who entered was breathtaking. Delicate features, a strong nose, and chestnut hair that cascaded down to her shoulders. Her gray office attire complemented her perfect skin, and she was an imposing 1.8 meters tall, her brown high heels clicking as she moved. The elegance of her presence left Linfeng momentarily speechless. "Boss, this is your personal secretary, Mo Xinya," Xu Zhengxin introduced with a proud smile. Linfeng shook himself out of his daze. "Hello," he greeted, finally able to compose himself. "I'll be relying on you from now on." Mo Xinya bowed slightly. "Hello, boss. From today on, I'll handle all your personal matters. If you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you. I'm sure I'll need your help." Linfeng nodded. Xu Zhengxin cleared his throat, sensing an opening. "If you have no other instructions, I'll take my leave and handle some other matters." Linfeng nodded, his eyes moving to Mo Xinya. "Let's head out to get some things. Could you make the arrangements?" "Of course." Without hesitation, Mo Xinya pulled out her phone and began making calls. 10 minutes later, Linfeng and his entourage were driving through the streets of Jinling. Jiankang Garden, located at the foot of Zhongshan Mountain, was quite a distance from the bustling downtown area, so a car was necessary for any shopping. "Let's go straight to Jinling Automobile City," Linfeng decided. He had several cars in his underground garage, most of which were worth tens of millions, but none of them were practical for everyday use. He preferred SUVs over sports cars and sedans, something more versatile. With space to spare in his garage, it seemed like a good time to fill it up with more suitable vehicles. Mo Xinya, knowing well the luxury of Lin Feng's lifestyle, didn't question his decision. She simply nodded. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, they arrived at Jinling Automobile City in a sleek silver-gray Bentley Mulsanne. As they stepped out, several bodyguards closed in, forming a protective circle around them. Lin Feng and Mo Xinya walked into the automobile city, their every step a signal of authority, the surrounding crowd barely able to keep their eyes off the stunning duo. Boss, there's a Maserati 4S store up ahead. Would you like to take a look? Mo Xinya's voice was soft, but clear, as she leaned in close to Lin Feng. Maserati? Lin Feng glanced up, catching sight of the iconic Trident logo in the distance. Without a second thought, he nodded. Let's check it out. Among the high-end luxury car brands, Maserati's coupes and SUVs were known for their blend of elegance and power, perfect for his taste. The group entered the Maserati 4S store, and they were immediately greeted by two impeccably dressed saleswomen. Their smiles were warm, but there was a certain curiosity in their eyes, especially when they took in Lin Feng's youthful face and modest attire, contrasted by the imposing bodyguards surrounding him and the beautiful woman by his side. They knew at once that this was no ordinary customer. Welcome. Please, follow us, one of the saleswomen said, leading the group into the showroom. The space was spacious, with Maseratis gleaming under the showroom lights. Though the area covered hundreds of square meters, only a handful of cars were on display. It wasn't a typical car dealership. This was a place for the elite. Are all the cars here? Lin Feng asked, his gaze scanning the collection. The saleswoman paused, briefly unsure how to answer. Sir, this is our store specializing in Maserati coupes and SUVs. If you're interested in a sports car, there's another location. Before she could finish, Lin Feng raised a hand to stop her. Just tell me how many cars you have in total. The saleswomen exchanged confused glances, unsure of what Lin Feng meant. Mo Xinya, sensing their hesitation, spoke up. Just give him the total number of cars available here. Oh, there are 18 Maseratis in stock, plus 4 high-end customized Maserati Levantes in the garage behind, the saleswoman replied quickly, eager to clear up the misunderstanding. Lin Feng smiled slightly, his eyes already calculating. Prepare the contract, he said, his tone casual. I'll take every car in the showroom. The two saleswomen stared at him, their eyes wide. For a moment, they couldn't process what they had just heard. This wasn't just buying a few cars. This was a massive purchase. Even the most expensive Maserati in the showroom, the Quattraport, cost over 1.5 million. To buy them all? It was unheard of. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Yes, I want them all. Prepare the contract, he repeated, as though making a simple request for coffee. Flushed with excitement, one of the saleswomen stammered. Of course, sir. We'll get started right away. She led the group to the lounge area, while the other hurried off in high heels to find the store manager. Her words had already spread like wildfire. The Maserati 4S store manager, Chen Li, quickly intercepted the excited saleswoman. Chen Li, what's going on? Why are you rushing? The customer over there, she said, still in disbelief. He said he wants every single Maserati in the store, including the ones in the garage. He wants us to prepare the contract. Chen Li blinked, stunned. What? All of them? Yeah, all of them, she confirmed, nodding vigorously. All right, you go back to the client. I'll handle the contract. Without another word, the store manager rushed off, eager to make sure everything went smoothly. Back in the lounge, Mo Xinya and Lin Feng remained relaxed, as if nothing unusual was happening. The saleswomen returned with a stack of paperwork, their faces flushed with excitement. In the world of luxury cars, purchases like this were the stuff of legends. Within 10 minutes, the store manager, Chen Li, returned, carrying a stack of contracts. He was accompanied by He Tuo, the general manager of the Jinling Maserati Distribution Company, who was visibly eager to meet Lin Feng. Purchases of this magnitude were rare. Even those who owned several luxury cars didn't typically buy more than 20 all at once, especially with the highest configurations. But Lin Feng's carefree attitude suggested that money wasn't even a consideration for him. As they entered the lounge, Heituo couldn't hide his excitement. I heard you're interested in all the cars here, he said, his voice warm with curiosity. We're thrilled to have you as a customer. Lin Feng glanced up, his expression cool. I appreciate the service, he said, his words polite but to the point. Heituo immediately recognized that this was someone who could change the course of business in a heartbeat, and he was eager to make a good impression. As the contracts were prepared, Lin Feng's purchase of every car in the showroom would soon be finalized, a transaction that would leave a lasting impression on the entire city. Hello, sir. I'm Heituo, General Manager of Jinling Maserati Distribution Company. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Feng looked up from the contracts and gave a simple nod. Hello. His cool demeanor surprised Heituo. The young man in front of him appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, a stark contrast to the luxurious purchase he had just made. Heituo's initial surprise deepened. This was no ordinary customer. Before he could fully process it, a loud voice interrupted the moment. What? The car I wanted is gone? This is a joke. Everyone in the showroom turned towards the source of the commotion. A young man in his 20s, dressed in flashy clothes and sporting bright red hair, was loudly arguing with one of the saleswomen. His temper flared as he ranted at her, causing a stir in the store. Heituo quickly approached the scene, his face polite but firm. Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience. The car you're looking for has just been sold. The red-haired man glared at him. You think I'll just accept that? I'll have someone bring the car from another city right away. It'll take no more than a week. Heituo's mind raced. He knew well that no matter what, Lin Feng had to be prioritized. The young man had just bought over 20 Maseratis without blinking an eye. There was no way they could afford to upset him. I understand your frustration, sir. However, all the cars in our store have been sold. I'm afraid there are no available vehicles at this moment, Heituo explained, doing his best to maintain his calm. The red-haired man froze, then looked around, his gaze landing on Lin Feng. He hadn't noticed him earlier, but now, surrounded by a few burly bodyguards and a beautiful secretary, it was clear Lin Feng wasn't just any ordinary buyer. Is he the one who bought them all? The red-haired man muttered under his breath, still reeling from the situation. Yes, I'm afraid so, Heituo said with a slight bow, but I assure you we can help you find something else nearby. Forget it, the young man huffed. I'll go to another store. With that, he stormed out, still fuming. Meanwhile, the Maserati store manager, Chen Li, had already gathered all the paperwork for Lin Feng's purchase. The contracts were neatly stacked, ready for his signature. Sir, our store, including the garage, has a total of 22 cars available. We have the Maserati Ghibli, which costs 1.3 million. Lin Feng scanned the contracts quickly and interjected, a total of 30 million, right? His tone was casual, almost indifferent. Yes, sir, the store manager stammered. Would you prefer to pay in full or... Before he could finish, Mo Shinya took out a black ICBC credit card, her expression calm. Without hesitation, she swiped the card for the full amount, 30 million yuan. Heituo stood speechless. His prepared speech about discounts and bonuses evaporated as the transaction was completed so effortlessly. For someone who had just bought more than 20 Maseratis, 30 million was nothing more than pocket change. Lin Feng nodded as the transaction was processed. He left one person behind to handle the paperwork, including the registration and license plates, while he and Mo Shinya exited the store. As they walked out into the fresh air, Lin Feng turned to her. Shinya, do we still need anything? We've come all this way, might as well get everything. Since inheriting Shen Wanshan's fortune, the system had arranged nearly everything for Lin Feng, his mansion, his staff, and even luxury cars. But there were still gaps to fill. For instance, Jiankang Garden had plenty of vehicles, but his entire service team consisted of thousands of people. It was clear that more vehicles were needed to meet everyone's needs. Mo Shinya thought for a moment before replying. The boss and bodyguard teams need some regular vehicles, as well as mobile communication tools and computers. You might also want to update your wardrobe. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with my clothes? He asked, glancing at his casual outfit. Mo Shinya smirked slightly. A man worth tens of billions should probably dress the part. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It was true. His simple, online purchase clothes didn't match his current status. All right, let's get some cars first, then we'll buy some new clothes. Understood? Mo Shinya replied, and they both headed toward the 4S store across the street. The day was far from over, and Lin Feng was eager to continue expanding his empire, one step at a time. Jinling Auto City is the largest auto city in the area, a sprawling, meticulously planned haven for luxury car enthusiasts. Luxury brands have their own designated streets, Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, all lined up one after another. But for Lin Feng, none of them caught his attention. He already had a garage full of high-end cars. Pagani, Koenigsegg, Bugatti Veyron. Why would he bother with more second-tier luxury cars? Boss, what car do you want to buy? Mo Shinya asked, noticing Lin Feng wandering aimlessly through the rows of cars. Lin Feng shrugged innocently, glancing at her with a slight smile. Weren't you the one who said we needed more cars? Mo Shinya, always calm, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Boss, you just bought 22 Maseratis. That's enough to cover the high-end travel needs for the team. As for the lower-end vehicles, each team can handle that themselves. Lin Feng paused, processing her words. I get it now, he said after a moment, then added with a grin, let's go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. They should have something for the bodyguard team. The Mercedes-Benz store was just a short walk away, nestled between other luxury dealerships. Compared to the more specialized Maserati 4S, Mercedes-Benz had a broader range, from sedans and sports cars to rugged SUVs and MPVs. Their off-road vehicles were among the best, often chosen by wealthy clients for their bodyguard teams. Mo Shinya nodded in agreement, following Lin Feng as they entered the store. As expected, a polite saleswoman greeted them immediately, ready to assist. But Lin Feng cut straight to the chase. I want all the cars here. At that moment, across the showroom, a young man with red hair turned, eyes widening as he saw Lin Feng. He froze for a moment. Wasn't this the same guy from the Maserati 4S store? What was he doing here? Before he could make sense of it, Lin Feng's conversation with the saleswoman confirmed his suspicions. The red-haired man couldn't believe it. This was the same guy buying up entire dealerships without a second thought. Back at the sales counter, the beautiful shopping guide blinked in confusion. Sir, you mean all the cars here? You don't want to pick any models? Lin Feng nodded casually. Yes, all the cars here, including those in your warehouse. The shopping guide was taken aback, but quickly recovered. Her excitement was palpable. Sir, there are 56 cars in total. You can. Just swipe the card, Lin Feng interrupted, waving his hand nonchalantly. Understood. Please wait here, sir. She dashed off to inform the manager, leaving Lin Feng standing by the cars, somewhat bemused by the speed at which this was all happening. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Hey, brother, let's talk. Can you leave me a big G? Lin Feng turned to see the red-haired young man from earlier, now standing a few feet away, smiling brightly. Lin Feng's eyebrows furrowed in recognition. It was the same guy from the Maserati store. Brother, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Lin, the young man said, extending his hand. Lin Feng felt a twinge of familiarity, but couldn't place the name. Still, out of politeness, he shook Qin Lin's hand. I'm Lin Feng. Ha, brother Lin Feng, you really put me to shame. Qin Lin laughed, clearly amused. You just bought out the Maserati store, and now you're doing the same with Mercedes-Benz? That's some serious style. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, feeling a little self-conscious. He wasn't used to being the center of attention in this way. Brother, Qin, you're joking? I just bought everything so I wouldn't have to leave and come back. Saves me time. Qin Lin was speechless. Too lazy to leave? Save time? He blinked in disbelief. For someone like Qin Lin, a rich second-generation heir who was used to showing off his wealth, it was an unsettling experience to be outdone so effortlessly. He had never expected a casual remark like that to come from someone else, leaving him momentarily stunned. As the saleswoman returned with the manager to handle the massive order, Lin Feng's casual manner seemed to have stunned not just the staff, but also the other customers in the store. Meanwhile, Qin Lin could only shake his head in resignation. Lin Feng, with his easy confidence and almost nonchalant spending, had completely taken him by surprise. Brother Qin, you're from Modu? Lin Feng asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Yeah, Qin Lin replied with a shrug, looking slightly amused. This isn't just a trip for fun. My subordinate wanted a car, so I came here. he sighed, then added with a chuckle. And who knew I'd end up clearing out 2 4S stores in a row? Grandma's really got some bad luck. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. You city folk really know how to live. The most interesting thing in all of Modu must be you. The super rich heir, investor in King Esports and a basketball club, practically a legend on par with Principal Wang. And yet here you are, in Jinling, just to pick up girls. Just as their banter continued, a manager from the Mercedes-Benz 4S store appeared, holding a stack of contracts. Sir, the car you requested is being processed, he said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, his expression casual. Great. Also, arrange for a G-class for this gentleman. He waved his hand lazily. Charge it to my account. Chin Lin laughed, shaking his head. Ha, thanks, but I've got this one covered. Don't worry about it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, clearly unbothered. Don't be polite. I'm not short on cash. If anything, after you've made me run around to 2 stores, the least I can do is buy you a little something as a thank you. Chin Lin stood there speechless. You're not short on money, but I don't need this little sum. A Mercedes-Benz costs just 2 or 3 million. I'm sure anyone can afford that. Before either of them could continue, a familiar voice broke through the conversation. Lao Chin? You're not buying a Maserati, so why come to Mercedes-Benz? Both Lin Feng and Chin Lin turned to see a familiar, rotund figure walk into the store. It was none other than Principal Wang. Lin Feng blinked in surprise. What's he doing here? I guess it makes sense, though. Both you and Chin Lin are famous super-rich second-gen heirs, always playing with cars and chasing women. Wang Kong, oblivious to the back and forth between Lin Feng and Chin Lin, raised an eyebrow. I wanted a Maserati, but now I can't even buy a Mercedes-Benz. What's going on here? Chin Lin shrugged again. Well, I tried to buy a Maserati, but looks like I'm out of luck now. These guys cleaned out both stores. Wang Kong stared at him, confused. Wait, how did you know I was here to buy a Mercedes-Benz? Chin Lin smiled helplessly and gestured to Lin Feng. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Feng. He just bought both the Maserati and Mercedes-Benz 4S stores. Wang Kong's jaw dropped. Wait, you cleared out both stores? Lin Feng, now feeling a bit self-conscious, gave a lazy grin. Yeah, I'm just here to help you out, bro. You said you wanted a Mercedes-Benz, right? Come on over, I'll take care of it. The store manager, sensing an opportunity, quickly handed Wang Kong a brochure for the cars. Wang Kong, still processing what he'd just heard, looked over at Chin Lin in disbelief. You guys really just met? Chin Lin nodded. Yep, I was just telling him about it. He's the one who bought everything. Wang Kong, stunned, looked at Lin Feng, a mix of awe and disbelief in his eyes. He had a lot of friends, but this guy, Lin Feng, was on another level. He wasn't just rich, he was in a whole other stratosphere of wealth. In comparison, his own connections seemed superficial. The sheer scale of Lin Feng's purchases, 60 to 70 million for the 2 dealerships, was almost beyond comprehension. Wang Kong thought about it for a moment. What use could Lin Feng have for all those cars? But it didn't matter. For someone like him, money was irrelevant. You're really not short on cash, huh? Wang Kong muttered under his breath. This is a different level. The store manager, seeing that the conversation had reached its peak, cleared his throat. Sir, since you've purchased such a large quantity, our store is offering you a 20% discount. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Forget the discount, but I do have one request. Make sure all the cars have the best interiors. The manager blinked in confusion, unsure how to respond. But Mo Shinya, ever the professional, stepped forward with a polite smile. Our boss doesn't like complications. Just handle everything here. And if there's any difference in the cost, we'll pay the balance accordingly. The manager, quick to understand, nodded and began arranging the details. Meanwhile, Chin Lin and Wang Kong exchanged glances, both struggling to process the sheer extravagance they were witnessing. Lin Feng wasn't just wealthy. He was playing on a whole other level. By the way, Principal, what car are you looking for? Lin Feng asked, turning his attention to Wang Kong. For him, buying a Mercedes-Benz was nothing more than a casual transaction. But if it could help him connect with Wang Kong, the son of one of the richest men in the country, why not? Wang Kong, already used to putting on a cool front, couldn't help but smile. He had been on the receiving end of Lin Feng's extravagance, but rather than refuse, he accepted with a grin. Since Lao Chin got himself a G-class, I guess I'll take one too. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with the response. He looked at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store manager, who had been quietly observing the exchange. You heard that, right? 2 G-classes for these guys, and everything else is mine. Shinya, handle it. Got it, Mo Shinya responded smoothly, already pulling out the necessary documents for the transactions. The manager, eager to please, gave a courteous nod. Since you've made such a big purchase, from now on, we'll consider ourselves friends. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask, Mr. Lin. Both Chin Lin and Wang Kong exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. All right, we're friends now. If there's ever something fun going on, don't forget to invite us, Chin Lin added with a wink. Wang Kong chuckled. Yeah, as long as there's fun, count me in. I'm not big on the formal stuff, but I love to have a good time. For Lin Feng, this trip wasn't just about buying cars. It was about building connections. In a world where power and wealth ruled everything, knowing the right people could make all the difference. With Wang Kong and Chin Lin now in his circle, he knew these friendships could be valuable in ways he hadn't yet imagined. As the deal wrapped up, Mo Shinya reminded Lin Feng, Boss, it's already 10 o'clock. Do you still want to head into the city? Lin Feng looked at her for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the 2 men beside him. I'm afraid I have some other matters to take care of, but you 2 can stay here and enjoy yourselves. Chin Lin, giving a casual nod, smiled. No problem. We'll hang out here. You go ahead, Lin Feng. It was great meeting you. They exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat, with no need for further elaboration. In their world, friendships like these didn't need to be rushed. They were built over time. After everything was settled, Mo Shinya swiped the payment on the company card, leaving the rest of the details to the bodyguards. Lin Feng and Shinya made their way out of the store, walking confidently into the night. Once they were gone, Wang Kong couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Lao Chin, when did you meet this guy in Jinling? Why didn't you introduce him to me sooner? Chin Lin, shaking his head, rolled his eyes. I met him by chance at the Maserati store. I almost had a run-in with him too. I was looking to buy a CEO as a gift, but then he bought up everything in the store. And now he's done the same here at Mercedes. Wang Kong laughed loudly, but Chin Lin wasn't amused. Do you think I'm in it for that little bit of money? A CEO only costs 1.6 million. This G-class? Over 3 million. Wang Kong raised an eyebrow, his curiosity growing. But what's his deal? He doesn't look much older than us, yet he carries himself like he's already made it big. Kind of reminds me of my old man. Chin Lin's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He's not just showing off. I noticed his car. Bentley Mulsanne, custom made. 12 bodyguards. This isn't some small-time player. Wang Kong nodded, impressed. Looks like we made a big mistake here. You're telling me this guy is the real deal? Exactly. I think we've only scratched the surface, Chin Lin said, his voice low. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, oblivious to the growing curiosity behind him, was already on his way to Jinling's luxury district. The details of the car purchases were left in the capable hands of his bodyguards. For tax purposes, everything was handled through Jiangkang Investment Company, so the cars technically belonged to the company, no matter whose name was on the paperwork. Sitting in the car, Lin Feng turned to Mo Shinya. What do you think? Should I change my look? Where should I start? Shinya, always quick to give advice, smiled softly. Your whole appearance needs a makeover. Your hairstyle, your clothes, your shoes, even your belt. You still look like a student. A rich man's style needs to reflect his status. Lin Feng scratched his head, considering her words. All right, I'll trust you on this one. Let's do it. He wasn't the kind to pay much attention to fashion, but Shinya had a point. The country's wealthiest often wore plain clothes, but everything they wore, down to their shoes, was high-end, meticulously selected. Just like Ponyboy, who boasted about his treasure brand attire, but everyone knew his shoes were custom-made by a century-old shop in Beijing. Lin Feng grinned. It was time to elevate his game. Hiss! The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the changing room at the Armani store in the Jinling Pearl Commercial Center, the saleswomen couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes widened as they took in his appearance. A sharp, angular face framed by scattered bangs, deep black eyes gleaming with confidence, and a proud, almost magnetic presence. His sword-like eyebrows only added to the striking effect. Under the bright fluorescent lights, he wore a sleek beige casual suit, the Patek Philippe limited edition watch on his wrist radiating unmistakable wealth and sophistication. His figure, slender but undeniably refined, exuded the quiet authority of someone used to being admired. Lin Feng turned to Mo Xinya, casually adjusting his collar. "How does this look?" Mo Xinya, unfazed by his charm, nodded approvingly. "It'll do for now, but honestly, with your status, Armani isn't the right fit. I've already contacted Giffanks and Brioni. They'll be sending someone next week for a custom-tailored fit." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Armani and Versace were considered top luxury brands, but they were mass-produced compared to the truly exclusive creations from Savile Row in London or Naples in Rome. These were the brands adored by royalty and the ultra-wealthy, with labels like Givenchy, Brioni, and Cesare Attolini being synonymous with custom-made, top-tier luxury, pieces that weren't just clothes, but works of art. Wearing such garments meant you were part of an elite, global class. After a brief pause, Lin Feng snapped back to reality. "All right, besides this, wrap up everything else in the store for me." "Understood, sir," the Armani salesperson responded, almost reluctantly looking away as Lin Feng turned to pay. She couldn't help but glance back every few steps, mesmerized by his presence. After the shopping spree, Mo Xinya led Lin Feng through other luxury stores, Hermes, LV, and Tardini, where they purchased everything from ties and pins to shoes, belts, and even high-end watches. Lin Feng's transformation was complete. The man who once blended into the crowd now stood out as a picture of effortless luxury. When he looked back at his former classmates and teachers, no one could believe it was Lin Feng. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, and Buddha relies on gold. In Lin Feng's case, that saying rang true more than ever. "Boss, it's 12:20, Mo Xinya reminded him softly. Lin Feng glanced at his Patek Philippe, realizing how much time had passed. 12:30 already? Let's grab something to eat. He laughed to himself. Shopping for almost 2 hours without noticing time fly, it was a strange feeling. But the reality was, he hadn't carried a single item. Everything was handled by his bodyguards, and his confidence never faltered as he moved through the stores. "All right," Mo Xinya smiled, signaling the bodyguards to load the items into the car. Within 30 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a luxurious restaurant near the Huaihe River in downtown Jinling. It was more than just a restaurant. It was a sprawling manor covering over 2,000 acres, offering not only gourmet dining, but also exclusive activities like golf and horseback riding. Lin Feng admired the grand plaque before the entrance. Southern Emperor Garden. What a stunning place! The Southern Emperor Garden, nestled beside the Huaihe River and overlooking the beautiful Qinhuai River, was one of the most prestigious clubs in the entire South. Dining here was an extravagant experience, with each meal costing no less than $1 million. Their chefs were descendants of former Imperial Palace chefs, creating daily exclusive dishes made from the finest ingredients sourced from around the world. Only a handful of people in the entire country could rival the quality of what was served here. It was clear Mo Xinya had reserved the spot in advance. Otherwise, getting a table on short notice would have been impossible. Entering the garden, Lin Feng was immediately taken by the white jade staircase leading up, surrounded by lush greenery. Yews, dragon blood trees, and an array of peonies and rhododendrons painted the landscape with color. The deeper they ventured, the more enchanting the surroundings became. Rockeries, winding lotus ponds, small bridges, and tranquil water features. The whole garden radiated a restrained elegance, a splendor reminiscent of the Zhongshan Palace. The Southern Emperor Garden was divided into 104 courtyards, each with its own name. Lin Feng and his group entered Shaoxiang Courtyard, with Qingzhou Courtyard nearby, surrounded by soft sounds of falling water. The atmosphere was serene and rich in history, a stark contrast to the fast-paced, superficial world Lin Feng had just left behind. As Lin Feng took in the beauty of the place, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. His journey from ordinary to extraordinary was just beginning, and the path ahead was lined with opportunities, luxury, power, and influence. As soon as they sat down in the tranquil Shaoxiang Courtyard, a beautiful waitress dressed in a blue and white cheongsam appeared with several exquisite menus in hand, offering them respectfully. "What would you like to order?" Lin Feng turned to Mo Xinya, gesturing for her to handle it. "Xinya, please order." Mo Xinya gave a subtle nod. Without missing a beat, she listed off their choices, her voice steady. 1 assorted head box, 2 dismounting orders, chicken skin sturgeon, crab roe fresh mushrooms, hosta chicken, yehi shrimp, tiger knot dragon kang, dinghushang vegetarian. Also a bottle of 30-year-old Zhuang Yuanhong. The Cheongsam-clad waitress bowed and left, her heels clicking softly against the floor as she exited the courtyard. Curious, Lin Feng glanced at the menu in front of him. It was more than just a menu, it was a piece of art. The pages were richly designed, and the color scheme grew increasingly vibrant as he flipped through. The first section listed 30 Jiangsu and Zhejiang dishes, 12 Fujian dishes, 12 Cantonese dishes, and 12 Manchu dishes, totaling over 110 options. Lin Feng immediately recognized it as a Manchu and Han banquet menu, with 54 dishes each from the north and south. As his eyes moved further down the menu, he saw a section dedicated to the 8 major cuisines of China: Sichuan, Guangdong, Shandong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Fujian, Huizhou, and Hunan, along with French, Russian, Italian, Japanese, and Korean dishes. It was a global selection, reflecting the club's top-tier status. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the luxury of the place. After a meal like this, 8 dishes and a jar of wine, it would cost over 260,000 RMB, with the 30-year-old Zhuang Yuanhong wine alone worth 600,000. But the food was well worth the price. Each bite was an experience. "Ah, it's nice to have money," Lin Feng muttered to himself on the way back, his voice reflecting a sense of contentment as he sat in the back of the Bentley Mulsanne. Mo Xinya, sitting in the passenger seat, raised an eyebrow at his words. She couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and admiration. Lin Feng's flair for showing off had become a bit of a trademark. "By the way, boss, we just got calls from the Maserati and Mercedes-Benz 4S stores. They asked if you'd like a special license plate," Mo Xinya said, her tone neutral but slightly amused. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. "What's a special license plate?" "These luxury car stores often have connections with local authorities, and they can secure special license plates for clients. They're likely trying to curry favor with you," she explained. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with a mischievous smile. "Let them get the special plates. Let everyone know who I am." In China, a powerful license plate could open doors and avoid unnecessary complications. Lin Feng wasn't about to throw away the chance for a little extra leverage. After all, he'd spent tens of millions already. Why not get some extra perks? "Okay, I'll have them arrange it," Mo Xinya replied with a smile, already making the call. A thought then crossed Lin Feng's mind. "By the way, contact the branch manager at ICBC. I want to know if they offer stock trading services." Mo Xinya turned her head in surprise. "Boss, why go to ICBC for stocks? We have a whole financial team dedicated to this." Lin Feng blinked. "I thought the financial team only had consultants?" Mo Xinya sighed and turned back to face him. "There are 124 people in the financial team. We handle everything from asset management to tax filings. Stock trading is just another way we operate assets." Lin Feng's eyes widened in understanding. Of course, the financial team was more than just a group of consultants. They had the capability to handle much more. He paused, then made a decision. "All right, select 20 people from the financial team. Form 4 groups and make sure they have the right equipment. I want to start trading in soybeans, oil, and gold." At present, futures trading was dominated by 3 categories: agricultural products, metals, both basic and precious, and energy. Lin Feng had been paying attention to agricultural futures, specifically soybeans. With many countries banning genetically modified soybeans, he expected significant price fluctuations in the coming months. The geopolitical situation in the Americas was already tense, and Lin Feng knew that even a small move could create major ripples in the market. "Understood?" Mo Xinya responded quickly, already dialing the necessary contacts to get the ball rolling. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, a satisfied grin forming on his face. The opportunity to test his newfound wealth and his system's potential was just beginning. Inside Villa number 2 of Jiangkangyuan, Lin Feng sat confidently at the head of the room, his eyes scanning the group of 20 sharp-dressed financial elites before him. A faint smile played on his lips as Mo Xingye swiftly made the introductions. Boss, these are Ma Zheng, Chen Yang, Xu Donglai, and Yan Ming, the team leaders of their respective groups. The 4 team leaders bowed slightly and greeted him in unison. Hello, boss. Lin Feng gave a curt nod, his demeanor serious. I won't waste time with pleasantries. The reason you're here today isn't just to make money, it's to seize food from the tiger's mouth. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. I have only one request. Follow my orders, no exceptions. Understand? Understood, they replied in unison, their voices strong and eager. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the team leaders passed out documents to each person, ensuring everyone had their copy. Take a look at what's in front of you. This will determine the success or failure of our operation. As everyone flipped through the papers, Lin Feng stood up, his gaze hardening. The situation in the Middle East has been growing increasingly unstable. Frequent skirmishes, and all of this began after Trump announced an increase in troops in Iraq on May 10th. He paced slowly, his voice carrying authority. The U.S. has had its hands in the Middle East since the last century. Even the Gulf War had a massive impact on the international financial market. A glint of realization sparked in the eyes of the group as they listened intently. Lin Feng continued, Quantum Fund has gathered a massive amount of capital and is making moves into the oil market. I suspect they're aiming to speculate in oil. He stopped and turned to face them all, locking eyes with each member. Oil is deeply tied to the U.S. dollar. When oil prices rise or fall, the dollar's exchange rate shifts, triggering chaos in the international gold market. The room hummed with excitement. Futures trading was a vast and dangerous arena, far more exhilarating than the stock market. Here, a minor loss in stocks might hurt personally, but in the futures market, it could devastate entire nations or regions. The scale of this operation was enormous, and the stakes were high. Lin Feng's words were like a spark to dry tinder. If they could outplay the Quantum Fund in this maneuver, it would be their crowning achievement. The air was thick with anticipation. Before we move, we need to rapidly expand our funds, Lin Feng continued. 1.5 billion RMB is only a bit more than 200 million USD. That's not enough to make a significant impact on the oil and gold markets. He glanced around the room, his gaze intense. I've prepared 1.2 billion RMB for you to start with. We're going to buy soybeans first. Consider it a test. The room fell silent for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of the plan. Lin Feng didn't miss a beat. ICBC has agreed to guarantee 50 times leverage. Each of your 4 groups will get 300 million RMB to start. Split the funds across different accounts and get to work buying soybeans. You have until 5 p.m. today. His voice turned colder, harder. No matter what happens, you follow my instructions to the letter. No exceptions. A chorus of, yes, boss, rang through the room as the team members stood straighter, their focus sharpening. Anything else? Lin Feng asked, looking over them one last time. There were no questions. They understood their mission. They knew this could make or break their careers. Good. Get to work, Lin Feng ordered, his tone final. Without another word, he turned and left Villa Number 2, his mind already racing. Outside, a smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. This was it, the first time he'd ever operated in the futures market. If he didn't have high expectations, it wouldn't be worth it. The soybean market was ripe for the taking. On the Dalian Commodity Exchange, soybean futures had opened at 3,203 yuan. Now they dropped by 80 yuan, hitting 3,123. With 1.2 billion RMB plus 50 times leverage, Lin Feng could buy up a significant position. Soybean futures in the U.S. were sitting at $3,900, but Lin Feng's instinct told him that U.S. soybean prices would plummet today. On the other hand, Chinese soybeans were bound to rise. Even if prices only increased by 50 yuan, the scale of his capital would yield massive profits, over 900 million RMB. But Lin Feng was playing the long game. The soybean frenzy would last for days, and the returns could be astronomical. The U.S. had been manipulating the soybean market for years, reaping huge profits, but now it was time for the tables to turn. If U.S. soybean prices fell as he predicted, it would trigger a chain reaction. The U.S. dollar would fluctuate, and that would set the stage for chaos in the oil market. If Quantum Fund acted prematurely, Lin Feng would be ready to capitalize on their mistake. The stakes were high. It was a game of global proportions. For Lin Feng, this was the moment to either feast or starve. The next few days would decide everything. June 7, 2018, the first day of the National College Entrance Examination. The classroom was filled with the hum of anxious students, flipping through textbooks and scribbling notes in the final moments before the test began. But Lin Feng was different. At 9 a.m., when the Chinese language test started, he was already settled into his seat, a serene look on his face. While the other students were sweating over their papers, Lin Feng moved his pen with the grace of a seasoned scholar. His hand flew across the test paper, filling in answers with effortless precision. Within 15 minutes, all the questions, except the composition, were completed. As he approached the essay question, Lin Feng's mind flooded with ideas. The theme was curiosity, and instantly, words, quotes, and even poems began to form. His thoughts flowed like a river, as if an endless well of inspiration had opened up. With a smile, Lin Feng filled every inch of the 1,500-word space. His essay wasn't just an answer, it was a masterpiece. A profound reflection on curiosity, reminiscent of the works of great literary figures. The invigilator walked by, glancing at Lin Feng's paper, and stopped. His eyes widened in surprise. What was this? The test paper wasn't just complete, it was a work of art, with an eloquence and depth that seemed far beyond the ordinary. Lin Feng handed in his test paper with a calm expression, long before anyone else had finished. The clock read only an hour into the exam. As the invigilator stared at the paper, speechless, the other students were still immersed in their own struggles. The rest of the day followed suit. The English test in the afternoon was no challenge for Lin Feng either. Though he couldn't finish the listening section as quickly as he'd hoped, it didn't matter. He was in complete control. He breezed through the rest of the exam, while his classmates continued to labor through the questions. But outside the exam room, the news spread like wildfire. The essay topic, seemingly simple but deeply tricky, had stumped millions of students across the country. Many were left struggling to write even a few sentences that made sense. Yet, Lin Feng had completed it with ease, crafting an essay that captured the essence of the topic in a way no one had expected. By the time the newspapers went to print, his name was already being whispered in awe. June 8th came, and at 9:30 a.m., the math exam began. As soon as Lin Feng picked up the test paper, he knew exactly what to do. The questions were brutal, far beyond what anyone had expected. A few students looked at the paper and their faces drained of color. Some even froze, unsure of where to start. Lin Feng, however, didn't hesitate. He went straight to work, his pen moving with purpose. In just 10 minutes, he had completed the multiple choice section. The rest of the room was filled with the sounds of heavy breathing as students struggled to make sense of the problems. But Lin Feng didn't break a sweat. He finished the last of the big questions before anyone had even finished the multiple choice section. The whole room went silent as he stood up, his chair scraping across the floor. "Is he done already?" someone whispered. "Did he give up? Is he that bad?" another muttered. But Lin Feng didn't care about the whispers. He simply walked out of the exam room, leaving the others in stunned silence, as if he were walking on a path they could never reach. June 9th arrived, the final day of the college entrance examination. The clock ticked down to the beginning of the comprehensive liberal arts exam. Lin Feng was calm, stretching in his seat as the invigilator distributed the test papers. By now, he had already mastered everything. As he glanced at the paper, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. It had only been 4 days since the great inheritance wealth system had awakened in him, but it felt like he had lived a lifetime. From elementary school to high school, every experience and lesson had shaped him into someone new, someone capable of conquering this exam, and so much more. Lin Feng closed his eyes for a moment, reflecting on the path he had taken. His memory, once his greatest obstacle, had been transformed. He was no longer the Lin Feng who had struggled in silence. Today, he was a new person, empowered and unstoppable. As the final moments of the exam passed, Lin Feng stood up once more. His paper was already finished, and with a smile he handed it in early, just as he had done with the previous tests. He didn't even glance at the others as they stared at him in disbelief. Without hesitation, he walked out of the school gate, his heart filled with the certainty that this was only the beginning. The sun shone brightly, and Lin Feng's smile was as warm and radiant as the light around him. The world was now his for the taking. The journey had only just begun. The next morning, Lin Feng walked into Villa Number 2, and the atmosphere instantly shifted. The financial team jumped to their feet, their faces glowing with excitement. "Boss, big rise! Big rise!" Ma Jiang, the team leader, hurried over, practically bouncing with energy. As soon as the market opened at 9 a.m., soybeans, which had been steadily declining, skyrocketed. In just 10 minutes, the price jumped from 3,123 to 3,223, with no signs of stopping. Across the entire futures market, soybean prices were surging, turning red on the screens, and the numbers continued to climb. It was a stunning sight that left everyone in awe. By 10:30, the price had already reached 3,400, and it was still climbing. Ma Jiang's voice was filled with excitement. "Boss, this is just like you predicted. If this keeps up, our 1.2 billion RMB will bring in huge profits." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression calm as ever. "Oh? How much profit are we talking about now?" He didn't need to check the soybean futures on the screen. He knew exactly what was happening. But the specific profit numbers were something he wanted to hear directly from his team. It was a way to measure their work and focus. Feng Zheng, the leader of Group 1, spoke up first. "Boss, we've fully invested our funds. Right now, the soybean price is at 32.52, and our floating profit is about 2 billion RMB. Lin Feng smiled, though he felt a flicker of regret. The profits were as expected, but the leverage could have been higher. Using 50 times leverage was already risky, but if he had used 100 or 200 times leverage, the profits could have been astronomical. However, high leverage was a double-edged sword. Even if the bank approved such a request, it was important to consider other factors like market liquidity, the risk of funds disappearing too quickly, and the bank's ability to handle such large amounts. Chen Yang, the leader of Group 2, seized the moment. "Boss, with the soybean market looking so strong, should we increase our principal and buy more?" Xu Donglai and Yan Ming, the leaders of Groups 3 and 4, didn't speak, but their faces betrayed their excitement. The soybean market, driven by genetic modifications in the U.S., had opened up opportunities no one had predicted. Soybean prices would continue rising as long as international demand outpaced supply, and with China as the second largest soybean exporter, the market's potential seemed limitless. They were eager to keep buying, but Lin Feng's response was firm. "No, we keep things as they are." The current position of 2 billion RMB was already substantial, and increasing the stake further would draw too much attention. Becoming a target before they were fully established could endanger everything. Ma Jiang and the others were reluctant, but they respected Lin Feng's decision. "Yes, boss." In the following days, soybean prices soared even higher, hitting a staggering 4,900, with rumors that it might soon exceed 5,000. The market, both domestic and international, was stunned by the sudden surge. It was beyond anyone's expectations, and in just 3 days, Lin Feng's profits reached 40 billion RMB, roughly 6.6 billion USD. But Lin Feng, unfazed, was far more interested in his personal pursuits than the success of his financial empire at that moment. Sitting in Villa Number 2, he was immersed in a game of League of Legends. "Swordmaster, against the wild bullhead!" he shouted, frustrated as his character failed yet again. "Damn it, Big Sword! You're an undercover agent. Every big move and it's empty." Another failure flashed across his screen, and Lin Feng gritted his teeth, cursing at the screen. 10 games in a row, all losses. This game was impossible. Just as his temper flared, Mo Shinya hurried over, heels clicking sharply on the floor. She handed him the phone with a brief message. "Boss, Wang Kong is calling." Lin Feng took the phone, grinning. "Hey, Principal Wang, what's up? Got a fresh wind blowing your way?" Wang Kong's voice came through, lighthearted and playful. "Haha, I figured you'd be in the mood to have some fun. There's a race tomorrow in the south of the city. You coming?" Lin Feng laughed. "Of course. If you're calling, I'll definitely be there to support you." Wang Kong wasn't one to beat around the bush. "Great. I'll send you the location." He sent a message with a location not in the south of the city, but to one of the top 3 villa areas in Jinling, where he lived. Lin Feng chuckled. It wasn't just about personality, this was about building relationships. In this world, some things were better handled in person. Boss, Majeng's side is finished. Should we head over to take a look? Mo Xinya asked, after watching Lin Feng finish talking with Wang Kong. Lin Feng stretched and walked toward the door, replying with a smile, Oh? Done so quickly? Let's see how much gold my money's made. Moments later, inside Villa Number 2 in Jiangkangyuan, Majeng, Chen Yang, Xu Donglei, Yan Ming, and their financial staff stood silently, awaiting Lin Feng. He was absorbed in the data reports spread out before him. Each of the 4 groups had purchased soybeans for 400 million RMB, but differences in their operating strategies and specific purchase prices meant varied results. Group 1, the first to buy at 31.23, had made the highest profit of over 14 billion, while groups 2, 3, and 4 were more evenly matched. After a few minutes, Lin Feng set the last document down with satisfaction. Although I set the direction for this soybean venture, the real work was done by all of you. A profit of 43.2 billion shows your hard work paid off. He paused, scanning the room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, their faces reflecting eager anticipation. Ha ha ha! If you earn it, you deserve it, Lin Feng laughed. Xinya, pass them out. Mo Xinya waved, and a beautiful assistant handed checks to everyone. Lin Feng's voice lowered, becoming more serious. Take a look at what's in your hands. These checks are drawn from ICBC, and you can cash them anytime. As a reward for your contributions, I'm giving away 100% of the profit this time. A collective gasp spread through the room. The profit was 43.2 billion RMB, meaning even 1% would be worth over 400 million. For each of the 20 people in the room, that meant tens of millions. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss, they cheered, their joy unmistakable. All right, enough with the flattery, Lin Feng said, his tone shifting to serious. There are more important matters to focus on. The soybean market's early surge has triggered a chain reaction. The quantum fund won't be able to contain it for long. Next week, they'll likely start moving into the oil market, and the gold market will feel the effects too. He paused, a small smile playing on his lips. I predict that gold could reach over $2,000 an ounce, with a more accurate range between 1,950 and 2,200. Lin Feng's confident prediction sent a ripple of excitement through the room, everyone sensing the gravity of the situation. I'm withdrawing 30 billion from the soybean profits and converting it into US dollars, about $5 billion, and investing it all into international gold, he continued. No matter what fluctuations occur, we hold steady. No sales. Our goal is simple, complete the purchases and exit the market before September. If gold hits the 2200 mark before then, we pull out immediately. He leaned forward, eyes sharp. Split the transactions into different channels. No one should be able to trace the authenticity of our moves. The staff nodded in unison. The success of the soybean venture had earned them unwavering trust in Lin Feng's strategies. Clear? Lin Feng asked. Clear, they responded, their voices unified. Lin Feng stood up, ready to leave. Then get to work. I'll make sure everything you need is prepared. As Lin Feng exited, 2 teams of 24 bodyguards took position outside Villa Number 2, fully armed. No one was allowed in or out. The gold operation was too important to risk anything going wrong. With international gold currently sitting at 1,650 per ounce, Lin Feng's 5 billion plus leverage promised massive returns, far beyond the soybean market. Trusting his financial team wasn't enough. He needed security. Not a single person could be trusted to remain uncorrupted. Xinya, contact China Construction Bank and Agricultural Bank of China. We're depositing 5 billion with them. Mo Xinya looked up, puzzled. But boss, all our deposits were with ICBC, and their interest rates are great. Why change now? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he answered. All eggs can't be in one basket. We need to use multiple channels to speculate in gold. Understood, Xinya replied, immediately getting to work. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a small goal in life. 40 billion in cash. The inherited wealth will be randomly selected. Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting the wealth of F1 International Racing Champion Button and gaining racing expertise. The sudden system notification broke Lin Feng's calm. This reward caught him off guard. Was he really inheriting racing expertise just like that? He hadn't expected it at all. He had planned to watch the races tomorrow, just to indulge in Guoguo's fascination with them. But now, with this new ability, his priorities seemed to have shifted. It was July 16, 2018, in Jinling's Qingcheng Villa area. Lin Feng arrived early in the morning, following the coordinates Wang Kong had sent him. As he surveyed the area, he couldn't help but admire the beauty of the location. Though not as luxurious as Jiankangguan, Qingcheng Villa had its own charm. It boasted a panoramic view of Qinhuai, and the proximity to Xuanwu Lake made it feel serene. The surrounding green pines, cypress trees, and willows added a tranquil touch. Everywhere Lin Feng looked, there were historical sites and places of interest. As soon as Lin Feng opened the car door, Wang Kong saw the silver-gray sports car beside him and immediately gave a thumbs up. "Your car is amazing." His eyes widened in awe. Koenigsegg 11. There are only 6 in the world, and it's worth hundreds of millions. I never imagined I'd see it here in Jinling. It's a dream. Lin Feng chuckled. "This isn't the racing car you were talking about, right? I've got to make sure everything's in place. Can't let your rich second-generation face go to waste." Wang Kong rolled his eyes in response. "You know I can't compete with you. You drop tens of millions on things like they're nothing. How am I supposed to show off?" he said, clearly exasperated. "By the way, I've got everything set up, but why haven't we started yet?" Lin Feng asked, tapping the front of his Koenigsegg. He was itching to release the energy that had been building up since inheriting Button's racing expertise the day before. He needed to get on the track. Wang Kong sighed. "Well, the guys just texted me about the track. Let me drive your car there," he said, trying to lighten the mood. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "You don't drive?" He gave Wang Kong a puzzled look. How could this be any fun if he wasn't behind the wheel? "I was going to take the Bugatti Veyron, but now that I've seen your car, I don't even want to touch it." Wang Kong's face was full of frustration. The son of the wealthiest man in the country was overshadowed by Lin Feng's presence. No matter what he did, it felt like he was always second best. Lin Feng paused, taking a moment to consider. The Bugatti Veyron was an incredible car worth tens of millions, but in front of the Koenigsegg 11, it seemed almost pedestrian. "All right, hop in," Lin Feng said, waving for Wang Kong to sit in the passenger seat. The 2-seat sports car offered no room for anything extra, but Wang Kong climbed in without hesitation. "This car is ridiculously comfortable," Wang Kong remarked as he explored the interior. The car was built with handmade aluminum alloy and a new carbon fiber structure that reduced weight and boosted speed. The leather interiors were equipped with shock-absorbing features, making it a masterpiece in both performance and comfort. "Yeah, it's not bad," Lin Feng grinned. With a quick press of the ignition, the engine roared to life. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and in an instant, the car surged forward like a silver streak. The Koenigsegg 11, with its incredible 1-to-1 weight-to-horsepower ratio, reached speeds exceeding 450 km per hour and could accelerate from 0 to 400 km per hour in just 20 seconds. It was truly a beast. Under the stunned gazes of passers-by, Lin Feng drove the car up to a breakfast stall. The contrast between the sleek, expensive sports car and the humble street stall was jarring. Wang Kong stared, speechless. "This is where you eat breakfast?" "Yeah," Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. For him, eating at a roadside stall had always been a luxury. Wang Kong, although taken aback, didn't protest. After all, as the internet often said, someone who doesn't care about breakfast could be doing anything. Lin Feng shouted toward the stall owner, 2 bowls of tofu puffs, 4 fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs, please." The stall owner stared at them in disbelief, eyeing the car and then the 2 men in astonishment. It took a moment before he could snap back to reality. He didn't recognize the car, but it was clear it was expensive. "Got it." The landlady quickly served the food, none the wiser about the true nature of their car. Lin Feng, unfazed, sat down and started eating with satisfaction. Wang Kong followed suit, his earlier shock fading as he took a bite. To his surprise, the food was delicious. Who would have thought that such an unassuming street stall could serve breakfast so good? After finishing his bowl of tofu, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and turned to Wang Kong. Hey, where's Chin Lin? He didn't come to race, which is a bit strange. Lin Feng mused aloud, sensing something was off. Just as Wang Kong opened his mouth to retort, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and a smirk spread across his face. Well, speak of the devil, he muttered. Lin Feng glanced up from his tea eggs, raising an eyebrow. What? Is that Chin Lin calling? You better pick up, he urged. Wang Kong quickly answered, his expression shifting as a familiar, excited voice came through the speaker. Lao Wang, I heard you brought a Bugatti Veyron to Jinling. Well, guess what? I've got a Ferrari Raphael. Let's have some fun. Wang Kong grinned, glancing at Lin Feng before replying into the phone. All right, let's see who's the bigger show-off today. With a chuckle, he hung up, already imagining Chin Lin's reaction when he saw Lin Feng's Koenigsegg 1-1. Lin Feng finished his food and paid the bill, barely 100 yuan for the two of them. Wang Kong was in disbelief. A guy who spent millions on a car without blinking an eye was eating breakfast at a roadside stall for under $100. It seemed almost unreal. After settling the tab, Wang Kong handed Lin Feng the address. They quickly hopped into the car and headed out of Jinling City, following the directions to the outskirts. When they arrived, Lin Feng looked around at the rural surroundings, scattered farmland, trees, and a small river, and raised an eyebrow. This is a racing track? Wang Kong laughed. It used to be a golf course, but no one was interested, so they turned it into a track for the rich second generation. It's become quite popular since then. Hold on, Lin Feng said, now grinning. Where's Chin Lin? We've been here for a while, but I don't see him. Wang Kong's mischievous smile spread wider. He's probably already inside. We'll drive in, don't get out, and wait for him to find us. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head at Wang Kong's playful scheme. He wasn't sure what kind of game his friend was playing, but decided to roll with it. As they passed the gate and drove down the road, they could see a massive parking lot ahead. The track itself stretched out in front of them, winding up into the hills a few hundred meters away. The lush greenery around the track made it feel almost like a park, but the tires lining the sides and the sandbag walls gave it away. It was indeed a real racing track. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, and more, luxury sports cars and high-end coupes, a playground for the wealthy. Lin Feng parked the Koenigsegg at the outer edge of the lot and, with Wang Kong, walked toward the starting line. Suddenly, a loud roar from the track caught their attention. Lin Feng looked over, following Wang Kong's pointing finger, and saw two cars, the red Bugatti Veyron and a green Ferrari Raphael, racing each other. But it was clear that the Bugatti was struggling to keep up. Let's go check it out, Wang Kong said, already heading toward the starting point. Lin Feng glanced at him and followed. As they arrived, they saw Chin Lin leaning against his Bugatti Veyron with a look of frustration. Ha ha! Lao Chin, looks like you didn't get the result you expected. Wang Kong laughed, already teasing him. Chin Lin, who had hoped to show off, shot them a bitter look. He had lost the race, and not just any race. He'd lost 5 million on the spot. While money was a small issue for him, losing face was a whole different matter. Ah, damn you, Chin Lin grumbled, but his eyes brightened when he noticed Lin Feng standing next to Wang Kong. His expression immediately softened. Brother Lin, you're here too? He said, putting on a friendlier tone. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Just here to see what the fuss is all about. As they exchanged pleasantries, a voice interrupted them. A thin young man from the green Ferrari approached, smirking as he eyed Wang Kong. Well, if it isn't Mr. Wang, you left your girls at home to come here and get dirty? Wang Kong didn't skip a beat, shooting back. Shu Xian, looks like you ate some shit this morning, talking like that. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wang Kong, the son of the richest man in the country, was usually the one being admired, not someone who had to deal with snarky remarks. To see him so casually challenge someone like this was rare. Chin Lin, who had been watching the exchange with mild interest, finally spoke up. That guy, Shu Xian, is an old rival of Lao Wang. His family runs Hengda. They're pretty wealthy too, but they've always had a bone to pick with each other. Lin Feng glanced between the two men, sensing the tension simmering beneath the surface. This was definitely turning into more than just a casual race day. After Qinlin's explanation, Lin Feng finally understood the deeper tension between Wang Kong and Xu Xian. It wasn't just that they were rich second-generation heirs. This was about the two biggest real estate dynasties in the country. Wang Kong's family, the richest in the nation, and Xu Xian's family, influential in their own right, represented rival empires. The animosity between their parents trickled down to their children, and what had started as a business rivalry had transformed into personal conflict. This rivalry was now embodied in the fierce competition between Wang Kong and Xu Xian, both of whom had built their own careers with their parents' help, yet could never escape the shadow of their family's legacies. The tension had become palpable. Xu Xian broke the silence with a sneer. "What's wrong, Prince Wang? Only good for talking, huh? Why don't you show us what you're made of and race like a man?" Wang Kong didn't flinch. "No competition. I'm not as childish as you." His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Xu Xian's hostility. Xu Xian smirked, turning to the crowd. "You know, I think you're just scared. Hell, why not let Qinlin drive your Bugatti Veyron and take a few losses? Maybe that's the only way you'll win today." His laughter echoed in the air as the group of young men and women around him joined in. Wang Kong's face darkened. Lin Feng could sense the rising tension, and it was clear this wasn't just about racing anymore. It was about pride. Qinlin stepped forward, trying to rile Wang Kong up. "Come on, Wang Kong, don't let this guy get to you. Go ahead and show him you're not a coward." Wang Kong shot Qinlin a sharp look, his voice low and controlled. "I didn't drive my car here." His frustration was evident. The idea of letting Xu Xian get away with this taunting without a response was unbearable. Qinlin's face fell. He hadn't expected this. The whole situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. He could already picture the humiliation coming their way. Xu Xian, sensing victory, sneered again. "What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Afraid of losing? If you're too scared to race, why not borrow a car from one of your bad friends? Do you have anyone with enough guts to stand up to me?" Qinlin was about to snap, his hand twitching toward Xu Xian in anger. But before he could act, Wang Kong took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing with determination. He turned to Lin Feng, a new respect in his voice. "Brother Lin, can I borrow your car?" Lin Feng, who had been observing the whole situation with quiet amusement, shrugged casually. "Of course, when your brother Wang asks, I can't say no." Wang Kong, visibly relieved, nodded his thanks. "Thanks, Lin Feng." With a newfound resolve, he headed toward the track, his voice ringing out. "Xu Xian, prepare to see how this game is played." The crowd buzzed with excitement, but just as Wang Kong was about to make the bet official, a voice interrupted him. A man stepped up, a wry grin on his face. "Just 20 million? That's hardly worth the trouble. You call that a real challenge?" Wang Kong turned around, surprised to see Lin Feng stepping up in front of him. "Brother Lin?" he asked, astonished. Lin Feng gave him a small smile, his gaze unwavering. "I've never been one for small stakes. How about I raise the game? I'll play first." Wang Kong stared at him for a moment, his thoughts racing. But Lin Feng's calm, almost regal aura reminded him of his father. There was something about the way Lin Feng carried himself, an unspoken confidence that left little room for refusal. With a slow, deliberate nod, Wang Kong finally agreed. "Okay, let's do it." Xu Xian's expression changed when he saw Lin Feng take control of the situation. There was something different about this young man. He wasn't just another rich heir trying to flex his wealth. He commanded attention. But Xu Xian was not easily intimidated. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "How much are you willing to bet?" Lin Feng met his gaze without hesitation, his voice as cool as ever. 200 million. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. 200 million was no small sum. For many of the onlookers, that was a life-changing amount of money. A few gasped while others exchanged uneasy glances. This was no longer just a race. This was a battle of egos and fortune. Xu Xian, although slightly taken aback, quickly regained his composure. "You sure about that?" His tone was more cautious now, but the challenge was still there. Without breaking eye contact, Lin Feng pulled out a checkbook, flipping it open with casual precision. He took out a pen, and with a smooth motion, tore off a check. Holding it up, he placed it on the hood of the Ferrari Raphael. "This is a 200 million cash check. It can be redeemed at any time. If you don't believe me, feel free to check it out." Shu Xian's pupils dilated slightly as he looked at the check. The logo on the checkbook was unmistakable, the International Bank of China. Specially issued to high-net-worth individuals, these checks weren't something one could easily fake. Lin Feng had money. He had power. And he had the courage to back it up. After a long pause, Shu Xian gave a tight nod, his expression darkening, but his voice steady. Fine, I accept. The stakes were set. Lin Feng had raised the game to a level that none of them could have anticipated. The race wasn't just for speed, it was for pride, for money, and for control. The real battle was only beginning. The bright sun hung low on the horizon as Lin Feng walked towards the outer circle of the track, his stride purposeful and unhurried. His confidence was undeniable. Qin Lin turned to Wang Kong, confusion written across his face. Old Wang, what kind of car does Brother Lin drive? Is it reliable? Wang Kong didn't answer directly. Instead, he stared at Lin Feng's back, a faraway look in his eyes. You'll see in a minute, he replied, his tone filled with quiet anticipation. Moments later, the sharp, thunderous roar of a powerful engine cut through the air, sending a ripple of excitement through the crowd. A silver-gray sports car appeared in the distance, its engine humming with raw power. The spectators went silent, staring in awe. It was unlike anything they'd seen before. Damn! What car is that? It's gorgeous. That's gotta be a Koenigsegg 1-1. The all-aluminum alloy body, carbon fiber wheels. This thing is worth over 100 million globally. No way. There are only 6 of those cars worldwide. Why is one here in China? As Lin Feng drove the Koenigsegg 1-1 onto the track, even Qin Lin couldn't hold back his shock. The car was a stunning masterpiece, its silver-gray paint gleaming under the sunlight. Its presence was enough to make other supercars like the Ferrari Raphael and Bugatti Veyron look plain in comparison. It was a machine built not just for speed, but for showing off, and it radiated an air of superiority. Qin Lin turned to Wang Kong, his face a mix of disbelief and frustration. Damn. Lao Wang, why didn't you tell me Brother Lin was driving this car? Wang Kong rolled his eyes and gave a wry smile. Seriously? What do you think I'm driving a Bugatti Veyron for? That thing's a joke compared to this. With a snort of amusement, Wang Kong made his way to the center of the track, but Shu Xian, standing nearby, wasn't as impressed. His gaze darkened as he took in the sight of the Koenigsegg 1-1. You're really going to pull this stunt? Shu Xian sneered. I told you not to compete, but you insisted. Now, you'll see what happens. Wang Kong grinned. We'll see who's laughing in a minute. Shu Xian's confidence didn't waver. So what? I haven't lost yet. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Though Lin Feng's Koenigsegg 1-1 was unexpected, he still believed his car, a rare German supercar that he had painstakingly sourced, would hold its ground. After all, the difference between cars like these was minor. What mattered was the driver's skill, and Shu Xian wasn't about to lose to someone he considered a nobody. By the time Lin Feng pulled the Koenigsegg 1-1 to the starting line, the tension in the air was thick. The 2 cars were parked side by side, their engines purring in anticipation. Lin Feng lowered his window, his gaze fixed on Shu Xian. Let's make this interesting. How do you want to do this? Lin Feng asked casually. Shu Xian's face turned grim. 1 lap. Winner takes it all. Lin Feng nodded, the corners of his mouth curving into a confident smile. Fine by me. The crowd's attention sharpened as a stunning figure emerged from the crowd. A tall, leggy beauty walked between the 2 cars, positioning herself at the start line. She pulled a small object from her chest and held it up, preparing to start the race. Switch mode, F1, Lin Feng murmured under his breath. The Koenigsegg 1-1, a machine of the highest caliber, responded instantly. The car's body lowered slightly as its ground clearance adjusted, the engine shifting into a more aggressive mode. A soft female voice echoed in the car, confirming the change. F1 mode activated. The sound of the engine shifted, its growl deepening, almost becoming a hum of restrained power. Lin Feng's fingers danced over the controls, his instincts kicking in as the atmosphere around him grew electric. Ready, go. The beauty in the middle of the track made a series of swift gestures, counting down to the race. Boom! The instant the signal was given, Lin Feng and Shu Xian floored the accelerators. The cars roared to life, their engines screeching with untamed power. The 2 cars shot forward, but what happened next left the spectators stunned. Xian's car was still idling, its engine not responding with the same ferocity as Lin Feng's. In a blink, the Koenigsegg 11 shot forward like silver lightning, leaving Xian in the dust. Within seconds, the gap between the two cars widened. Hundreds of meters separated them, and the distance only grew as Lin Feng's Koenigsegg 11 accelerated. The crowd stood frozen, their jaws dropping as they processed what had just happened. What the hell? That's not even a race. Holy crap, did you see that? He's gone. It's over. Driving the Koenigsegg 11, Lin Feng felt an incredible rush, a surge of energy that seemed to course through his entire body. His connection with the car was almost instinctual, as if the vehicle and his mind had merged. This wasn't just about speed. It was about control, precision, and the thrill of mastery. The racing expertise passed down from F1 champion Jenson Button seemed to flow through his veins, guiding his every move. He drifted effortlessly through the corners, each maneuver more complex than the last. Cloud top volley, triple drift, the devil's kiss, the hunting falcon, all advanced techniques that would make any professional racer proud. And yet, Lin Feng executed them flawlessly, as if he had been doing this his whole life. The spectators watched in awe as the Koenigsegg 11, moving like a silver streak, performed impossible stunts. The 150-inch LCD screen broadcasted Lin Feng's every move, showing his skill in real time. The F1-worthy maneuvers left the crowd speechless. Unbelievable. This is like watching a professional race in an amateur club. The wealthy, well-versed audience couldn't help but be stunned. They had never seen such skill, not even in the most prestigious races. Lin Feng had just turned their world upside down, making them question everything they thought they knew about racing. Who do you think Brother Lin is? Lao Wang? Qinlin stared at the sleek image of Lin Feng's car on the LCD screen, his voice tinged with disbelief. Wang Kong, standing beside him, didn't seem much better. The race was no longer just a competition. It had turned into a spectacle that exceeded everyone's expectations. All eyes were on one person, Lin Feng. Look, Xian's already thousands of meters behind. Looks like we've got our winner, someone in the crowd shouted. The astonishment was palpable. In just 5,000 meters of winding roads, Lin Feng had already pulled ahead by a considerable distance. Unbelievable. That Koenigsegg 11 hasn't slowed down once. It's taking the turns like it's nothing, another voice called out. As Lin Feng's car smoothly navigated a tight curve, the crowd gasped. The Koenigsegg 11, moving like silver lightning, executed a flawless series of 3 drifts, cutting across the mountain roads before effortlessly returning to the straight path. Oh my God, that's so cool! The young spectators cheered in unison. Lin Feng had just shown them the true meaning of speed and skill. When Lin Feng crossed the finish line and drove back to the starting point, Wang Kong and Qinlin rushed forward, wrapping him in a hug. Brother Lin, you're amazing! Wang Kong laughed, practically giddy with excitement, his joy more intense than the victory itself. Lin Feng, on the other hand, barely registered the praise. All right. It was just a race, Lin Feng replied, his tone casual. To him, Xian's level of racing was laughable. It was no challenge. With the experience inherited from F1 champion Jenson Button, Lin Feng's skills were already on a world-class level. Not long after, Xian returned to the track, his face as dark as a storm cloud. He was clearly shaken. Losing to Lin Feng wasn't just about the race. It was a blow to his pride. The Melkus RS 2000 he'd driven, worth a whopping $200 million, had been no match for the Koenigsegg 11. Taking a deep breath, Xian opened his car door, his face contorting with frustration. Lin Feng's easy victory was like a slap in the face. I lost, Xian muttered, forcing a smile. But I have to admit, your Koenigsegg 11 is incredible. The Melkus can go from 0 to 100 in 5 seconds, but even that can't compare to your car. Lin Feng, unbothered by the praise, smirked. Melkus is a niche brand, but still a top performer. Even F1 champions like Button can't always beat it. So don't feel bad about losing. You gave it your best. With that, Lin Feng turned away, slipping into his Koenigsegg 11 and driving off without a second thought. He had come, conquered, and now he was done. Wang Kong and Qinlin waved him off as he left, having had a great time. They weren't worried about the $200 million Xian had lost. Money was nothing compared to the thrill of the race. When Shu Xian finally snapped out of his daze and looked at the empty track, confusion crossed his face. Where did everyone go? They're gone, Qinlin said, chuckling. Brother Lin didn't come here for money, Shu Dato. He just wanted to have some fun. Wang Kong couldn't stop laughing. How could a guy who casually spends 60 to 70 million care about a mere 200 million? With that, Wang Kong slid into Qinlin's Bugatti Veyron, and they drove off, leaving Shu Xian standing there, his pride shattered. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was already on his way back to Jiangkang Garden when his phone rang. It was Wang Kong. Hey, brother, you're too much. You finished showing off and then just left me here? Wang Kong's voice was filled with mock indignation. Lin Feng chuckled, realizing he'd forgotten about Wang Kong. Sorry about that. I lost track of time. Forget it, Wang Kong replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. I'm already on my way back with Lao Qin, but seriously, your driving was unreal. You're on a whole other level than a pro racer. Yeah, I'm used to it, Lin Feng said casually, his mind already elsewhere. By the way, Wang Kong continued, there's a race coming up in Beijing. How about we go and have some fun together? Lin Feng shook his head, his expression thoughtful. I don't think I'll be free. What? No time? What could you possibly have going on? Wang Kong was genuinely puzzled. Lin Feng smiled. School's starting soon, so I need to head to Yanda to register. Wang Kong and Qinlin were speechless. They hadn't realized that Lin Feng was actually a college student, but they certainly didn't know that Lin Feng was the top scorer in the liberal arts college entrance exam this year. Well, all right then. When you're in the capital, let me know. I'll treat you to something nice, Wang Kong said, though there was a hint of resignation in his voice. Lin Feng had not only beaten him in the race, but he was also younger, wealthier, and now it turned out, a college student too. Deal, Lin Feng replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile as he hung up the phone. As Lin Feng pulled into the driveway of Villa No. 1 in Jiangkangyuan, he was greeted by Mo Shinya, who seemed eager. Boss, Yanda sent you your admission notice, she called out, holding the letter in her hands. Just put it on my desk, Lin Feng replied absent-mindedly, handing her the key to the car. He was too focused on the adrenaline rush from the race to care about the paperwork just yet. It had been a thrilling day, one that nearly pushed him to the edge. His body was drenched in sweat, and if he didn't take a shower soon, he'd be unbearable to be around. As he climbed the stairs to his room, the excitement of the race still buzzed in his veins. Today wasn't just any race. It had been an all-out battle for survival. Lin Feng knew how close he'd been to the edge, and he needed to wash off the tension. Meanwhile, at Villa No. 2, the financial team was hard at work, watching the oil market with bated breath. Today, the international soybean market had set the stage for a seismic shift in global finance. The Quantum Fund had already taken its position, buying up oil in preparation for an expected price surge. Now, as the oil orders began to move, the team's eyes were fixed on the rising numbers. Ma Zheng, the leader of the financial team, couldn't hide his excitement. Once these orders clear, we're looking at a massive payday, he said, his voice thick with anticipation. The team had invested heavily, and the market was already responding. Lin Feng's team had quietly accumulated oil assets earlier, and now, as oil prices soared from $41 to $52 per barrel in a matter of days, the profits were pouring in. By 11 a.m., oil prices had climbed to 58 per barrel, and Lin Feng's team had sold out their entire stock, netting a cool 6.2 billion USD in profit. Lin Feng, freshly showered and now sitting at his computer, watched the market unfold. He observed how the oil price curve shot upward like a rocket. This wasn't just a lucky break. It was a carefully executed plan. Ha ha ha, all sold out! Ma Zheng's voice crackled through Lin Feng's phone, his joy evident. The team had made a killing. Great, Lin Feng replied calmly, though a subtle smile tugged at his lips. Now let's get down to business. Each group will get 2.5 billion, and we'll leverage it 50 times with ICBC, Postal Service, Agricultural Bank of China, and China Construction Bank. Transfer the remaining 1.2 billion to the ICBC account. With 10 billion in base capital and 50 times leverage, the financial team was about to embark on a $500 billion operation, enough to rattle the international gold market. Ma Zheng and the others immediately set to work, knowing that this next move would be their biggest yet. Meanwhile, in the international market, whispers were spreading about a mysterious new player in the game. Just days ago, when the soybean market was in flux, an unknown force had used the four major banks to buy up domestic futures. Now, this same entity was selling oil in staggering quantities as the prices soared. Everyone was asking, who was behind this? Rumors swirled around a new investment company called Fengtang Investment, registered in the Cayman Islands. No one knew who was pulling the strings, but the moves made by Fengtang were impossible to ignore. The first operation, involving soybeans, had turned $1 billion investment into a profit of nearly 30 billion RMB. The second, with oil, had already pushed Fengtang's portfolio to unprecedented heights. As Lin Feng's operation unfolded, his personal wealth was growing at an incredible pace. In just a matter of weeks, his net worth had skyrocketed from 1.2 billion to over 70 billion RMB. At just 18 years old, he had already surpassed many of the world's financial giants. Investors like Warren Buffett and George Soros had spent their careers building empires, but Lin Feng was doing it before most people his age had even begun to think about their futures. The impact of Fengtang Investment's actions was rippling through the market. Private equity firms and global investors were taking notice, scrambling to understand how a seemingly unknown company could exert such influence. Lin Feng and his team had become the talk of the financial world, and their next moves were being watched with eager eyes. Every decision, every trade, was shaking the foundation of the international markets. As the day wore on, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. His rise was just beginning, and the world would soon realize that the mysterious force behind Fengtang Investment was someone who played by his own rules and always came out on top. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng immediately dialed Mo Xinya. "How much money do I have in my private account right now?" he asked, his voice steady but curious. Mo Xinya didn't hesitate before responding. "Boss, you have 5 billion each in China Construction Bank, China Post Bank, and Agricultural Bank of China. ICBC has 2.204 billion, and just now we transferred another 7.2 billion from Villa Number 2. Your total cash balance now stands at 24.44 billion. Lin Feng nodded, absorbing the numbers. His private assets weren't just liquid cash. They included real estate like Jiangkang Garden, which generated ongoing income for his operations. Still, it was the raw cash in his accounts that mattered now. He had the funds to move forward. "Good," he said after a brief pause. "How's the preparation going for the people and the office space?" Although Jiangkang Garden was his private property and housed more than 100 villas, most of them were empty. The villa complex wasn't suitable for a corporate office, and Lin Feng needed a location where Fengtang Investment could grow its reputation nationally and internationally. It was time to set up a proper headquarters. "Boss, we're ready. Do you want me to bring her in?" Mo Xinya asked, a hint of anticipation in her voice. "Yes," Lin Feng replied with a wave of his hand. "Bring her in." Moments later, the sharp click of high heels echoed through the hallway, signaling the arrival of the new recruit. A woman in her late 20s walked confidently into the room and stood before Lin Feng, her posture respectful but assertive. She was of average height, about 1.65 meters, with short hair and a sleek black professional outfit. Her gold-rimmed glasses added a touch of elegance to her already polished appearance. "This is Su Mei," Mo Xinya introduced promptly. She graduated with a PhD from the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business and has worked at Morgan Stanley and Sequoia Capital. Lin Feng's interest peaked at the mention of Morgan Stanley and Sequoia Capital, two of the most prestigious financial institutions in the world. Someone with her background could be a powerful asset. "Impressive," Lin Feng commented, looking at Su Mei with a more scrutinizing gaze. But then, with an unexpected bluntness, he asked, "I won't beat around the bush. Do you want to work for me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mei met his gaze and nodded firmly. "I do." Lin Feng smiled, knowing she was already part of his private financial team. If she wasn't committed, she wouldn't have agreed to join in the first place. "Your annual salary will be 5 million, plus a commission of 1,000th on profits," he said, offering her the job with a clear, enticing proposal. "And we'll take care of your car and housing. Starting today, You're the general manager of Fengtang Investment. Sumei's eyes widened slightly at the offer. Such a position was hard to turn down. An annual salary of 5 million might not be astronomical in certain circles, but the commission was what really set the offer apart. With the kind of capital Fengtang was managing, her earnings could easily reach tens of millions. This is it, Lin Feng added. Now, Shinya, arrange a car. We're going to check out some office space. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and his team arrived in Xuanwu District, Jinling City, a bustling hub of culture, research, and business. This was the heart of Jinling's international and financial center, and the perfect location to house Fengtang Investment's headquarters. Boss, this is the office space we've chosen, the Mingju Commercial Center building, Mo Xinya explained as they stood before the towering structure. The Mingju Commercial Center soared to a height of 355 meters, with 77 floors above ground. At 220,000 square meters, it was a massive space, and its location in the central business district made it highly sought after. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. This was the kind of prime real estate that matched Fengtang's ambitions. While the rent here was steep, Lin Feng was already thinking ahead. With the space's potential for appreciation, buying it outright would be a far better investment than renting. Check with the landlord, Lin Feng instructed. If they're willing to sell, buy it. Understood, boss, Mo Xinya replied. They headed to the 66th floor, where the vast office space greeted them. It was fully furnished with desks, chairs, and partitions, ready to go with just a few additional supplies. This floor is 500 square meters, and the rent is 60 million a year, Mo Xinya said. But Lin Feng wasn't listening. He was already imagining Fengtang Investment thriving here, its headquarters commanding attention in the heart of the city. No, I want to buy this place, Lin Feng said decisively, his eyes blazing with ambition. With Fengtang's massive financial backing, the potential for growth in this building was limitless. Turning to Sumei, he continued, This will be your responsibility from now on. You'll handle what we buy and who we hire. If you need money, just contact Shinya. She'll handle the financial side. Got it, boss, Sumei said, taking in the enormity of the task ahead. Once the teams at Villa No. 2 finish their operations, they'll be joining us here. They're Fengtang's core, and we need them for the next phase. Understood, Sumei affirmed. Lin Feng was already looking ahead, ready to build the foundation of an empire. With the team in place, the office secured, and the resources available, Fengtang Investment was poised to make waves in the business world. The future was unfolding, and Lin Feng was determined to shape it on his terms. Lin Feng had just returned to the villa area from the Pearl Commercial Building when the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a small goal in life, 100 billion assets. This is a reward for a chance to inherit wealth. Does the host wish to use this opportunity? Lin Feng had suspected as much. The system wasn't just about active tasks. It also provided passive rewards. As long as his wealth continued to grow, the system would reward him, leading to greater power. That's why, even after reaching 100 billion RMB from his soybean and oil operations, Lin Feng didn't stop. Instead, he pushed forward into international gold investments, knowing that the rewards would never lead to direct financial growth. To truly rise to the top, to stand against the financial giants, he needed to keep accumulating wealth. Money was his leverage, his ticket to taking on the world's most powerful financial empires. But the road ahead wasn't simple. The world's financial titans had decades, even centuries of experience and vast resources. Before confronting them, Lin Feng needed to build an empire of his own, one that would rival the best in the world. System. Take advantage of the inheritance wealth opportunity now, Lin Feng ordered without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting Lu Bun's wealth and obtaining the ingenuity. Ability to produce craft products that are comparable to works of art. Lin Feng's breath caught. Lu Bun, the legendary god of craftsmen in Chinese history, was known for his mechanical genius. Over 2,000 years ago, he had created a wooden bird that could fly. An invention that was centuries ahead of its time. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. To inherit Lu Bun's wealth meant inheriting his unparalleled craftsmanship, his ability to create and innovate from raw materials. As the knowledge flooded his mind, Lin Feng felt the power of Lu Bun's ingenuity flow through him. His understanding of mechanics became so profound that it felt like he could deconstruct anything, from the smallest gears to the largest machines, and understand their design principles. Even a complex system like an aircraft carrier would be no challenge to him. With enough materials, he could replicate it from scratch. Lin Feng's thoughts began to race. As he glanced at the iPhone 11 Pro in his hand, an idea sparked in his mind. What if I could improve this? Get me a set of tools to repair my phone, he instructed, eager to put his newfound skills to the test. Just 10 minutes later, Lin Feng held the fully reassembled iPhone 11 Pro in his hands. His mind buzzed with ideas as he absorbed every detail of the phone's design. He could feel the essence of the craftsmanship surge within him. Each part, every screw and circuit had been broken down and reassembled with precision. But more than that, his understanding had evolved. He already had hundreds of ideas for optimization and improvement. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Feng called Mo Shinya. Buy every mobile phone on the market. Huawei, Xiaomi, 4-star, every brand. I want to dissect and understand them all. For the rest of the afternoon, Lin Feng locked himself in his study at Villa No. 1, dismantling and reassembling every phone that Mo Shinya brought. His hands moved with the speed and expertise of a seasoned craftsman, absorbing the intricacies of each device. By the end of the day, Lin Feng's mind had created a revolutionary new phone, a design that combined the best features of all the devices he had studied with innovations that outpaced existing technology. Sleek, beautifully designed, with a unique waterproof interface and a battery life that could last 25 hours, this phone would crush the competition. Wow! Lin Feng let out a breath, the weight of his work settling in. He had done it. This will change everything. He quickly called Mo Shinya again. I need you to take these designs to the legal team. Get patents for them worldwide, except for Africa. Make sure we cover every developed and developing country. Mo Shinya's eyes widened. Yes, boss. I'll take care of it right away. Lin Feng knew the significance of this moment. Mobile phones were at the heart of modern society, and the brands leading the industry were worth billions. Apple alone had a market cap nearing $2 trillion. Other giants like Warwick, Xiaomi, and 4-star were also valued in the hundreds of billions, with Warwick rapidly catching up to Apple by implementing cutting-edge 5G technology. Entering the mobile phone industry, using hardware innovations to drive software, could catapult Fengtang investment into the stratosphere. Lin Feng was no longer just playing the game. He was about to change the rules entirely. This is just the beginning, Lin Feng thought, his ambition burning brighter than ever. With his inherited genius, the world of technology and wealth was within his reach, and this time, there would be no turning back. Outside the gates of Jinling No. 1 Middle School, a sea of parents gathered, their eyes fixed anxiously on the school's entrance. They were waiting for their children to emerge, each step a potential leap into a new chapter of their lives, a step through the metaphorical Dragon Gate. But then, amid the crowd, a single figure stood out. Lin Feng, hands casually in his pockets, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, moved toward the gate with a calm confidence that contrasted sharply with the frenzy around him. Nothing could disrupt his rhythm. A reporter from Jinling TV, spotting the young man, quickly approached. Excuse me, can I have a moment of your time? I'm from Jinling TV, she said, eager to seize the opportunity to speak with someone fresh from the exam. Lin Feng glanced at her, surprised but not caught off guard. He knew exactly who Jinling TV was, one of the most authoritative stations in the province. Sure, he said simply, nodding. Classmate, how did you find this year's college entrance examination questions? Difficult? And how do you expect to do? The reporter asked, notebook ready. Lin Feng's response was calm and effortless. It's fine. I'm not sure if they were difficult because I finished all the questions already. As for my score, I'm pretty sure I'll be the top scorer this year. The moment he finished speaking, an awkward silence settled over the area. The reporter stood frozen, her jaw slightly ajar. The other parents, who had been anxiously awaiting their own children, now turned to look at Lin Feng, confused and skeptical. Top scorer? Already? The reporter stammered, her voice laced with disbelief but also curiosity. What's your name and which school are you from? Jinling, Number 1 Middle School, Linfeng, he replied smoothly, his expression still composed. With that, he turned and walked off without looking back, his calm demeanor unshaken by the stares. Later that afternoon, the footage of the interview aired on Jinling satellite TV. What happened next was unexpected. The full uncut video of Linfeng's interview went live across the nation. His confident words, especially the claim that he'd finished the exam early and would likely be the top scorer, struck a chord with viewers. "Classmate, how do you expect your results to be?" the reporter had asked. "I'm pretty sure I'll be the top scorer in the college entrance exam," Linfeng had answered, his tone nonchalant as if this was simply a fact. The video spread like wildfire, going viral in seconds. His words, bold and brash, seemed almost arrogant, yet they were delivered with such charm that no one could get truly angry. Linfeng's handsome face and confident attitude made him an overnight sensation. Online, the memes began. His quote was reworked into countless variations and shared in forums, Weibo, and messaging groups. "Do you think XX is handsome? I don't even know if he is handsome, because I am handsome. Do you think XX is rich? I have no idea, because I am." Linfeng's classmates bombarded him with messages, some mocking him, others joking about his newfound fame. But Linfeng didn't respond to any of them. There was no need. He knew what mattered. When the college entrance exam results were announced, those same people would realize that the true strong were the ones beyond their reach, people who didn't need to prove anything. While the rest of his peers were letting loose, celebrating with parties, singing karaoke, and even confessing their feelings to one another, Linfeng was doing something different. He buried himself in books, studying and absorbing knowledge across various fields: finance, economics, technology, anything that could elevate him. As an orphan with no family backing him, Linfeng understood the value of self-reliance. He wanted success, and he would stop at nothing to achieve it. The system inside him, the fountain of talents, allowed him to quickly master any new knowledge, rapidly expanding his expertise to the highest levels. Finance, mathematics, economics, every field became an open book to him. If he had the capital, he would have ventured into stocks and futures, mastering the market like no one else. But for now, he focused on expanding his knowledge. One evening, Linfeng received a call from a classmate. "Linfeng, next week is Tang Xinyi's birthday. She's hosting a party and wants you to come." He paused. Tang Xinyi, the most popular girl at Jinling number 1, was not only the school beauty with top grades, but also the daughter of the richest man in the city. She seemed like the perfect goddess, someone everyone admired. But to Linfeng, she was just another face in the crowd. The system gave him a different perspective. With his newfound power and knowledge, he didn't need to chase after anyone. He knew that once the exam results came out, many girls would flock to him, not the other way around. There was no need to go chasing after someone else's attention. "I'll pass," he replied, shaking his head as he ended the call. What did it matter? He was already on a different path, one where true strength would come to him, without lifting a finger. The world would soon see that Linfeng wasn't just another student. He was destined for greatness. August 25th, 2018, inside Jinling International Airport, the usual bustle filled the air. The sound of a broadcast echoed through the terminal. Passengers heading to Shenzhen should rush to window 52 to board the plane. Mo Xinya's voice cut through the noise. "Boss, we're ready to board." Linfeng slowly pulled his attention away from the documents in his hands and stood up, following Mo Xinya toward the boarding gate. The airport was packed. Like most major airports in the 21st century, it was a hub of constant activity. Flights were a daily routine for many, but Linfeng had no intention of blending in with the crowd. Despite being a billionaire with assets in the tens of billions, he never cared for the hassle of public transportation. Business class had been arranged for him, and as expected, the cabin was nearly full, with only a few seats left. But Linfeng wasn't here to experience the ordinary. As one of ICBC's elite clients, he had access to VIP treatment. This not only meant skipping long lines, but also the luxury of bypassing crowds and enjoying exclusive perks. The stewardess, a striking woman over 1.7 meters tall, moved with grace in her elegant blue and white porcelain cheongsam, epitomizing classical Chinese beauty. Linfeng's gaze lingered on the quiet surroundings as he made his way to his seat in the VIP cabin. For him, the trip to Shenzhen was far from a simple flight. It was a journey toward transforming an industry. Lin Feng wasn't just thinking about business. His mind was focused on a much larger goal, his mobile phone design. A great phone doesn't just look good. It has to create value. The design needed to be innovative, but even more crucially, it had to be built. At first, he had considered creating his own company from the ground up, but the complexity of building an enterprise from scratch didn't align with his current interests. Acquiring an already established company seemed like a more practical approach. And that's when he set his sights on Jinli, a company with a rich history but struggling under debt. Jinli had once dominated the Chinese mobile phone market, ranking as the top domestic brand for several years. From 2006 to 2008, Jinli consistently held the #1 spot in domestic sales. At its peak in 2013, it ranked 11th globally, with over 110 million users worldwide. However, with the rise of 4G technology, Jinli failed to adapt. By 2017, the company's financial struggles were well known. Its capital chain had broken, and its assets were being seized. By May 8, 2018, the company had entered bankruptcy proceedings. For Lin Feng, this was an opportunity. At this very moment, Jinli's debts had spiraled to over 200 million RMB. Without a significant influx of funds, the company faced total liquidation. This could be the perfect time for Lin Feng to step in. "Boss, I have some breaking news from Shenzhen." Mo Xinya interrupted his thoughts. Liu Lirong, the president of Jinli, went to Saipan and lost $700 million. Now, 41.4% of his shares in Jinli are frozen by the court. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile at the irony. "That's interesting. Xinya, how many shares do we hold now?" Mo Xinya responded promptly. "We've acquired 40% of Jinli's shares for nearly 2 billion RMB. The remaining shares are held by Liu Lirong, his vice presidents Yu Lei and Deng Li, and a few investment firms." Lin Feng's grin widened. Jinli may be in trouble, but its assets were still vast, and its brand still had value. The company controlled over a dozen subsidiaries, including Jinli Technology, Jinming, Jinzhong, and others. They even had stakes in WeBank and Shenzhen property. If not for Liu Lirong's reckless gambling and mismanagement, Jinli could have thrived for decades. "Continue acquiring shares," Lin Feng ordered, his voice firm. "If the price is right, let's buy out the founders' shares too. We need full control of this company. Jinli still has hundreds of billions in potential." Mo Xinya nodded and immediately made arrangements with Fengteng Investment to continue purchasing shares. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, a quiet satisfaction washing over him. This wasn't just about buying a phone company. It was about building an empire. With Jinli in his hands, he could reshape the mobile phone industry and skyrocket his assets to new heights. This acquisition would be the first step in a much larger plan, and nothing, not even the weight of Jinli's debt, could stop him now. "Call." After his conversation with Mo Xinya, Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, adjusting his posture. The flight was about to take off, and he'd had a sleepless night preparing for today's big acquisition. Fatigue tugged at him, and he was tempted to close his eyes for a brief nap. But just as he was about to drift off, a figure next to him caught his attention. A man in a light blue shirt with neatly combed hair. Wasn't that Lei Jun, the president of Xiaomi? Lin Feng sat up, intrigued. "Hello." Lei Jun had just stuffed his briefcase into the luggage compartment and was about to sit down when he felt someone looking at him. Turning around, he met Lin Feng's gaze. A handsome young man dressed casually, yet with a sense of quiet maturity. "Ha! Hello, Rebus. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng's smile matched Lei Jun's. It was such a coincidence to run into him on the plane. They were hardly strangers. Lei Jun, after all, was the face of Xiaomi, one of the biggest competitors in the domestic mobile phone industry. If Lin Feng's phone brand was to rise to the top in China, Xiaomi would inevitably stand in his way. "Judging by your look, you're heading to Shenzhen too?" Lei Jun asked, settling into his seat with a relaxed smile. Shenzhen, with its vibrant atmosphere and strong cultural environment, is always an exciting place to visit. Lin Feng nodded, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, I'm heading there for business. But what about you, Rebus? On a business trip as well?" Lei Jun chuckled, not particularly surprised by Lin Feng's question. After all, Lei Jun was something of a national figure by now, almost an internet celebrity in China. He had built Xiaomi into a major force in the tech world. Yes, I'm going to discuss a potential partnership with Warwick and Shenzhen, Lei Jun said, his tone casual. He didn't think Lin Feng would fully grasp the significance of his trip. After all, most young people didn't pay attention to the inner workings of major companies. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Warwick? A partnership with Xiaomi? That was huge. His mind quickly pieced together the puzzle. Warwick had been making moves in the communications sector for years. He had invested heavily in 5G technology. The 5G era is upon us, Lin Feng said, his voice calm but firm. China Mobile is about to challenge the global order. It's not just about phones anymore. It's about the entire communications infrastructure. Lei Jun blinked, surprised. You know about 5G? Lin Feng didn't immediately respond. Instead, he shifted the conversation, turning the focus back on Lei Jun. There's more to your trip than just 5G, isn't there? This is about the future of the entire communications industry. Lei Jun looked at Lin Feng, his interest peaked. The peak data rates above 10G, millisecond-level transmission delays, the ability to connect billions of devices, and nanosecond-level synchronization. We're entering a new age of human-machine interaction. The industrial internet, this is the real revolution. As soon as the words left Lin Feng's mouth, Lei Jun's eyes narrowed. This was no ordinary young man. Most people, scientists included, struggled to grasp the full scope of 5G technology. But Lin Feng, he spoke about it like a seasoned expert. It was an impressive display of insight for someone who appeared so young. Lin Feng smiled faintly and extended his hand, offering his business card. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Feng, chairman of Fengtang Investment. Lei Jun's expression flickered in surprise. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a chuckle. You, chairman of an investment company? At your age? He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Here he was, a successful entrepreneur in his own right, and yet Lin Feng, a mere teenager in appearance, not only understood the intricacies of 5G, but was also the head of a major investment firm. It made him feel like he'd been left behind. So you must still be in school, right? Lei Jun asked, trying to piece together this young man's story. Yes, Lin Feng replied with a casual nod. I just finished the college entrance exam, and school is about to start. But I took the opportunity to visit Shenzhen to handle some business. Lei Jun blinked, taking a second look at Lin Feng. He had assumed the young man was merely a college student, but after seeing him up close, it was clear that Lin Feng was far more than he seemed. The casual suit he wore only enhanced the air of calm and maturity about him. Lei Jun suddenly realized that he was sitting next to a young prodigy, someone who might just be destined to disrupt the very industry he himself had helped build. Which school did your little brother get into? Lei Jun asked casually, a newfound curiosity in his voice as he studied Lin Feng more closely. There was something intriguing about this young man who seemed both mature and confident beyond his years. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He smiled and replied, Yanda. Yanda. Lei Jun blinked, clearly impressed. Seems like you did really well in the college entrance examination. Lin Feng nodded casually. 750 points. 750 points? Lei Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. The number hung in the air for a moment as the realization settled in. That score was unheard of, a perfect score that was simply godlike in its rarity. Lei Jun, for all his accomplishments, was no stranger to the pressure of exams. Back in 1987, he had scored nearly 700 points on the college entrance exam in Hu Province, one of the highest in his class. But this? A perfect score? It left him speechless. Lin Feng didn't even look proud when he said it. He spoke with a quiet confidence, the kind that came from knowing exactly who he was and what he could do. Lei Jun couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the waves behind the Yangtze River pushed those ahead. Lin Feng chuckled, brushing off the compliment. Wuhan University isn't bad either. Incomparable. Lei Jun shook his head, laughing. There was no comparison. While Wuhan University was prestigious in its own right, Yanda, Peking University, was world-renowned, a symbol of excellence that transcended national boundaries. It was a legacy, built over a century, and it was known as a beacon of top-tier education worldwide. Ha! Lin Feng wasn't bothered by Lei Jun's response. After all, how could someone like Lei Jun, a top scorer himself, an industry titan and a legend in China's tech world, envy a university. At the same time, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the self-made legend in front of him. Lei Jun, chairman of Xiaomi, had turned the company into one of the most recognized names in the world, a giant in mobile technology. His success was the stuff of legend. Yet here they were, two very different men, discussing the future of technology with a sense of shared understanding. You really can't believe it, Lei Jun muttered with a rueful smile. At your age, I didn't even understand computers, let alone 5G. Lin Feng's gaze remained steady, a quiet intensity in his eyes. The conversation between them flowed effortlessly from the development of 5G to the future of smartphones, the evolving smart era, and beyond. As the hours passed, Lei Jun found himself increasingly awestruck by this young man. Lin Feng wasn't just a student. He was an equal, someone who could discuss industry trends with the clarity of someone seasoned far beyond his years. By the time their flight had landed at Shenzhen International Airport, the two men had covered more ground than most business meetings. Finally arrived at the base of reform and opening up, Lin Feng said, stepping off the plane, a sense of nostalgia and anticipation in his tone. Lei Jun, packing his briefcase, turned to him. Xiaofeng, have you booked a hotel? Why don't you come over to my place for the night? Lin Feng shook his head politely. No, it's fine, Brother Jun. I have someone to pick me up. You go ahead. Lei Jun hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to say more, but stopped when he noticed the beautiful secretary standing next to Lin Feng. He couldn't help but compare it to his own traveling style, where he always had someone with him to manage things. All right, I'll be off then, he said with a knowing smile. A few moments later, the two men made their way to the airport exit, where staff from Xiaomi's Shenzhen branch were already waiting for Lei Jun. Mr. Lei, please get in the car, one of the staff members greeted him. As Lei Jun walked toward the car, he looked back and noticed Lin Feng stepping into a sleek Maybach, a luxurious car that stood out even at the busy airport. A flicker of realization passed through his mind. Lin Feng wasn't just some college student. He was someone important, someone who moved through the world with influence and vision. Lei Jun didn't waste any time. He got into his car and immediately began scrolling through his phone. He quickly typed Lin Feng into Baidu, curious to learn more about the young man who had left such an impression on him. The results were shocking. News headlines filled the screen. First top scorer in history with a perfect college entrance exam score. Orphans counterattack, the rise of a tall, rich, and handsome young man. 18-year-old Lin Feng, the peak of achievement. Lei Jun couldn't help but let out a low whistle. The headlines were buzzing with Lin Feng's name, his perfect score, his backstory, and the remarkable things he had already achieved at such a young age. The more he read, the more he realized that Lin Feng was no ordinary young man. Wow, Lei Jun muttered to himself, shaking his head. This kid's not simple. He had just shared an in-depth conversation with Lin Feng about 5G, the future of mobile technology, and more. Most people would have struggled to keep up with the level of insight Lin Feng had shown, but the young man had done it effortlessly. Lei Jun couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. This was someone to watch. After a quick dinner, Lin Feng, accompanied by Mo Xinya, checked into the luxurious Vienna hotel in Shenzhen. It wasn't late, but he had an early morning planned. The next day, he was headed to Jinli's headquarters to discuss the acquisition. He was careful to avoid rushing the conversation. Sometimes, acting too urgently could lead to miscalculations. Once they were in their room, Lin Feng didn't waste any time. As usual, he turned on his laptop, his eyes drawn to the International Gold Curve chart. He studied it for a moment before letting out a quiet sigh. Gold's risen a bit, but it won't break through 1,700 this week. The real movement will come when the quantum fund starts unloading its oil next week. Lin Feng's mind was sharp. He knew that the quantum fund had completed its oil futures purchase and was now waiting for the storm to rise. Once they began selling, the market would react, and gold would continue its upward climb. Lin Feng wasn't surprised by the numbers on the screen. Fengtang Investment had bought gold at 1,610 and had already made a net profit of 5.3 billion. But this, to him, was only the beginning. The real payoff was still to come. Money didn't excite him like it once did. For Lin Feng, it was just a number. What mattered now was how he could make that money work for something bigger, something with real value. The next morning, Lin Feng was already in action. Xinya, tell Liu Lirong we've arrived, he instructed, stepping out of the hotel. Mo Xinya quickly took out her phone, alerting Jinli's senior management. The Jinli headquarters, located in Fujian district, was still under construction. The building they had planned was stalled, caught in a web of debt. Meanwhile, they were surrounded by Shenzhen's Huashan North Street, the heart of China's electronics industry, home to giants like Warwick, DJI, BYD, and even the online social behemoth Penguin. Despite this, Jinli, once the top mobile phone brand in China, was now struggling to maintain its status. As they approached Jinli's headquarters, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, "The tea's cold when the people are gone." The building, now silent and lifeless, was a far cry from the thriving hub it once was. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps reached their ears. A group of middle-aged men in suits and ties emerged from the building, their faces clouded with the weight of failure. One of them, a bald, middle-aged man, stepped forward. "Are you from the Fengtang investment team?" "Hello." Lin Feng barely acknowledged him, his gaze already fixed on the entrance. "Let's go inside," he said, his tone decisive. The group of executives from Jinli was momentarily stunned. They hadn't yet realized who Lin Feng was. It wasn't until Mo Xinya spoke up that the pieces clicked into place. "This is Mr. Lin Feng, chairman of Fengtang Investment," she introduced. Recognition spread quickly among the Jinli team. Chairman Liu Lirong's face shifted slightly, but he masked his surprise. "Let's talk in the conference room," he said, trying to regain his composure. Lin Feng followed them into the large conference room, which still held the faint echoes of a recent meeting. The polished table gleamed under the lights, reflecting the tension in the air. This wasn't just another investment meeting. It was make or break for Jinli, a chance for them to salvage their company with the help of Fengtang's backing. Liu Lirong hurried to catch up with Lin Feng, extending his hand in greeting. "Hello, I'm Liu Lirong, chairman of Jinli." Lin Feng briefly shook his hand, his expression unreadable. He took a moment to scan the room, his gaze landing on Liu Lirong. The man's demeanor didn't impress him. He lacked the sharpness Lin Feng had come to expect from someone in his position. In comparison, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Lei Jun, whom he had met on the plane. The difference was night and day. No wonder Jinli had fallen from its once great height under Liu Lirong's leadership. But to Lin Feng, this was nothing but an opportunity. "Mr. Lin, please sit down," Liu Lirong invited, trying to smooth over the awkwardness. Lin Feng nodded, but didn't sit immediately. His eyes wandered over the room, his mind already calculating the best way to turn Jinli's dire situation into an advantage for Fengtang Investment. The worse things were for Jinli, the more leverage Fengtang had in the acquisition. And for Lin Feng, the worst was exactly what he needed. The future of Jinli was in his hands now, and he was ready to seize it. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the conference room, he was greeted by an unexpected yet familiar sound in his mind. Ding! "The main mission has started. Host Lin Feng." Main mission, sail your career, successfully acquire Jinli, and be rewarded with an opportunity to inherit wealth. He blinked in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He was used to these system prompts by now. Still, the timing was oddly perfect. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and then, without missing a beat, he addressed the room. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Feng, chairman of Fengtang Investment. The main purpose of my visit to Shenzhen is to acquire your company." The words hung in the air and the room fell silent. A stunned look crossed the faces of Jinli's executives, followed by forced smiles. But not Liu Lirong, the chairman of Jinli. His face hardened as he realized what Lin Feng was saying. The idea of selling Jinli never crossed his mind. He was still holding on to hope that Jinli could recover. After all, the company still owned valuable assets, and if they could stabilize their capital chain, they would remain a lucrative cash cow. Before anyone could speak, Jinli's vice president, Yu Lei, leaned forward, eager to know more. "Mr. Lin, at what price do you plan to acquire Jinli?" The question seemed to pull everyone's focus to Lin Feng. Instead of answering immediately, Lin Feng simply glanced at Mo Xinya, standing beside him. Without missing a beat, Mo Xinya stood up and spoke clearly. Fengtang Investment is willing to buy back the Jinli shares of everyone here at a price of 5 billion RMB. The room erupted in disbelief. No, that's impossible. Lu Lirong's voice was sharp, cutting through the air. Jinli is one of the top 10 mobile phone manufacturers in China. How can it be worth only 5 billion RMB? The other executives exchanged uneasy glances. Many were visibly displeased with the offer. But Lin Feng, calm as ever, gave a small wave of his hand to signal Mo Xinya to continue. Mo Xinya didn't hesitate. Let me show you the real picture. She gestured to the financial staff who had brought in a thick stack of documents. What's in these documents, you ask? These are the operating records of Jinli Company for the past few years. Losses, debts, everything. Her voice grew more confident as she spoke. Yes, Jinli has a large operation, 11 wholly owned enterprises in China alone, stakes in WeBank and Shenzhen property, an industrial park at Songshan Lake, and the Jinli building currently under construction. She paused, letting the words sink in. But these assets can't erase the massive debt Jinli is drowning in. The room grew tense. Even Chairman Lu Lirong couldn't help but look uneasy as he processed the information. Mo Xinya pressed on. Jinli is more than 5 billion, sure. But let me ask you, who would be willing to buy it? Who else but Fengtang Investment would invest 5 billion to take on your company's shares? This is a hot potato. Her words landed with a harsh truth that no one could deny. The senior executives of Jinli exchanged uncertain glances, knowing deep down that what Mo Xinya said was right. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Former partners of Jinli had already turned their backs, filing lawsuits and dragging the company down further. It became clear. Those who stood to benefit from Jinli's fall were the very ones who had helped drive the company to the brink. Then, Lin Feng stood up, his presence commanding the room. Everyone in the mobile phone industry has heard this phrase. Technology develops at an ever-increasing pace. One misstep and you're obsolete. He paused, his eyes locking onto Liu Lirong. The real reason Jinli is where it is today isn't just the capital chain issue, he said, his voice steady. It's poor management. A murmur ran through the room, but Lin Feng wasn't finished. Jinli's phones, the ones you make, they're not bad. In fact, they rank among the best in China and even internationally. But that's not the problem. He turned to look directly at Liu Lirong. The issue is that the leadership no longer has the heart to make mobile phones. Chairman Liu, you handed over the reins of the mobile phone division to a new president back in 2010, while you shifted your focus to investments. That's when things started to go downhill. When you fail to focus on your core business, the strategy becomes unclear. Without a clear vision, the company loses direction. A heavy silence fell over the room. Lu Lirong's face turned a shade darker, and for the first time, there was a flicker of regret in his eyes. Lin Feng was right. Jinli's downfall wasn't just about money. It was about a lack of leadership and focus. That is why, despite having all these assets, Jinli's fate is sealed unless it changes hands. Lin Feng continued, his voice unwavering. And we at Fengtang Investment are here to take the next step. If you're ready to face reality, we're ready to offer you a way out. As the tension hung in the air, the Jinli executives knew their options were limited. Lin Feng had laid it all out. Jinli was no longer the giant it once was, and Fengtang Investment was poised to take advantage of that. Whether they accepted the offer or not, it was clear that the future of Jinli was now in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng's words sent shockwaves through the conference room. The Jinli executives, once loyal to their chairman, now found themselves questioning everything. One by one, they began to speak up. I'm willing to sell my shares to Fengtang Investment, said Vice President Deng Li, his voice steady but filled with resignation. I'll sell mine too, came the quick response from another executive. Shares sold to Fengtang. Soon, nearly every senior executive in the room was following suit, voicing their agreement to sell their shares. Lin Feng watched the scene unfold with a calm smile. He gave a small gesture to Mo Xinya, signaling her to begin preparing the contracts. In a matter of minutes, all 12 of Jinli's top executives had agreed to the deal. But not Liu Lirong. Standing at the back of the room, his face was an ashen mask of disbelief. He could hardly comprehend what had just happened. His entire leadership team had turned their backs on him, selling out the company to Fengtang. The investment he had promised had now transformed into a sale, and he was left completely blindsided. Moshinya turned to him with a businesslike expression. Chairman Liu, what about you? Lulurong sneered, unwilling to yield. I'll only sell my shares if you offer me 10 billion, he retorted defiantly. A tense silence followed. The Jinli executives who had already signed their agreements exchanged uneasy glances. Lu Lirong's demand was outrageous, and they knew it. With Jinli's years of mounting debt, its worth had fallen far below that mark. Even Lu Lirong's 41.4% stake in the company wasn't worth 10 billion, and his demand felt like a last desperate attempt to control the situation. Lin Feng, who had been sitting quietly at the head of the room, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed firmly on Lu Lirong, his voice calm but filled with authority. I happen to have a copy of the Industrial Bank Co., Ltd., Shenzhen High-Tech Zone Branch, Shenzhen City Gioni Communications Equipment Co., Ltd., Financial Loan Contract Disputes Enforcement Category Execution Ruling. Lin Feng said, his words measured. Before Lu Lirong could respond, Mo Shinya stepped forward, using a projector to display a document on the large screen. The room gasped collectively. The document from the Shenzhen City Intermediate People's Court was unmistakable. Liu Lirong and the chief financial officer of Jinli had failed to meet their repayment obligations. As a result, their assets, including 4 vehicles owned by Gioni and 1 personal car of Liu Lirong, had been seized. The court had even placed Liu Lirong on a blacklist for breaching trust, restricting his ability to travel by trains, high-speed rail, or airplanes, and imposing high-consumption sanctions on him and the company. Liu Lirong's face drained of color. The weight of the information hit him like a tidal wave. He had nowhere to run. With that, Lin Feng smoothly completed the acquisition of Liu Lirong's shares for 4.14 billion RMB, bringing all of Jinli's assets under the control of Fengtang Investment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the main mission, setting sail for your career, successfully acquiring Jinli, and being rewarded with an opportunity to inherit wealth. Does the host wish to use the opportunity for inheritable wealth? The system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, but without hesitation, he responded, do not use. He rejected the offer, knowing that there were far more pressing matters at hand. Looking around the room, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed with focus. Shinya, are all the people I asked for here? He inquired, his voice low but commanding. Mo Shinya quickly replied, yes, boss. Everyone you wanted is already in conference room 2. Lin Feng nodded. Good, I'll go there now. Without wasting any time, he walked briskly out of the room, heading toward conference room 2. Moments later, Lin Feng entered the room to find a group of well-dressed individuals seated around the table, their expressions a mix of curiosity and respect. Among them were familiar faces. Yu Lei, the former vice president of Jinli, Shu Li, deputy director of R&D, Zheng Shanglu, general manager of the overseas department, Yan Shui, deputy director of finance, and others. Lin Feng took his seat at the head of the table and raised a hand, signaling for them to sit. Yu Lei, ever the first to speak, leaned forward and asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask why you've asked us to stay? It was a fair question. After the sale of Jinli, these former executives shouldn't have been here. Yet, they had all been invited to this meeting by Mo Shinya herself. It was clear that something was going on, and the air in the room was thick with uncertainty. We're curious, Mr. Lin. What is it that Fengtang Investment wants from us now? Yu Lei continued, his voice tinged with both apprehension and intrigue. The room fell silent, awaiting Lin Feng's response. What was next for them? And why had they been brought into this meeting after everything that had happened? Lin Feng surveyed the room, his gaze unwavering as he spoke with an air of superiority that demanded attention. I'll be blunt with you all. On behalf of Fengtang Investment, I want you to stay with Jinli, he said, his voice carrying authority. The downfall of Jinli wasn't because of any of you, but because of the incompetence of the decision-makers at the top. He paused, letting his words settle before continuing. I want us to build a new domestic mobile phone brand together, one that will reclaim the top spot in the country and break into the global market. You all are the key to this. With your skills and expertise, we can revive Jinli and take it further than ever before. The tension in the room was palpable as the group of former Jinli executives, the very heart of the company, exchanged looks. Among them was Yu Lei, the former vice president whose marketing genius had once led Jinli to dominate global markets. There was also Shu Li, the former R&D head, Zheng Xianglu, the overseas department manager, and Yan Shui from the finance department. These were the core players who could either make or break the future of this endeavor. Shu Li, his eyes sharp, leaned forward and asked, "How can you guarantee that Jinli will continue to develop under Feng Tang?" His tone was skeptical, and the others followed his lead, watching Lin Feng closely. They were no longer young and driven by the kind of passion that might make them jump at a risky proposition. They had seen the rise and fall of Jinli, and no one wanted to take another leap of faith without solid assurance. Lin Feng noticed their doubt and, with a faint smirk, said, "You want proof? Fine, I'll show you." He turned to Mo Shinya, his personal secretary, and gave a brief nod. "Shinya, show them our financial standing," he ordered. Without hesitation, Mo Shinya pulled out a set of prepared documents. As she passed them around, the room fell into a stunned silence. The documents revealed staggering figures. ICBC savings, 5 billion. Postal Bank savings, 5 billion. Agricultural Bank of China savings, 5 billion. CCB savings, 8.36 billion. The room went still. Yu Lei, usually composed, looked utterly taken aback. His eyes widened, and he couldn't believe the numbers in front of him. More than 20 billion in liquid assets at such a young age? It was incomprehensible. "Still not convinced?" Lin Feng asked, his smile turning into something almost mocking. He opened his briefcase and retrieved his laptop. With a few quick keystrokes, he displayed Feng Tang Investments registration details on the large screen, including a business license showing a registered capital of 10 billion. "Not enough? I can transfer another 10 billion. He said casually, taking a sip from his tea as if the amount meant nothing. This was no bluff. Lin Feng had arranged for several billion to be transferred from Jiangkangyuan Villa No. 2, ensuring he had the funds to close the deal with Jinli. Although Feng Tang's liquid assets had dropped slightly after the acquisition, it was still more than enough to back up his claims. With a slight movement of his assets, he could make millions, even billions, appear in his accounts with ease. The silence that followed was heavy. The executives in the room were processing what they had just seen. They had to admit there was no way this amount of money could be faked. Lin Feng was a force to be reckoned with. After a moment, Yu Lei exchanged a glance with the others and then spoke up. "We're in. We'll join your company." The decision was unanimous. With over 20 billion in his accounts, Lin Feng had proven he was no ordinary businessman. No matter what happened next, it was clear that Feng Tang Investment was a powerhouse, and these seasoned professionals were willing to follow him. Lin Feng smiled, satisfied with their response. "Good, then let's sit down and talk," he said, signaling for everyone to take their seats. As they gathered around the conference table, Lin Feng began the next phase of his plan. "Let me introduce you to my personal secretary, Mo Shinya," he said, gesturing to her. She gave a small nod to the room, acknowledging the group's importance. "From now on," Lin Feng continued, "all companies under Jinli will be rebranded as Longtang. Longtang Group will be fully controlled by Feng Tang Investment. Yu Lei, you'll be the COO, Chief Operating Officer of Longtang. Shu Li, as the former Deputy Director of R&D, you'll head up the R&D department. The rest of you will maintain your current roles for now." Lin Feng paused for effect. "As for the CEO of Longtang Group, that role will go to Jiang Feng, and Minchong Bank will take over as CFO. The room buzzed with whispered discussions. This was the moment they had been waiting for, a chance to rise again with a leader who had the resources and vision to make Jinli, now Longtang, a force in the global market. Lin Feng's plan was bold, but the truth was undeniable. With his backing, they could achieve what once seemed impossible. The group fell into line, each executive now aligned with Lin Feng's vision. The future of Jinli, or rather Longtang Group, was in his hands, and they were ready to follow wherever he led. A series of decisive moves by Lin Feng, the chairman of Feng Tang Investment, sent shockwaves through the room, leaving the former Jinli executives stunned. Gone was any trace of the initial skepticism they had harbored toward the young man before them. His methods and confidence left no room for doubt. "Perhaps you're wondering who will take on the roles of CEO and CFO in Longtang Group," Lin Feng began, his voice calm yet commanding. He turned to his secretary. Shinya, please introduce them. Yes, Moshinya responded crisply, her tone as poised as her demeanor. She stepped forward and began, Let me first introduce Mr. Jiang Feng, the CEO of Longteng Group. At her words, a middle-aged man in a sharp brown suit rose from his seat at the end of the table. His confident posture and piercing gaze immediately captured the attention of everyone in the room. Mr. Jiang Feng is a graduate of the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Moshinya continued, the top business school in the world. He has held senior management positions at Nokia and Apple, two of the biggest names in the global mobile phone industry. The room erupted into murmurs. Yu Lei and the other executives exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions betraying both astonishment and newfound respect. A Wharton graduate with such an illustrious resume was no ordinary leader. And now, let me introduce Mr. Min Chongqing, the CFO of Longteng Group, Moshinya said, seamlessly transitioning to the next name. An elegant man in his 30s stood up beside Jiang Feng. His calm smile and polished manner immediately exuded professionalism. Mr. Min holds a doctorate in economics and management from Harvard Business School, she continued. He also served as the financial officer at Kleiner Perkins Caulfield and Byers, KPCB, for 5 years. This revelation sent another wave of shock through the room. The mention of KPCB, one of the largest and most influential venture capital firms in the United States, was enough to silence even the skeptics. Yu Lei and his colleagues, seasoned veterans of the industry, now looked visibly humbled. To have served in a leadership role at a powerhouse like KPCB was a credential that few could rival. Lin Feng observed their reactions, his expression calm but inwardly satisfied. The introduction of these two key players was a calculated move, one that solidified Fengtang Investment's image as a force to be reckoned with. Ahem, Lin Feng cleared his throat, breaking the silence. All eyes turned back to him as he spoke. Fengtang has just acquired Jinli, and while we've done our research, we lack an in-depth understanding of the company's internal affairs. I'll need all of you to provide a detailed overview of Jinli's current situation. Yu Lei, now fully aware of the seriousness of the discussion, nodded. Of course, Chairman, he replied, his tone deferential. He and the other executives quickly began to outline the company's structure and assets. Jinli currently operates 11 wholly owned subsidiaries, including Jinli Technology, Guancheng Jinming, Guancheng Jinzhong, and Yanjing Jinli, Yu Lei began. We also have 2 major production bases under construction, the Shenzhen Jinli Industrial Park and the Shenzhen Jinli Building, as well as a factory in Bangalore. He continued, the Jinli Industrial Park is the largest single smart terminal production base in Asia. It boasts 54 fully automated production lines and 110 finished product assembly and testing lines. 90% of the equipment, assembly, motherboard production, testing, printing, and related systems are imported, ensuring the highest quality. The facility has an annual production capacity of 100 million mobile phones. The Shenzhen Jinli building, Yu Lei added, covers 5,667 square meters, stands 24 floors tall, and includes facilities for R&D, product development, and office space for up to 6,000 employees. The room was silent as Lin Feng absorbed the information. His expression gave little away, but his sharp eyes glinted with interest. In addition, Yu Lei continued, Jinli has a robust sales and distribution network, 42 provincial general agents, 40 customer service centers, over 70,000 cooperative outlets, 50,000 dedicated retail areas, and 200,000 counters nationwide. A faint smile played on Lin Feng's lips. This was precisely why he had set his sights on Jinli. Jinli's comprehensive integration of research and development, production, and sales was a rarity in the industry. With a well-established infrastructure, the company was far more capable than he had initially imagined. Its production capacity was second only to Huawei, unmatched by any other domestic competitor. This meant that Longteng Group, with Jinli's assets and expertise, could independently design, develop, and manufacture mobile phones without relying on external partners. From a confidentiality standpoint, it was the ideal arrangement. Lin Feng's smile widened slightly as he leaned back in his chair. Very well, he said, his voice carrying a quiet confidence. It seems we're ready to begin. The former Jinli executives nodded, their earlier doubts entirely dispelled. In Lin Feng, they saw not just a leader, but the architect of their resurgence. The future of Longteng Group was bright, and they were ready to build it together. Under the R&D department, Jinli operates 4 key research institutes: Shenzhen, Jingcheng, Overseas, and OS. Collectively, these institutes have amassed 1,557 national patents and developed the independently engineered Amigo operating system, now updated to version 3.5. Shu Li, the general manager of Longteng's R&D department, began, his tone carrying the weight of the challenges they faced. However, he added with a heavy sigh, due to the break in Jinli's capital chain, maintaining these institutes has become nearly impossible. The 1,500 engineers working within them haven't received salaries for 3 months. Morale is plummeting, and unrest is spreading. Lin Feng's expression darkened, his brows knitting into a deep frown. The room fell silent, the gravity of the situation palpable. Xinya, Lin Feng said firmly, ensure the engineers' salaries are paid immediately. Their dedication is invaluable, and we must stabilize the workforce first. For now, ongoing projects will be paused. We'll evaluate and decide which initiatives to prioritize. Yes, Chairman, Mo Xinya replied, swiftly relaying the directive to the financial team. Jinli's R&D capabilities had always been among the best, rivaling even industry giants like Huawei. Their innovations, ultra-long standby times, and voice-controlled call functions had once earned them a loyal consumer base. Yet, as the industry evolved rapidly, Jinli fell behind. Where competitors like Huawei boasted flagship series like Mate and Xiaomi dominated with Redmi, Jinli's scattered, inconsistent product strategies left them struggling to capture the market's attention. Lin Feng's gaze shifted toward Yanshe, the only woman in the room. What was Jinli's financial situation before the acquisition? He asked. Yanshe stood and addressed the group. Chairman, as of August 25, 2018, Jinli's total assets were valued at approximately 20.12 billion RMB, but its debt is a staggering 28.17 billion RMB. In addition to its subsidiaries, Jinli also holds a 2.1429% stake in WeBank, originally purchased for 90 million RMB and currently valued at around 480 million RMB. However, this stake has been mortgaged. Similarly, 9.3% of Nanyue Bank's shares, worth approximately 690 million RMB, have also been mortgaged. The room plunged into an uncomfortable silence. The weight of the 8.5 billion RMB net debt was suffocating. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng's eyes blazed with determination. Min, he addressed the CFO, I'm allocating 10 billion RMB to resolve this crisis. Sell all non-essential assets and use the funds strategically to stabilize our financial position. Can you manage this? Min Zhongxing, known for his calm demeanor, stood without hesitation. Chairman, I guarantee success. If I fail, you may replace me. Lin Feng nodded approvingly before turning his attention to Zheng Shanglu, the general manager of the overseas department. Our overseas network spans more than 40 countries and regions, Zheng reported. We are integrated into the operator systems of 8 countries and hold top 5 market positions in Afghanistan, Thailand, and 3 other nations. Recently, we've begun expanding into the Siam market. The discussions painted a clear picture for Lin Feng and the other key players, including CEO Zhang Feng and CFO Min Zhongxing. The diagnosis was evident. Longteng Group's immediate challenge was a lack of liquidity to plug the financial gaps. Now, with Fengteng Investments' resources backing them, the tide could turn. Yet the road to revitalizing Jinli, transforming it into the reborn Longteng, would demand more than money. Snapped. Lin Feng's decisive gesture broke the silence as he retrieved a sleek, carefully prepared document from his briefcase and placed it on the conference table. Take a look, he commanded. The team exchanged puzzled glances before picking up the document. Slowly, the confusion on their faces gave way to astonishment. Shu Li, the head of R&D, was the first to speak. He looked up at Lin Feng, his eyes burning with excitement. Chairman, is this? Lin Feng's voice was calm but carried an undercurrent of pride. Yes, this is the design for our new flagship mobile phone. I've named it Nirvana X. The room buzzed with energy as the executives pored over the design. It was bold, innovative, and leagues ahead of anything currently on the market. From this moment on, Lin Feng declared, his voice unwavering, all R&D efforts will focus on Nirvana X. This device will be the cornerstone of Longtang's revival. Yes, came the unanimous response, voices ringing with newfound purpose. As veterans of the industry, they recognized the brilliance of Nirvana X. It wasn't just a phone, it was a game changer. If they could bring it to market, Longtang would reclaim its place as a leader in the global tech arena. In that moment, the team's spirits soared, fueled by the vision of a future where Longtang would rise, not just to compete, but to dominate. August 27, 2018. As dawn broke over the horizon, a new chapter began for Jinli, once the largest mobile phone brand in China. Renamed Longtang, the company underwent a dramatic transformation. That very day, 11 subsidiaries, including Jinli Technology, Guancheng Jinming, and Jingcheng Jinli, were consolidated under the newly formed Longtang Group. In a surprising turn of events, Longtang settled Jinli's outstanding debts within a single day. They filed a motion with the Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court to withdraw Jinli's bankruptcy liquidation application, which was promptly approved. However, the most startling move came with Longtang's bold decision to lay off more than 5,000 employees, primarily middle and senior managers from the former Jinli regime. Longtang wasted no time in clearing its inventory, selling 70 million mobile phones at half price across Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Americas. The massive sale replenished its coffers, bringing in a significant cash flow. That same day, Longtang introduced its new leadership team. CEO Jiang Feng and CFO Min Zhongxing stepped into the spotlight, alongside familiar faces like COO Yu Lei, Overseas General Manager Zheng Xianglu, and R&D General Manager Xu Li, who had all been prominent figures in Jinli. Chairman, the inventory has been cleared, and Longtang Group now has 15 billion RMB in liquidity, Jiang Feng reported, standing respectfully in Lin Feng's office. Lin Feng, reclined casually yet exuding authority, gave a nod of approval. "You've done well," he remarked. His eyes lingered on Jiang Feng, acknowledging the man's pivotal role in swiftly restructuring Jinli's management, removing inefficiencies, and restoring operational stability. "Thank you, Chairman," Jiang Feng replied humbly. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he added, "However, the two main production facilities and several industries under Longtang remain idle. It feels wasteful." Lin Feng's expression remained calm, almost unreadable. "That's precisely why we've prepared for Nirvana X," he said, his voice steady. "It's our flagship weapon to claim the mid to high-end market, competing head-to-head with Apple, Huawei, and Xiaomi. But while we aim high, we must also establish dominance in the low-end segment. Ignoring it would be a grave mistake." Lin Feng's gaze turned sharp, locking onto Jiang Feng. Jinli has access to sales channels in over 40 countries and is integrated into operator systems in 8 of them. Many of these markets, Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, can't afford premium devices, yet they thrive on low-cost, reliable phones. That's where we'll strike. Jiang Feng nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place. "You mean like Transsion?" "Exactly," Lin Feng affirmed, his tone measured but deliberate. Transsion Technology owns 40% of the African mobile phone market. With their brands, Tecno, itel, and Infinix, they've tailored products for specific needs, offering features like selfie optimization, music-centric designs, and multi-SIM support. These aren't cutting-edge phones, but they're perfect for their audience. They sold 80 million units in 2016 alone. Pacing the office, Lin Feng continued, his voice carrying both authority and vision. "Longtang must do the same. Before Nirvana X hits the market, we'll design a low-cost mobile phone line for Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. We'll consolidate Jinli's existing market share and expand aggressively, targeting untapped regions and cementing Longtang's presence." Jiang Feng listened intently, his respect for Lin Feng growing with each word. The plan wasn't just ambitious, it was calculated and visionary. Transsion succeeded not because of superior hardware, but because they understood their audience. They tailored their products and marketing to meet specific needs. Longtang has the resources to do better, Lin Feng stated, his voice rising with conviction. "With our 4 research institutes and a team of 1,500 engineers, we can outmatch their innovation. And with Yu Lei leading our marketing efforts, success is within reach." The strategy was clear. Dominate the low-end markets while laying the foundation for Nirvana X to revolutionize the mid to high-end sector. "Understood," Jiang Feng replied enthusiastically, his face lit with determination. Without delay, he left to execute the next steps in Longtang Group's evolution. As Lin Feng watched him leave, a small smile played on his lips. The stage was set, the players were in position, and the game was just beginning. Longtang's rise was no longer a question of if, but when. June 15, 2018, Jiangsu Provincial Education Examination Authority. It had been 5 days since the college entrance exams wrapped up, and the test papers were nearly all graded. The only thing left was the final review, a crucial step before the results were released the next day. Tension hung in the air as teachers carefully re-examined each paper, knowing how important this moment was. There could be no mistakes. Inside a quiet classroom deep within the Jiangsu Provincial Education Examination Institute, a group of Chinese language teachers gathered around a single test paper. A gasp echoed through the room. "Hiss! This composition," one teacher murmured, eyes widening in disbelief. "What on earth? An entire essay in classical Chinese?" Another asked, her voice tinged with astonishment. "Unbelievable. The literary depth in this, these philosophical insights. This student's understanding is extraordinary." The entire room fell into stunned silence. The composition before them wasn't just well written. It was an intellectual masterpiece. It read like something from a scholar, filled with deep philosophical reflections and literary grace, far beyond what one might expect from a high school student. Most students, even the best, were capable of crafting smooth essays in modern language. But this was on another level. A few of the teachers exchanged glances, unsure of how to process what they were seeing. Even the most experienced educators in the room could barely comprehend the level of mastery in the text before them. "Call!" Chen Guangming, the Dean of Literature at Jinling University, who led the Chinese marking team, finally broke the silence. He exhaled deeply, clearly moved by what he'd read. "Mr. Cheng, do we confirm it?" one teacher asked, eyes still glued to the paper in disbelief. "Yes," Cheng said, his voice calm but firm. "It's perfect. Go ahead and register it." After a brief pause, the entire batch of Chinese test papers was uploaded into the system, ready for review. However, when the teachers glanced at the data on the screen, their jaws dropped. Composition, 60 points. Reading comprehension and other sections, 150 points. Total, 150 points. A perfect score. It had never happened before in the history of Jiangsu province. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the room. This is a perfect score on everything," one teacher said, wide-eyed. "Is this even possible?" Chen Guangming, though still reeling from the paper's brilliance, nodded in affirmation. "It's the first time in history. This student's work, it's beyond remarkable." Outside, the reporters waited anxiously. They knew the results were about to be released, and the whole province was eager to find out who would be the top scorer. At 2:30 p.m., the results of the college entrance exam were uploaded onto the big screen. Everyone in the auditorium held their breath. Then, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. The name flashed at the top of the list. Name, Lin Feng. Admission ticket number, JSA 010950 points. Mathematics, 150 points. English, 150 points. General literature, 300 points. Total score, 750 points. The room erupted into chaos. Full marks? Is this real? A teacher stammered in shock. How is this even possible? The entire Jiangsu Provincial Education Examination Institute was in a frenzy. Lin Feng's results were so perfect they defied belief. His name was flashing across the screen, and everyone was trying to process the magnitude of what they were seeing. Not just Jiangsu province's top scorer. One teacher whispered, awe in their voice. "This kid is the top scorer in the entire country." The reporters outside rushed in, eager to get the first exclusive interviews with the nation's first ever perfect scorer. Lin Feng's achievement wasn't just groundbreaking for the province, it was historical. As the news spread like wildfire, Lin Feng sat at home, unaware of the storm brewing around his name. He had just received a system notification. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, becoming the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Reward, an opportunity to inherit wealth. Lin Feng blinked in surprise. For a moment, he sat there processing the message. Did I really just become the top scorer? He felt a thrill course through him. This was it, his moment. He had achieved exactly what he set out to do. Without hesitation, he chose to use his reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting Shen Wanshen's wealth and obtaining a mountain of treasures. Collect treasures like a mountain. You can secretly gather a large amount of assets for the host. Lin Feng frowned in confusion. What's this supposed to mean? He muttered under his breath. Shen Wanshen? A mountain of treasures? He looked around, half expecting something extraordinary to materialize before him. But nothing happened. The system responded promptly. The large amount of assets you have inherited is being transformed into the existing world. Please be patient. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, trying to make sense of it all. The wealth inheritance was no small matter, but what exactly had he inherited? And more importantly, how would it change his life moving forward? At that moment, Lin Feng knew one thing for certain. His journey was just beginning. The world that once seemed out of reach was now wide open before him, and with his newfound wealth and intellect, nothing would be impossible. Lin Feng watched Jiang Feng leave, his figure retreating into the corridor. A faint smile tugged at Lin Feng's lips, but his thoughts were far from idle. His ambitions extended far beyond mere financial success. Lin Feng didn't just want wealth, he craved greatness. To stand at the pinnacle of industry, respected in his country and known across the world, was his ultimate goal. While Fengtang Investment had been instrumental in building his fortune, Lin Feng knew Longtang Group was where his true journey began. By seizing the opportunity in the mobile phone industry, he could ride the wave of technological evolution and ascend to unprecedented heights. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's calm exterior shifted. System! Activate the inheritable wealth opportunity, he commanded internally, his mind sharp with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for inheriting Chen Taishu's wealth and acquiring the Tenglong smartphone operating system. Lin Feng froze in disbelief. An intelligent operating system? His heart raced as he tried to grasp the implications. System? Who is Chen Taishu? I've never heard of him, he questioned. Initiating explanation, Chen Taishu, from the Yanhuang Empire of Earthstar in a parallel world, was titled the father of the smartphone operating system. He was one of the most brilliant scientists of the 21st century in his realm. Lin Feng's mind buzzed with understanding. This was no ordinary inheritance. It transcended worlds. The wealth system had exceeded all expectations by granting him something from a parallel universe. A smirk formed on his face. Unbelievable, he murmured, marveling at the possibilities. Without hesitation, Lin Feng powered on the high-performance computer in his office. The machine, built to handle massive data loads, whirred to life as he began working. His fingers danced across the keyboard, translating the intricate codes stored in his mind into the computer's framework. Minutes turned into hours. By the time Lin Feng typed the final line of code, the clock read 11 a.m. He leaned back, his eyes fixed on the computer screen where a dragon-shaped icon gleamed, a symbol of the Tenglong operating system. A surge of elation coursed through him. It's done, he whispered, his voice trembling with triumph. The system was flawless, a testament to its creator's genius. The Tenglong OS wasn't just a competitor to Android or Apple, it was a game-changer, decades ahead of anything the current market had to offer. Lin Feng chuckled at the irony. Existing systems like Huawei's Harmony OS or Xiaomi's MyUI were built on Android's foundation, not truly independent. The Tenglong OS, on the other hand, was a revolutionary third-party system, fully independent and uniquely capable. Its release would redefine the global tech landscape, establishing China as a leader in mobile technology. Xinya, Lin Feng called, dialing his assistant. Prepare a smartphone without an operating system and bring it to me immediately. Understood, Mo Xinya replied, her voice tinged with curiosity but unwavering in its professionalism. Minutes later, a sleek, unconfigured smartphone lay in Lin Feng's hands. Connecting it to the computer, he uploaded the Tenglong system, his gaze locked on the progress bar. The glow in his eyes reflected more than ambition. It was the burning fire of a visionary standing on the precipice of greatness. With a soft buzz, the phone vibrated to life. A majestic five-clawed golden dragon appeared on the screen, gliding gracefully in a display of animation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds! Lin Feng counted aloud, astonished. The device had booted up faster than any other phone in the world. But it wasn't just speed that set the Tenglong OS apart. Its intuitive interface was more user-friendly than Android or Apple systems, and its security was impenetrable. Lin Feng tested it by launching a simulated virus attack, only to find the system's defenses unyielding. The brilliance of the Tenglong OS lay in its uncrackable design. Without access to its source code, a masterpiece from the father of intelligent systems in the parallel world, it was virtually impervious to cyber threats. As Lin Feng held the phone, his mind raced with possibilities. This wasn't just a technological breakthrough. It was a weapon, a tool to carve Longtang's name into the annals of history. The future stretched before him, limitless and full of promise. "This is only the beginning," Lin Feng murmured, his voice steady with conviction. After Lin Feng spent more than 10 minutes testing the phone with the Tamron system, all of his doubts disappeared. It was clear that any mobile phone, no matter how advanced, would inevitably experience occasional lag. Even iPhones, renowned for their performance, couldn't escape this. It was a natural result of the hardware-software compatibility. But when it came to evaluating the performance of specialized mobile phones, fluency was key. Lin Feng had just proven that, even with a standard high-end Jinli phone running the Tamron system, its performance easily outpaced anything else on the market. And when combined with Nirvana X, the world's most advanced mobile hardware, this combination would surely disrupt the global phone industry. Just then, Mo Xinya entered with an update. "Chairman, Shu Li, General Manager of R&D, has arrived." Lin Feng didn't look up from his work. He was still copying the Tamron system to another phone. "Let him in," he said quietly. A moment later, Shu Li walked into the room, his expression full of respect for Lin Feng. Ever since the unveiling of the Nirvana project, his admiration had only grown. Lin Feng finally looked up, holding out the phone. "Try turning it on." Shu Li took the phone, clearly intrigued. As he powered it up, a small golden dragon appeared on the screen. It was an animation unlike anything seen in existing mobile systems, smooth, striking, and entirely unique. He was instantly absorbed in exploring the phone, unaware of the world around him. Lin Feng spoke calmly. "This may look like a standard Jinli S10, but inside is a revolutionary operating system. I call it the Tamron system." As a veteran in mobile tech, Shu Li could immediately tell that this system was entirely different. It wasn't based on Linux or any other known platform. The programming language was unlike anything he had encountered, and that meant the source code was equally unique. His eyes widened in disbelief. A fully autonomous intelligent system, one that had been a dream for many, was right in front of him, in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng handed him a USB drive. "Here's the full data on this phone's operating system. I need you to get the R&D team to adapt it for Nirvana X as soon as possible." Shu Li nodded, still processing what he had seen. As he prepared to leave, he hesitated and added, "Chairman, should we file for patents, both domestically and internationally?" Lin Feng considered it for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, do it. I'll leave it to you." Shu Li's team had the connections and influence to get the patents filed quickly, especially in both domestic and international markets. Lin Feng wasn't concerned about plagiarism. After all, no one had access to the source code. Shu Li paused before asking another important question. "Chairman, once Nirvana X is released, should we open the source code to the public?" "Absolutely not," Lin Feng replied firmly, cutting him off. "This will remain a closed system. We can't afford the mistakes others have made." Lin Feng reflected on the lessons learned from other companies. Android, for example, lost control of its system once the source code was made open. Chinese manufacturers optimized Android for their own use, and the rise of third-party systems splintered the Android ecosystem. In contrast, Apple maintained strict control over its system, reaping the benefits. Lin Feng had bigger plans for the Tamron system, though. While it was currently a mobile OS, he was already thinking about its potential as a computer operating system. However, that step would come later, once the technology allowed it. For now, he had decided to keep the computer OS development separate until the time was right. Shu Li, clearly impressed, bowed his head. "Understood. I'll push the team to accelerate the Nirvana X hardware research and get it into production as soon as possible." Lin Feng gave a brief nod. "Good. I'm counting on you." With that, Shu Li left the office, his mind buzzing with the magnitude of what was unfolding. On the eve of the new semester at Yenching University, with just one day left before classes began, Lin Feng was in the Jiangkangyuan Villa area in Jinling. Due to his exceptional score in the college entrance exams, he had been exempted from mandatory military training, a privilege few could claim. Instead of attending the usual training camp in July, he was back in his villa, overseeing the operations of Longtang Group, which was running smoothly. His latest project, Nirvana, was poised for a global breakthrough. At 4 a.m., the half-built Villa No. 2 in Kangyuan was buzzing with activity. Accompanied by Mo Shinya, Lin Feng walked in. The financial staff, working hard through the night, greeted him with smiles. "Good morning, boss," they said, despite their exhausted faces and dark circles under their eyes. Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy for them. They'd been working nonstop for days. "Good morning," Lin Feng responded, noticing their fatigue. "Get ready for the market opening. It's time to close the position." Mo Shinya quickly glanced at her watch. It was 4:10 a.m., Yanjing time, just 20 minutes before the futures market would open. Though the international gold market ran 24/7, regional time differences meant that trading was divided into the Asian, European, and American markets. Fengteng Investment was trading in the Asian market, which started at 5 a.m. This time of day, though quieter than the European and American markets, was also when gold prices were most stable, making it the perfect moment to close positions. The moment Lin Feng gave the order, the financial staff's faces changed drastically. "Close the position?" Ma Zheng, the leader of one group, stammered. "But gold is still rising. If we close now, the profits will be much lower." The team hesitated, reluctant to watch their gains slip away. Lin Feng's eyes hardened. There's an old saying, "The snake swallows the elephant when the heart is greedy." You understand what I mean? The room fell silent. Ma Zheng and the others exchanged uneasy glances before reluctantly turning to their computers. One by one, they began executing the orders. The screen flashed, displaying the last trading price, $2,220 per ounce of gold. Everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Lin Feng's calculations had been spot on. Fengteng Investment had invested $10 billion with 50x leverage, entering the market at $1,620. The gold price had already risen by over $500 per ounce, far surpassing their expectations. Should we close immediately? Lin Feng's mind raced. According to his analysis, the price of gold could peak at $2,300 per ounce. But with the influx of new investments, the market had surged past his prediction. The situation was shifting, and Lin Feng had to make a decision. $2,300. Could it really be the peak? He thought, his mind calculating quickly. If Quantum Fund exits, gold might fluctuate even more, an early rebound might be coming. After 10 intense minutes, Lin Feng reached a conclusion. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face as he made his final decision. "Close the position now," he ordered. Understood. Ma Zheng and the others sprang into action, placing their orders at lightning speed. The gold price continued to rise, reaching $2,220.581 per ounce. Many retail investors, eager to profit from the sudden spike, piled into the market. But Lin Feng remained calm, focused on his screen. The financial staff at Villa No. 1 couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Despite the continuing rise in gold prices, he was resolute in his decision to close the position. It was a move that required tremendous self-control. He was stopping when everyone else was still riding the wave of profit. In the market, Fengteng Investment was likely the only major player selling gold. While others held on, expecting further gains, Lin Feng's decision marked him as a master of timing, unwilling to let greed cloud his judgment. He had a bigger picture in mind. By 5:30 in the morning, the price of gold was showing signs of instability. It fluctuated between $2,290 and $2,218.78, a slight dip that nobody in the room could quite explain. Ma Zheng and the other financial experts could only watch as the price graph on the large screen began to resemble the jagged movements of a saw, up and down in erratic patterns. Then Mo Shinya rushed over, a tablet in hand. Lin Feng quickly took it and scanned the international news report. The headline was startling. Trump was shrinking military forces in the Middle East and beginning to evacuate. Lin Feng's sharp mind immediately connected the dots. This would lead to a period of stability in Middle Eastern oil, and as a result, oil prices would likely plummet. The next few minutes would be critical. "What's happening?" Ma Jiang suddenly exclaimed. The screen was lighting up with a surge of sell orders. Countless funds and individual investors were offloading gold, sending the price plummeting. Within moments, the market was spiraling out of control. The gold price, once stable, crashed in a rapid freefall. 2,100, 2,020, 1,980, and within seconds it had plunged below $1,800. The once steady rise in gold had turned into a catastrophic drop. Lin Feng stood still, his eyes focused. "How's our order?" he asked, his voice steady. A financial staff member replied, "All orders have been sold, and the final amounts are being settled." As gold dropped further, Fengteng Investment's early sell orders locked in significant profits. By 5:40 a.m., the price of gold broke below $1,600, and by 6 a.m., it had plummeted to $440 per ounce, the same price it had been a year ago. The decline was no longer as intense, but the damage was done. The market had swung wildly, and anyone holding gold was likely feeling desperate. Lin Feng's heart raced as he realized how close Fengteng Investment had come to suffering heavy losses. If he hadn't made the decision to close early, it could have been disastrous. At this moment, the financial staff couldn't contain their excitement. "Ha! It's over!" they cheered. Their screens flashed with the final profit numbers, 174 billion yuan. The team had invested 10 billion and turned it into a staggering 174 billion in just half a month. A return of 17 times their initial investment. This was beyond even their wildest expectations. In US dollar terms, the profit was astronomical. Lin Feng had just become the wealthiest man in China, though the news had yet to break. Within hours, Fengteng Investment's name would be known across the country. Their headline-making success splashed across financial newspapers. Mo Xinya, always diligent, approached Lin Feng. "Boss, should we transfer the money back to Huaxia or open separate accounts?" Lin Feng thought for a moment, then replied calmly, 14 billion should be converted to RMB and deposited in the 4 major banks we hold accounts with. Another 10 billion goes to Fengteng Investment for future business. The remaining 150 billion will be kept in a Swiss bank account. Transferring the entire amount to China would cause major disruption, and Lin Feng wasn't in immediate need of such a sum. The Swiss bank would give him the flexibility to manage the funds as needed in the future. "One more thing," Lin Feng added. 500 million should be set aside as a bonus for this operation. Distribute it to the 4 teams. Starting tomorrow, they'll be the first batch of key members at Fengteng Investment. "Understood," Mo Xinya responded promptly. Lin Feng glanced at the big screen one last time and stood up, preparing to leave Villa number 2. It was nearing 7 a.m., and he felt a pang of hunger. As he walked out of the villa, the eyes of the financial team followed him with awe. Mo Xinya, meanwhile, rushed with the financial team to the 4 major banks. Although the staff there hadn't arrived yet, Mo Xinya's call had brought the branch presidents to the scene. The sheer size of the deposits, 14 billion in total, was enough to leave even the most seasoned bank officials in shock. Each branch would handle over 21 billion in deposits, a staggering amount that would undoubtedly make headlines. As the day began, Fengteng Investment's success was already making waves. On the last day of August 2018, the hustle of campus life at Yenching University was in full swing. New students were settling in, old ones were returning, and the excitement of a new semester filled the air. Lin Feng, however, didn't seem fazed by the buzz around him. Driving a Maserati Levante through the streets of Yanjing, he made his way toward the university campus. Though he was used to the wealth and luxury of the city, it was hard for him to ignore the fact that, in a place like this, even a Maserati didn't stand out much. Along the way, he passed several Porsches, a reminder that many of his fellow students were as successful and driven as he was. But today, his mission wasn't to impress anyone. It was to finish his check-in and get settled into his dorm. As the top scorer in the National College entrance exams, Lin Feng's admission process had already been handled for him, including his dorm allocation. No long lines, no hassle, everything had been taken care of. The moment he stepped out of his car and into the dormitory area, eyes turned toward him. Students recognized him instantly. the legendary top scorer from Jinling, whose fame had spread far beyond just his academic achievements. People pulled out their phones, snapping pictures, sharing them online, all while murmuring about his presence. Lin Feng paid no attention to the commotion and walked straight into his student apartment. The dorm, while nice, didn't particularly impress him. It was a 4-person suite with a shared bathroom and a spacious living room that could comfortably hold 6 or 7 people. Still, it felt empty, perhaps because no one had yet decorated the common areas. But Lin Feng didn't plan to stay here long anyway. His real base of operations was a villa that Mo Shinya had purchased nearby, complete with a team of bodyguards and chefs to ensure he lived comfortably. This dorm was more of a formality. As Lin Feng stepped inside the suite, he was greeted by 2 roommates who were practically giddy with excitement. They had heard rumors that Lin Feng was living in this dorm, but seeing him in person was a different experience altogether. "Look, isn't that Lin Feng?" One of them gasped. "Wow, the boss is here. Quick, get a picture," they whispered as if they had just seen a celebrity. Despite the fact that the university was filled with top-tier students, none of them had ever encountered someone like Lin Feng, a perfect scorer who had broken records and captured the nation's attention. His interview on Jinling TV had gone viral, and now every student on campus seemed to know his name. "Hello, I'm Lin Feng from Jinling," Lin Feng greeted, offering a nod to his roommates, his voice calm and unassuming. The first to speak was Chen Xiang, a towering figure with a beach suit that showed off his massive muscles. At 1.9 meters tall, he looked like someone who could have walked straight out of a bodybuilding competition. "Great God, I'm Chen Xiang from Shu City," he said with a grin, clearly impressed by the presence of the top scorer. "Hey, my name's Zheng Chan from Hunan," chimed in the second roommate. He was shorter and more fashionable, sporting gold-rimmed glasses that gave him a stylish edge. Both of them looked like they had just returned from military training, their skin tanned from the summer heat. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing around the suite. "Isn't there one person missing?" he asked, noticing that the suite only had 2 residents. "Oh, that's Fan Chanjin. He's from Yanjing," Zheng Chan explained. "He went home after the military training and probably won't be back until tomorrow." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, do you want to take a tour of Yanda with me?" Chen Xiang asked eagerly, clearly wanting to show off the campus to their famous new roommate. Lin Feng smiled politely, feeling a bit out of place standing in front of the burly Chen Xiang. "Just call me Lin Feng," he said with a slight chuckle, trying to downplay the formality. "Okay, Lin Feng." Both roommates responded quickly, clearly excited to hang out with the top scorer. As the clock neared 11 a.m., Lin Feng glanced at his roommates. "Have you eaten yet?" "Nope. We were just about to head to the cafeteria when you arrived," Chen Xiang replied, his stomach rumbling in agreement. "All right then, I'll treat you guys to a meal," Lin Feng said, flashing them a friendly smile. "And if you can reach Fan Tianjin, let him know we're heading to the cafeteria and that he should meet us there." "Got it." Chen Xiang immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to Fan Tianjin. A few moments later, he looked up with a grin. "He said he'll join us after we send him the location. He'll drive over." "Perfect," Lin Feng said, eager to finally eat something. He quickly set down his things and headed out with his roommates. As Lin Feng finished putting his things away, Chen Xiang quickly changed out of his beach suit. After all, wearing something that casual to a meal was a bit too laid back. Zheng Qian, who had been playing on his computer, quickly turned off the game and put on his shoes. A few minutes later, the 3 of them left the dorm together. "Lin Feng, should we take a taxi or?" Chen Xiang asked, unsure of how to proceed. Without missing a beat, Lin Feng walked straight to the Maserati Levante parked downstairs, opened the door, and casually said, "Let's go." Both Chen Xiang and Zheng Chan stopped in their tracks, stunned by the sight of the sleek, black SUV with the distinctive Trident logo. They hadn't expected the top scorer from Jinling to drive such a high-end luxury car. It was hard to believe that someone who was already known for his academic success would also live in such style. "Boss, is this your car?" Chen Xiang asked, his voice filled with awe. Lin Feng nodded calmly. "Yes, I live off campus a lot, so having a car is more convenient for commuting to classes. I had it transported from Jinling." In reality, the car had arrived in Yanjing half a month ago, following Fengtang Investments' expansion into the capital. With branches now in Yanjing, Magic City, and Shenzhen, Lin Feng had the means to make these kinds of moves. His residence and vehicles were all part of the infrastructure that came with his growing investments. At this point, he owned villas, companies, and other properties in major cities, including Yanjing, Magic City, Shenzhen, and his hometown of Jinling. "Chen Ziang, can you handle spicy food?" Lin Feng asked as he started the car. Snapping out of his daze, Chen Ziang grinned and answered, "Of course, boss. I can eat anything." "Good. Let's go for Sichuan food then," Lin Feng said, pulling up the nearest restaurant on his navigation. As for Zheng Chan, Lin Feng didn't even need to ask. A person from Hunan would surely be able to handle spice. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a Sichuan restaurant just outside the west gate of Yenching University. They had just ordered when the door opened, and an elegant young man stepped in. It was Fan Chanjin, their missing roommate. "Ha! Sorry I'm late, brothers," Fan Chanjin said as he walked in, immediately grabbing a glass of beer and drinking it in one go. "This must be the great Lin Feng. I've heard so much about you. I can't believe we're in the same dorm. It's such an honor. Please, take care of me in the future," he added with a big smile. Lin Feng chuckled, immediately warming to Fan Chanjin's easygoing nature. "No problem," he replied, happy to see that his new roommates were also friendly and lively. It was a stark contrast to the shy, reserved types he'd been used to in the past. Despite his own tendency toward introversion, Lin Feng appreciated their energy. At least his college life wouldn't be boring. The four of them enjoyed their meal, chatting and laughing together. Afterward, they headed back to the dorm. Since they'd all had a drink, Lin Feng's bodyguard drove the Maserati back for him. Chen Xiang, Zheng Qian, and Fan Chanjin weren't shocked by this. By now, they'd learned that Lin Feng was no ordinary student. Though they were surprised by the luxury of the car and the presence of bodyguards, they were far from stunned. To them, it was just another piece of the puzzle that made Lin Feng who he was. The next morning, Lin Feng attended his first class at Yanda. He gave a quick self-introduction at the beginning, then quietly disappeared into the back corner of the classroom. He wasn't interested in running for class positions or getting involved in student organizations. His time was too valuable for that. Instead, his mind was focused on something far more important: his work with Fengtang Investment and Longtang Group's mobile phone research project. After all, school was just a formality for him now. He had already mastered the skills he needed to succeed. The classroom could wait. He was already balancing life as a winner with one foot in academia and the other in the world of business. The next few days at Yanda passed without much fanfare. Lin Feng spent his time attending classes and avoiding the numerous invitations from clubs and student organizations. Instead, he focused on what mattered most: Longtang Group's mobile phone project, which was in the final stages of developing a fully domestic, intelligent system. Lin Feng had made it clear to his counselor early on he didn't need the traditional college experience. What mattered now was ensuring the success of his ventures. And that meant focusing on things that truly mattered to him, like advancing his business empire and perfecting the Nirvana mobile phone. As he saw it, this was his real education. The rest was just a distraction. The counselor, unable to approve Lin Feng's request to attend classes independently, reluctantly escorted him to the office of the department chair. At Yenching University, the Department of Philosophy held a unique position. Its status rivaled that of independent colleges, largely due to its illustrious history. Famous scholars like Kai Yuanpei and Hu Shi had taught here, and graduates such as Zhu Ziqing and Mo Zongsun had become notable figures in both academia and revolution. Today, the department also worked closely with the Department of Religious Studies, making the chair's influence nearly as powerful as that of a college dean. "Director, this is Lin Feng. The counselor began, but before he could finish, the department chair, Yang Haifeng, waved him off. "All right, I know. You can leave now," Yang Haifeng said, his voice dismissive. The counselor, accustomed to the chair's no-nonsense style, nodded and exited without protest. Lin Feng was left alone with Yang Haifeng, who studied him for a long moment before speaking. The top scorer in the National Liberal Arts College entrance exam breaking records and applying for exemption from military training. Quite the unique individual, Yang Haifeng observed, his tone measuring and curious. Lin Feng, since you're here, please sit. Would you like coffee or tea? He added. I'll do it, Lin Feng replied politely, as he poured some hot water into the teacup in front of Yang Haifeng. He respected his elders, and this small gesture was a sign of that. Yang Haifeng chuckled. It seems we're connected. The person responsible for admissions from Jinling this year is actually one of our philosophy department professors. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharpening. I also heard from your counselor that you wish to manage your own studies, come and go as you please. The school has its rules, you know. It's a bit childish to simply disregard them. But I'm willing to give you a chance to explain yourself. Do you understand? Yang Haifeng was a man of great renown, an esteemed professor at Jinling University, and a Yangtze River scholar. He didn't follow conventional methods in teaching, which was why the philosophy department at Yanda had thrived. Lin Feng, despite being a freshman, had already caught his attention. The opportunity to explain himself could be the key to gaining more flexibility. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. I run a financial company called Feng Tang Investment, so I usually can't attend classes regularly. Yang Haifeng's eyes widened. Lin Feng was only 18, fresh out of high school, and already running a company? And a financial one at that? It was nearly unbelievable. Yang's sharp mind instantly began to evaluate the situation. He didn't speak for a long while, still processing the information, before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hello, Lao Wang. I need to ask you something. Do you know about Feng Tang Investment? On the other end of the line, Wang Yiming, dean of the finance department, chuckled. Feng Tang Investment? Professor Yang, since when did you take an interest in businesses like this? Sounds a bit too money-minded for you. Yang Haifeng scowled at the teasing tone. Cut the jokes. Just tell me what you know, and don't come looking for me in the philosophy department if you don't answer. All right, I got it. Feng Tang Investment was registered in Jinling in July. It's a new financial company, but it has made quite a splash. In July, it began operating in soybeans with a 1.2 billion RMB principal and made a profit of over 30 billion. Then, in August, they got into oil futures and made nearly $6 billion. The most recent operation, just 2 days ago, involved international gold. The profits there are still being calculated, but it's big. Wang Yiming continued, oblivious to the fact that Yang had already hung up the phone, his eyes locked on Lin Feng with an expression of stunned disbelief. This was impossible. Lin Feng, an 18-year-old kid, had made over 10 billion RMB in just a couple of operations. The figures he was dealing with made him wealthier than the Xu Shihui family, ranked 16th on the 2018 Forbes China Rich list. Lin Feng's wealth had already surpassed some of the nation's top business moguls. The implications were staggering. Yang Haifeng's thoughts raced as he pieced together the information. There was no doubt about the authenticity of Feng Tang Investment. It had only been registered in July, right after the college entrance exams, and Lin Feng had arrived in Yanjing just the day before. It all lined up perfectly. The news of Lin Feng's wealth, once made public, would likely see him top the Forbes China Rich list as the youngest person ever to do so. His position would be unparalleled, and the realization hit Yang Haifeng like a thunderbolt. This was no ordinary student sitting in his office. This was a prodigy whose future might far exceed anything Yanda University had ever imagined. It was unusual for a freshman in the philosophy department not to pursue a life as a scholar or writer, but instead to become one of the wealthiest young people in the country. Yang Haifeng, the department chair, was suddenly struck by a thought. Lin Feng might just be a rare and exceptional case within the philosophy department. I've looked into your background, but I must tell you, no student, whether here at Yanda or anywhere else, is allowed to freely choose their courses. Yang Haifeng began, his voice steady. Lin Feng opened his mouth to respond, but Yang Haifeng raised a hand to stop him. Not yet. Please listen to me. He continued. Because of the university's policy on self-employment and considering your current situation, I've decided to make an exception. You will be allowed to study independently and exempted from attending classes, as long as you pass the exams. Lin Feng's eyes lit up in surprise, But Yang Haifeng's tone grew more serious. However, let me be clear. If you fail your exams, there's no way we can allow you to graduate normally. Do you understand? Lin Feng nodded with a determined look. Don't worry, Director. I promise I'll be first in every course during the final exams. His confidence was unwavering, and for the first time, he truly felt the immense freedom the philosophy department had granted him. This was unprecedented in Yanda's history. Yang Haifeng smiled, clearly pleased by Lin Feng's response. All right then, now that the business is settled, let's talk for a bit. I'm curious about you, the top scorer of the college entrance exam. Lin Feng's serious demeanor remained. Director, please feel free to ask. I will answer honestly. Yang Haifeng chuckled, shaking his head. It's not that serious. I'm more interested in your plans now that you've made so much money. What's next for you? Will you continue investing? Or do you have other ideas? At just 18 years old, Lin Feng had amassed over 60 billion RMB in profits, an accomplishment that naturally intrigued everyone who knew the story. How could a teenager, fresh out of high school, manage to generate such wealth in the volatile futures market? Lin Feng thought for a moment, then spoke. Money is important, but it's just the foundation. I started Fengtang Investment because I wanted to address some of the country's shortcomings. In the future, I plan to direct Fengtang Investment into more industries. As they say, industry drives a nation. More than just being rich, I want to be an entrepreneur. Yang Haifeng's eyes lit up with respect. At Lin Feng's age, with his wealth, most people would be enjoying luxury and comfort, yet Lin Feng was focused on making a difference. It was rare, and Yang saw great strength of character in him. I see, Yang Haifeng said, nodding approvingly. Now that you have a clear direction, go for it. Our philosophy department and Yanda University as a whole will always support you. If you need anything, let me know. If I can't help, I'll personally call the president. Lin Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude. With such powerful backing from one of the most influential people in academia, he knew he could achieve even more. The philosophy department, with its vast network, would always stand behind him. Yanda University was home to countless influential scholars, businessmen, and politicians whose reach spanned across China and even abroad. Lin Feng's association with them, thanks to Yang Haifeng's support, was a powerful shield. No one would dare cause trouble for him in the future. While Lin Feng's personal influence was already substantial, connections like these were invaluable for his rise. Yang Haifeng's words were clear. Lin Feng would always have the full weight of Yanda behind him. Now, go fill out the application form with your counselor and hand it to me later, Yang Haifeng instructed. From now on, you only need to show up for the final exams. You can arrange your own schedule. As for your dormitory situation, I've asked the counselor to make a note. You won't need to stay on campus often, I assume? Lin Feng nodded quickly, feeling a surge of gratitude for the freedom and trust Yang Haifeng had extended to him. The director's hands-off approach was a rare gift. He had solved every issue with efficiency, even the small matters. Lin Feng smiled, feeling a sense of relief. All right, I'll take care of it right away, he said, heading off to complete the formalities. As Lin Feng walked away, he realized just how much had changed for him in such a short time. With his independence now officially recognized, there was no limit to what he could achieve. And with the support of Yanda University behind him, the future was his to shape. No one could have predicted that Lin Feng, a freshman, would leave Yenching University less than a week into the semester and embark on the path of independent study. The philosophy department, once curious about his decision, now watched him with growing interest. What kind of person could make a prestigious university like Yanda bend its rules for him? On September 14th, Lin Feng stood in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows in the chairman's office of Longteng Building in Shenzhen, looking out over the sprawling city below. The view was breathtaking. For an 18-year-old to own such a towering building was a surreal feeling. It wasn't always this way, though. The Jinli Building, once left incomplete due to financial troubles, had been revitalized under Longteng Group's leadership. After reorganizing Jinli's remaining assets and selling off everything except the mobile phone business, Longteng had used its newfound billions to finish what was once a stalled project. Within 2 weeks, Longteng Building had emerged as a landmark, bringing considerable recognition to the company. "Chairman, everything is ready," Mo Shinya said as she entered, her voice low but respectful. She hesitated before asking, "Are you sure you don't want to go on stage to host the launch ceremony?" Lin Feng shook his head, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "The first one always dies. Besides, this press conference is about the Tamron intelligence system, not the Nirvana X. My turn will come later." The focus of the day was on the launch of Longtang Group's new smartphone operating system. The conference, held at the luxurious Atour S Hotel in Shenzhen CBD, had cost the company a fortune to organize. "It's about to start. Let's go," Lin Feng said, standing up from his desk. Despite not taking the stage himself, as the chairman of Longtang Group, he knew he still had to be present. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng and Mo Shinya arrived at the press conference venue. The room was buzzing with activity as reporters and media personnel moved about, setting up their cameras. The focal point of the stage was a large 5-clawed golden dragon with the name Longtang Group written in elegant calligraphy beneath it. The blend of tradition and modern technology created an impressive atmosphere. "Should we sit in the front?" Mo Shinya asked. Lin Feng scanned the room, his eyes sharp as always. "No, let's sit over there," he said, pointing to a pair of chairs in the corner. He preferred to stay low-key, not drawing unnecessary attention before the right moment. They took their seats, and time ticked on. More and more people filtered into the conference room, drawn by the rebirth of the once iconic Jinli brand under Longtang Group. The media presence was massive, with reporters from top outlets like People's Daily, Global News, and Business Weekly, among others. Industry giants like Xiaomi, Huawei, and Lizhu had also sent representatives. Longtang Group had risen from the ashes of Jinli to capture the tech world's attention. At exactly 10 a.m., a figure in a sharp suit and leather shoes stepped onto the stage, accompanied by Longtang staff. It was Jiang Feng, the CEO of Longtang Group. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Jiang Feng, CEO of Longtang Group. First, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today," Jiang Feng began, his voice calm but commanding. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent, every eye on him. "You may be wondering why we're holding such a grand press conference today," he continued, his tone taking on a sense of anticipation. "I'm here to tell you that what we're about to unveil will change the Chinese mobile phone industry." The reporters, who had been murmuring quietly before, immediately straightened up, cameras clicking and eyes narrowing in focus. They all leaned forward, eager for what was to come. Jiang Feng turned to the projector, and a vivid image of a flying dragon appeared on the screen. It shifted and changed, finally settling on a page that displayed a massive Chinese character, Tenglong. The room was filled with murmurs of confusion. Jiang Feng paused for effect, letting the tension build. "This," he said, "is the Tamron smartphone operating system." The audience shifted in their seats. Jiang Feng knew this was a bold claim. "You might be wondering," he said, "what's so special about a smartphone operating system? After all, we already have Hongmeng, MIUI, Flime, and YunOS in China." He paused for a moment, letting the question hang in the air. Then he spoke with increased gravitas. "But the Tamron system is different. It is a smartphone operating system that is completely independent from the inside out, a true, homegrown solution." Jiang Feng's words resonated in the room. There was a palpable shift in the atmosphere. This wasn't just another tech product. This was a new beginning. The implications of a fully domestic operating system were vast, and the press, who had come expecting a typical launch, now knew they were witnessing something far bigger. As the room absorbed this revelation, Lin Feng sat quietly in the corner, his mind already racing. He didn't need to say a word. The success of Longtang Group and the launch of the Tamron system spoke for itself. His vision was coming to life, and the tech world was just starting to notice. The announcement was like a bombshell, detonating the entire press conference. For a moment, everyone in the room stood frozen, staring at the giant characters on the screen. Tenglong, a domestic smartphone operating system, completely autonomous from the inside out. The air was thick with disbelief. Jiang Feng, standing confidently on stage, wore a slight, formulaic smile as he awaited the crowd's reaction. After a few seconds, the silence was shattered. The media burst into excitement, their curiosity piqued. This was huge. For years, China had only seen one major domestic operating system, UNOS, a project by Alibaba that, despite its ambition, never gained much traction. UNOS, based on Linux, had tried to innovate with its cloud-based design, but it was largely irrelevant to the average user. It lacked the polish and widespread appeal needed to challenge Android or iOS. But Tenglong was different. It was based on a powerhouse of domestic mobile giants, offering a sense of national pride and identity. The reporters immediately switched on their recorders, desperate not to miss the next groundbreaking revelation. Zhang Feng gestured to the screen. "Please look here," he said, his voice steady and commanding. The screen shifted, showcasing a mobile phone interface. It was completely new, sleek, intuitive, and strikingly different from anything they had seen before. The audience leaned forward, phones and cameras aimed at the screen, eager for more. Tenglong is not based on Linux or Android. It's entirely independent, from architecture to design, Zhang Feng continued. This is something that has never existed before. The atmosphere in the room crackled with excitement. The reporters exchanged quick, excited glances. This was not just another smartphone operating system. This was something new, something that could potentially change the entire industry. Then, Zhang Feng's tone shifted. He grinned, almost mischievously. Our boss said, "China did not plagiarize this time." A ripple of laughter ran through the crowd. It was a playful jab at the common meme of plagiarism that often surrounded Chinese tech. But what followed was far more serious. Zhang Feng clicked a button, and the screen flashed with a new image, dozens of patent documents. "These are global patents," he announced. "Every one of them belongs to us." The room fell silent again. The reporters, who had been skeptical just moments before, now found themselves staring at a mountain of patents that seemed to confirm Longtang Group's claims. Even the more tech-savvy professionals in the crowd pulled out their phones to look up the patents. The results stunned them. Tens of thousands of patents, many of which they had never heard of. This wasn't just a local achievement. Longtang had made a serious investment in intellectual property, securing their place in the global tech landscape. "Let me introduce two final points," Zhang Feng continued, his voice serious. "First, the Wyvern system is semi-closed. Second, we are already developing smartphones with this system." This revelation caused a stir. The idea of a semi-closed system was intriguing. In the world of mobile operating systems, only two truly dominated: Android, which is fully open, and iOS, which is fully closed. A completely open system leaves devices vulnerable to security risks and data breaches, while a fully closed system limits app compatibility and user experience. But a semi-closed system? That struck a balance, secure yet flexible. It allowed for customization while ensuring safety, something that would undoubtedly appeal to both developers and consumers. Zhang Feng's words rang out, "This system will revolutionize the mobile phone industry. It is truly autonomous, and no one will be left out." The press conference concluded with a simple announcement. "Please move to the restaurant. We've prepared drinks for you." Zhang Feng stepped off the stage without hesitation, bringing the press conference to a swift close. The reporters, stunned by the sudden end, looked around, unsure whether to ask questions or simply absorb what they had just heard. The room was buzzing, but the chance to probe further had slipped away. In a quiet corner, unnoticed by most, Lin Feng and Mo Xinya made their exit. While Zhang Feng had taken the spotlight, it was Lin Feng's decision to adopt a semi-closed system that had truly shaped the direction of the company. He understood the need to build partnerships and avoid alienating potential allies, especially when dealing with tech giants like Baidu, Alibaba, and Longtang Group, still finding its feet, couldn't afford to make enemies just yet. The strategy was clear: build strength, attract talent, and grow before taking on the world. As Lin Feng walked out of the press conference, he knew that the real battle was just beginning. The Tenglong system was a bold step, but the road ahead would require even more careful decisions, and he was ready for it. Jingle bell! Lin Feng's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ring of his phone. He picked it up and heard a respectful voice on the other end. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am your personal financial consultant, responsible for all your property matters. Where are you now? I'll come to pick you up immediately." Confused but intrigued, Lin Feng quickly gave his address. A sense of excitement bubbled up inside him as he hung up the phone. Not long after, 3 black cars appeared outside his community. 2 Audi A8Ls at the front and rear, and in the middle, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Feng stood frozen for a moment, stunned by the sight. He had never imagined his life would change this drastically. A middle-aged man in his 30s stepped out of the Audi A8L, wearing a sharp suit and tie, his hair neatly combed. He walked towards Lin Feng with a respectful bow. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Xu Zhengxin, your financial advisor. I'm here to escort you to your new residence." Lin Feng blinked. "This car?" he asked, still surprised. Xu Zhengxin smiled and bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't sure what car you preferred, so I chose the Rolls-Royce Phantom as your temporary vehicle." Lin Feng was taken aback. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was just a temporary car? He couldn't fathom what this meant about his new life. Just hours ago, he was an orphan, a struggling student. Now, his entourage drove million-yuan cars. It felt surreal. "Let's go," Lin Feng said, shaking off his shock. He climbed into the Rolls-Royce, eager to see what his inheritance had brought him. As they drove through the city, the wealth surrounding him started to sink in. 30 minutes later, the car pulled up to a sprawling residential area. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he took in the sight. "Jiangkangyuan?" he murmured. The Jiangkangyuan community was one of the most exclusive villa areas in Jinling City. Backed by Zhongshan Mountain and overlooking Qinhuai River, the price of one villa here could reach hundreds of millions of yuan. Lin Feng was stunned. This was a far cry from his humble beginnings. Xu Zhengxin led him through the beautifully manicured paths, birds chirping, and flowers in full bloom around them. After a short walk, they reached a towering villa, easily the largest in the area. It stood like a crown jewel in the middle of the community. "Welcome, Mr. Lin," Xu Zhengxin said as the sensor door slid open, revealing an opulent living room that took Lin Feng's breath away. The space was vast and luxurious, decorated with gold and intricate designs, like something straight out of a palace. "This is your residence," Xu Zhengxin continued. "Jiangkang Villa No. 1. It covers 666 square meters, with 4 floors. The first floor is the main living area, and the top floor is a sky garden." As Xu Zhengxin rattled off the details, Lin Feng tried to absorb the magnitude of what he was hearing. He had expected something nice, but this? The floor was made of solid wood from Van Dyck in Germany, one of the world's top brands. The walls were painted with premium products from St. Lawrence in Belgium, and the furniture was exclusively sourced from Vicente, the supplier to the Spanish royal family. Lin Feng was stunned. The floor alone, at around 800 square meters, had cost more than 27 million yuan. The total cost of the decoration was likely in the hundreds of millions. Despite the lavishness, the house didn't feel showy. The design was restrained and elegant, a perfect balance of wealth and taste. It was more than luxurious, it was timeless. "Would you like to see the second and third floors?" Xu Zhengxin asked, bowing slightly. Lin Feng paused, glancing around. "What about the second and third floors?" he asked, noticing that Xu had only mentioned the first and top floors. "The second floor is a library," Xu replied. "It houses a collection of both Chinese and foreign classics, rare ancient books, and calligraphy. As for the third floor, only you are qualified to enter it. We don't know what's there." "Take me to the second floor," Lin Feng said without hesitation. He was eager to explore every corner of this mansion. The elevator opened with a soft chime, revealing a vast library. The air smelled of old books and wood. Rows upon rows of shelves stretched out before him, filled with ancient texts, calligraphy, and paintings, many of them works Lin Feng had never seen before. The library alone was worth a fortune. As he wandered deeper, he realized the value of these ancient books could easily surpass anything he'd imagined. Lin Feng stood still for a moment, taking in the scene. He felt the weight of the world he had just stepped into. A world of luxury, knowledge, and power. It was a far cry from his past life, but it was his new reality, and this was only the beginning. As the Longtang Group's press conference came to a close, the room slowly emptied, with reporters and industry professionals trickling out. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but beneath that stillness, a storm was brewing. The Wyvern operating system had ignited a firestorm, both figuratively and literally. The news had spread like wildfire, with every media outlet scrambling to report on Longtang Group's latest revelation. This was no ordinary development. This was a shift in the tech world. That same afternoon, the internet buzzed with the word wyvern, trending across social media and news platforms. The name was on everyone's lips. Baidu, Penguin Portal, Xinlang Portal. Every major outlet raced to cover the story of Longtang Group's launch of a fully independent, domestically developed smartphone operating system. By noon, Shenzhen Satellite TV had pushed a special news segment highlighting the announcement made by Longtang. Zhang Feng's words echoed across the city. Wyvern was not just another operating system, it was a game changer. As the broadcast aired, it became clear that Longtang was no longer just a local player. The world was watching. Some were skeptical, questioning whether Wyvern was truly a homegrown creation or merely a cleverly disguised copy. Others hailed it as a long overdue breakthrough. Either way, the buzz was undeniable. For many, especially those who had waited years for China to produce its own tech to rival Android and iOS, Wyvern felt like a long-awaited victory. That night, Longtang's spotlight only grew brighter. National TV aired footage of the company's press conference, solidifying Longtang Group's status as a major player in the tech industry. The mere fact that the company was featured on national television was a signal that it had garnered serious attention, not just from the public, but from government officials as well. In a country where tech development was closely watched, this was the stamp of legitimacy Longtang needed. The naysayers who doubted the authenticity of the system began to quiet down. Online, support for Longtang poured in from all corners of the country. People were excited, thrilled even, to see a domestic brand rise to prominence. They had witnessed countless disappointments from other local operating systems over the years, but Wyvern felt different. It wasn't just another attempt. It was the real deal. Meanwhile, back at Longtang's headquarters, the domestic tech giants were already in motion. At Baidu's headquarters, CEO Li Yanhong sat deep in thought as Chief Technology Officer Wang Haifeng analyzed the Wyvern system. The interface, the architecture, it's unlike anything we've seen, Wang Haifeng said, a note of concern in his voice. And it seems airtight. No vulnerabilities yet. A tense silence filled the room. The implications of Wyvern were massive. If this system was truly as robust as it seemed, it could change the landscape of mobile technology. We need to reach out to Longtang, Li Yanhong said decisively. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Baidu wasn't the only company thinking about partnerships. Other internet giants like Yi, Penguin, Ari, and 360 were all quietly preparing their moves. The scramble had begun. Everyone wanted a piece of Wyvern, and no one was going to wait on the sidelines. Even Lin Feng, the mastermind behind the Wyvern system, was taken aback by the magnitude of the response. He hadn't anticipated the sheer scale of attention, from national media to tech giants. But as he sat back in his office at Longtang Tower, watching the whirlwind unfold, he knew this was only the beginning. In the top-floor office of Longtang's headquarters, Zhang Feng couldn't contain his excitement. Chairman, we did it. This press conference was a huge success. Lin Feng allowed himself a rare smile. Yes, it's been an incredible start. Nirvana X is about to lay the foundation for everything we've worked toward. Once we get the Research Institute's full report and begin mass production, there's no stopping us. A storm is coming, and it will sweep through the tech world, both here in China and around the globe. From the acquisition of Jinli to the development of the Wyvern system, it had been a long road. There had been financial struggles and technical hurdles, but Lin Feng knew they had something now. The pieces had fallen into place. And even though the journey had been difficult, they had finally found the missing link. A completely autonomous operating system, ready to take on the world. The storm had just begun, and Lin Feng was prepared to ride the wave. Building a successful mobile phone company goes beyond just having strong hardware. It requires an independent operating system, a truth perfectly embodied by Apple, the world's tech giant. Longtang Group, thanks to Lin Feng's vision and support, had all the pieces in place. Funds, hardware, and the breakthrough Wyvern operating system. The company was poised for success, but as Lin Feng knew, this was only the beginning. Chairman, I just received a call from the Shenzhen City Committee. Secretary Wang is pushing for us to build a connection with Penguin. What do you think? Zhang Feng asked, his voice cautious. Lin Feng's smile was almost playful. Penguin, huh? They're quick to seize opportunities. Jiang Feng's eyes darkened. Chairman, Penguin is using the city's influence to pressure us into letting them be the first to join Wyvern. If we allow them in, they'll control the system's future. They have power across multiple industries, from instant messaging to online payments and gaming. If we let them in first, we risk having our system completely checked and balanced by them. Lin Feng paused, considering the weight of Jiang Feng's words. Penguin was a massive force in the digital world, far more powerful than Longtang Group. Turning them down could mean facing significant obstacles in the future. And with the Shenzhen City Committee backing Penguin, the stakes were even higher. Ding! The main mission has started. Host: Lin Feng. Main mission: the giant ship sets sail, gain the upper hand in cooperation with Penguin, and be rewarded with the opportunity to inherit wealth. The sudden system notification broke Lin Feng's concentration, adding a layer of complexity to his thoughts. He realized there was no escaping the situation. He had to face the challenge head-on. Tell Penguin if they want to discuss things, Manhwa should come forward in person, Lin Feng said decisively. Jiang Feng looked surprised but nodded. Understood, Chairman. By the way, Lin Feng suddenly added, his gaze sharp, I heard Longtang still has surplus funds? Jiang Feng looked momentarily confused. Yes, Chairman. After streamlining our operations, we sold off a number of excess assets. The group's current cash balance is over 8 billion. Lin Feng shook his head. That's not enough. We can't afford to be stingy now. The time to spend is now. If we don't use that money wisely, we'll be scrambling in the future. You can't build an empire by hoarding funds. We need to invest in growth now. Jiang Feng was perplexed, his mind spinning with the implications. But Chairman, aren't we supposed to be cautious with our spending? No, Lin Feng replied firmly. You don't understand. Nirvana X isn't far off. China alone has 1.5 billion people, and there are billions more across East Asia and Southeast Asia. Our Shenzhen Industrial Park can't even produce 80 million worth of output. Do you really think that's enough? Domestic brands like Xiaomi and Warwick have flagship stores in every county, and we have nothing. Nothing to match them. The barrage of questions caught Jiang Feng off guard. Longtang Group had become so focused on their recent success that they were losing sight of the bigger picture. Despite the attention surrounding Wyvern, they were only at the beginning of a long road. The engineers at their research institutes were working tirelessly, but developing language versions for different countries alone was a massive undertaking. And that was just one aspect. Have you thought about all of this? Lin Feng's voice was sharp. His impatience was clear, but his concern was even more so. The Wyvern system had been a success. Yes, but the work ahead was monumental. And Longtang, despite its recent triumph, was not yet ready for the massive scale required to take on the giants of the industry. Jiang Feng's face grew pale as the weight of Lin Feng's words sank in. They had been carried away by their initial success, buoyed by the attention from their press conference and the launch of Wyvern. But they were not yet a true competitor on the global stage. They had taken Wyvern as their own, but the truth was, it was Lin Feng's work, not theirs. What would Longtang Group be without him? The uncertainty of Longtang's future loomed large. Would they truly rise to the occasion, or were they destined to fall short? Lin Feng stood in front of the window, gazing down at the sprawling city below. Without a hint of emotion, he spoke, his voice cold and direct. If you're not willing to run Longtang Group properly, I'm sure there are plenty of people who would gladly take over. Jiang Feng froze, a cold shiver running down his spine. He knew just how serious Lin Feng was. A man who could recruit top-tier talent, even from companies like Apple, and who had already built Longtang Group into a formidable force in the country. With the company's growing influence, countless individuals would be eager to join. Chairman, I assure you, we won't repeat the mistakes of the past. Longtang will stay on track. Jiang Feng responded quickly, eager to reassure his boss. Lin Feng turned around, his expression unreadable, and walked toward Jiang Feng. I've already instructed Feng Teng to invest in the United States and Germany and recruit a team there. They've set up Longtang's branches in both countries. He paused, watching Jiang Feng closely. As for the factories, Fengtang has acquired several and is consolidating them into new entities. You'll send someone over to manage them soon. Lin Feng's tone turned more authoritative. From now on, Longteng Group will have 5 major bases. China will remain the headquarters, with branches in Asan for South Asia, Bangzi for East Asia, the United States for North America, and Germany for Europe. I'll also have Shinya transfer 30 billion RMB into Longteng's account, which, with the current funds, will total nearly 40 billion. You'll need to spend it all within 3 months. Zhang Feng's eyes widened, struggling to process the magnitude of the task. Lin Feng continued, unwavering. Every county in China must have at least one Longteng flagship store. In every provincial capital, we need to establish management departments. Longteng must go offline everywhere, directly competing with giants like Warwick and Rice. The strategy was clear. Hardware and software development might take time, but sales channels were the immediate key. Lin Feng had no intention of waiting for a traditional breakthrough. Instead, he planned to create his own network of flagship stores, using his financial power to dominate the market. Zhang Feng bowed his head respectfully, knowing the task ahead was immense. Understood, Chairman. Good. If there's nothing else, you can go now, Lin Feng said, his tone softening slightly, though his mind was already on the next steps. He waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Zhang Feng left the office, immediately convening a meeting with Longteng's department heads to begin the execution of Lin Feng's ambitious plan. Within a matter of weeks, the company rapidly acquired and revamped stores across China. Tens of thousands of Longteng flagship stores began to spring up, not just domestically but in the United States and Europe as well. The scale was staggering. As the company expanded globally, foreign media began to take notice. In Asia, Africa, and Oceania, Longteng took over Jinli's existing channels, subtly integrating them into its own network. Dubai, too, became home to a Longteng store, cementing its presence worldwide. Within just 1 month, Longteng's offline stores rivaled the giants of the industry, with Warwick and Dami on edge. The industry buzzed with speculation. The wolf is coming. Meanwhile, the Wyvern operating system, Longteng's flagship product, continued to make waves. News about the system dominated the top search rankings on Baidu, with multiple articles analyzing its potential. Wyvern became a symbol of China's growing technological independence, the first truly homegrown smartphone operating system that could compete with Apple and Android. Despite the growing attention, one thing remained a mystery: the true identity of the man behind Longteng Group. The media investigated relentlessly but couldn't uncover the truth. They knew the company was owned by Fengtang Investment, but the person behind it remained a well-kept secret. This only fueled public curiosity. Behind the scenes, the Shenzhen City Committee had reached an agreement with Longteng to keep Lin Feng's identity hidden. With the support of the government, the media's probing was in vain. The city recognized the political and economic value of Longteng's success. It was a domestic tech giant with its own independent operating system. They couldn't afford to let this achievement slip away, especially when Lin Feng, a top graduate of Yanda University and a native of Jinling, had the power to draw attention from the highest levels of government. But the secrecy only made the public more intrigued. As the media speculated, the excitement around Longteng Group reached a fever pitch. The revelation of a truly independent smartphone operating system, something that foreign critics had insisted would never happen, was nothing short of revolutionary. The Chinese people, who had long felt inferior to foreign tech giants, were ecstatic. Finally, their own homegrown innovation had arrived. In just a few short weeks, Longteng Group had turned into a global powerhouse. And the world was watching. On the morning of September 27, 2018, Lin Feng, accompanied by Mo Shinya, made his way out of the villa he had bought in Shenzhen. A Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, glimmering with luxury, carried them away, while 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars followed closely behind, each carrying 3 bodyguards. Although Jinling City was his base, Shenzhen was quickly becoming the heart of his business empire, and Lin Feng wasn't taking any chances. A third of the Jiankang Yuan bodyguard team had been dispatched to the city to ensure his safety. Shinya, take us to Longteng Building first, Lin Feng ordered, his tone steady. Got it, boss, Shinya responded, her focus sharp as she maneuvered the vehicle through the streets. The Rolls-Royce parked directly in front of Longtang Building, drawing the attention of many passersby. In a city like Shenzhen, home to countless wealthy individuals and luxury cars, such an expensive vehicle was a rare sight. The Silver Phantom, once discontinued by Rolls-Royce, was a symbol of exclusivity. Its presence was enough to make heads turn and conversations stop. Even if someone were willing to pay a premium, it was unlikely they'd be able to get their hands on such a car, making Lin Feng's ride all the more remarkable. As Lin Feng stepped out of the car, Zhang Feng, the CEO of Longtang Group, walked out of the building to greet them. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, his eyes widened in surprise. For a moment, he stood frozen, staring at the car in disbelief. Lin Feng's wealth and influence were becoming more apparent by the day. "Chairman, your presence today is impressive," Zhang Feng said, his voice filled with awe as he approached. He still couldn't get used to the sheer scale of Lin Feng's power. "Ha! This is the effect you wanted," Lin Feng replied with a small smile, clearly enjoying the effect his display had made. Today's meeting was pivotal. 3 days earlier, Manhwa, the president of Penguin Group, had personally called Lin Feng, requesting a face-to-face discussion about a potential partnership. Lin Feng knew that Zhang Feng, as the CEO of Longtang, was the one who would handle the negotiations, while he remained the figurehead of the company, overseeing the bigger picture. "How are the preparations going?" Lin Feng asked, his voice carrying a note of caution as he turned to Zhang Feng. "Everything is in order, Chairman. I've got everything ready for the meeting," Zhang Feng assured him, gripping the briefcase in his hands. Inside it were crucial documents outlining Longtang's terms for the partnership. "Good," Lin Feng nodded, satisfied. "Let's go." The Rolls-Royce smoothly pulled away from Longtang Building, headed for Penguin Group's new headquarters in Shenzhen. The 18,650 square meter building, opened in 2017, had cost an eye-watering 1.8 billion RMB to construct. It was a state-of-the-art headquarters, designed to house 10,000 employees and cement Penguin's status as one of the most powerful tech companies in China. The drive was quick, less than half an hour, and the convoy of luxury cars arrived without incident. Upon reaching the gates of Penguin Group's headquarters, the security guards took one look at the convoy and recognized that this wasn't an ordinary visit. 2 large Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles flanked the Rolls-Royce, and the whole formation made it clear that Lin Feng and his entourage were not there to make trouble. The guards didn't hesitate. They let them through immediately, handing Lin Feng a visitor pass without further questions. The smooth process was a testament to the stature of the visitor, as few could bypass the strict security of such a high-profile organization. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Feng couldn't help but comment on the VIP treatment. "It's amazing how different the treatment is when you're in a car like that." "Well, that's the point," Lin Feng replied casually, not even glancing at Zhang Feng. The Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom wasn't just a vehicle. It was a statement. It ensured that Longtang wasn't viewed as just another company. It was a force to be reckoned with. The car stopped at the entrance of Penguin Group's headquarters, and without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped out. His high-end, custom-tailored suit from London's Savile Row immediately set him apart from the crowd. Gone was the youthful air that used to surround him, replaced by the aura of someone who commanded respect. Lin Feng was no longer the fresh face of Longtang. He was now its towering figure, a man whose confidence and power spoke louder than words. Zhang Feng followed behind, taking a deep breath as he exited the car. 6 bodyguards flanked Lin Feng, walking just behind him in a protective formation, adding to the atmosphere of authority and importance. In a setting like Penguin's headquarters, first impressions were everything, and they couldn't afford to look anything less than commanding. With a final glance at the towering headquarters before him, Lin Feng was ready to meet Manhwa. This was more than just a business meeting. It was a battle for dominance in the tech world, and Lin Feng was determined to come out on top. As Lin Feng and his entourage walked into the Penguin Group headquarters, a few staff members quickly approached to greet them. "Hello, I'm Zheng Liqing, Senior Vice President. The President is expecting you on the 18th floor. Please follow me," a middle-aged man in a suit said with a composed, respectful tone. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a sharp, calculating gaze. He immediately nodded, signaling his group to follow. Zhang Liqing was a big name, one of the 5 founders of Penguin and a senior executive. For him to personally greet them was a clear indication of how seriously Penguin Group was taking this meeting. Lin Feng knew this wasn't just a standard business encounter. It was a pivotal moment for Longtang. A few minutes later, they reached a small, sleek conference room on the 18th floor. As the door opened, Lin Feng and his team were met with the sight of a well-dressed, middle-aged man in a dark blue suit, gold-rimmed glasses glinting under the lights. It was none other than Manhwa, the president of Penguin Group. The atmosphere shifted as everyone froze for a moment, taken aback by the presence of the tech giant's leader. Zhang Feng, CEO of Longtang Group, quickly stepped forward, his hand extended. "Hello, I'm Zhang Feng, CEO of Longtang Group." Mahuateng offered a warm smile and shook Zhang Feng's hand, but his gaze soon shifted to Lin Feng, lingering with an air of curiosity. He had heard of this young man, but seeing him in person was a different experience. "You must be the chairman of Longtang Group," Mahuateng said, his voice tinged with admiration. "A true hero." Lin Feng, ever the sharp strategist, didn't miss a beat. He smiled back and replied, "President Ma, you're too modest. Penguin Group has dominated instant messaging, online gaming, and the payment industry. You've built an empire." The compliment was calculated, and Ma Huateng's eyes gleamed behind his glasses. Lin Feng wasn't just flattering him. He was positioning himself as someone who understood Penguin's power, someone who could go toe-to-toe with them in the market. It was a subtle, yet powerful play. Ma Huateng was a sharp man. He knew when someone was genuine and when they were playing the game of power. Lin Feng, with his calm demeanor and sharp words, was a force to be reckoned with. At just 18 years old, Lin Feng was already a legend. The top scorer of the National College entrance exam, a founder of Fengteng Investments, and now the mastermind behind Longtang Group's ambitious tech projects. Word on the street was that he was developing the Wyvern smartphone operating system, a revolutionary system that was completely independent of major tech giants like Android and Apple. "Mr. Ma, your research is impressive," Lin Feng said, meeting his gaze squarely. "I didn't expect you to know that I was the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam, or that I'm also the director of Fengteng Investments." Ma Huateng wasn't one to back down either. He locked eyes with Lin Feng and replied, "I make it my business to know about exceptional people like you." The exchange was charged with unspoken tension. The room was filled with anticipation. Zhang Feng, still processing the conversation, stood stunned. He had no idea the man he had been working with was not just a tech mogul, but a history maker. "He's only 18, and he's already achieved all of this?" Zhang Feng thought, his jaw nearly dropping. The realization dawned on everyone. Lin Feng was no ordinary person. The combination of youth, genius, and power left the rest of them in awe. "Ha ha, Lin Feng, I've heard so much about you," Ma Huateng said, breaking the silence. A round of applause followed, genuine, not just ceremonial. Ma Huateng, who had founded Penguin and built it into the tech titan it was today, couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's accomplishments. At his age, he had been nothing like this young man, and it humbled him. He recognized greatness when he saw it, and Lin Feng was undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary talents he had encountered. Lin Feng laughed lightly, but quickly steered the conversation back to business. "Mr. Ma, let's discuss the cooperation between Penguin and Longtang." At the mention of business, Ma Huateng's expression shifted. "Yes, let's," he said, his tone becoming serious. "I must say, I deeply admire Longtang's work on the Wyvern smartphone operating system. It's truly a miracle. Developing a fully independent operating system without relying on Linux is something that few could ever dream of accomplishing." Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he listened. He knew Ma Huateng was acknowledging not just their technology, but the sheer audacity and ambition of Longtang's approach. Other companies like Penguin had poured millions into trying to develop their own operating systems. Penguin itself had struggled with YunOS, a domestic alternative that still relied heavily on foreign systems. But Longtang had done the unthinkable. They had created an entirely independent system, with all new patents, something that no one thought was possible in the face of the patent barriers set by giants like Android and Apple. Lin Feng smiled, satisfied with the recognition. This was just the beginning. Manhwa Teng knew the significance of what Lin Feng had achieved with the Wyvern operating system. Developing a fully independent domestic smartphone system wasn't just a technical achievement, it was a game changer. While other companies like Penguin had tried and failed to create their own systems, they were always hindered by patent barriers and the complexities of the tech industry. But Lin Feng had broken through those walls. And Penguin, aware of the looming threat, wanted to secure a partnership with Longtang Group before Wyvern launched. They needed to cooperate or risk being left behind. Lin Feng, always composed, leaned back in his chair with a relaxed demeanor. His sharp eyes never left Manhwa Teng. "I appreciate your kind words, Mr. Ma," he said smoothly, but his voice turned cold as he continued. "Since you're so familiar with Wyvern, I suppose there's no need for me to explain it further." The shift in tone was immediate. Longtang is open to cooperation with Penguin, but only under one condition, that we reach an agreement on the cloud and mobile manager. Manhwa Teng's face tightened. This was the exact point of contention that could make or break the deal. Lin Feng had gotten straight to the heart of the matter. If we allow Penguin's mobile butler app to stay, it must be compatible with our security protocols, Lin Feng added, his gaze sweeping over the Penguin executives. "We will not allow an app that cannot meet our standards to remain in the system." The tension in the room thickened instantly. Zheng Liqing, Penguin's vice president, couldn't hold back his frustration. "Your company is being too overbearing," he remarked coldly. The words hung in the air, the atmosphere charged with hostility. Lin Feng's unyielding stance on the issue had clearly ruffled some feathers. Penguin's mobile butler had been a cornerstone of their security measures, and yet Longtang was refusing to back down. Zheng's comment wasn't just a casual remark, it was a challenge. Who doesn't know that Longtang thrives on its dominance? "Follow you and you succeed. Oppose you and you perish," Zheng continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Feng, ever the tactician, responded calmly. "Mobile butler may be effective, but it cannot guarantee the absolute security of the system. With all due respect, it can't compete with our built-in security manager." A slight shift in Zheng's expression betrayed his discomfort, but he quickly regained his composure. With a glance at Manhwa Teng for confirmation, he replied, "We can allow your company to modify Penguin Mobile Manager, but we can't stop users from installing it on their phones." The room was silent for a moment, as everyone processed the gravity of the situation. Penguin was making concessions, but Longtang's demands were still non-negotiable. The real question remained, what about the cloud? Zhang Feng was the first to speak, his voice firm. "We will never allow backdoors in the Wyvern operating system. If Penguin cannot guarantee complete control, then what's the point of Wyvern's existence?" The words struck hard. The cloud system, the very backbone of Penguin's operations, was at stake. Without it, Penguin's entire ecosystem would crumble. Cloud storage was essential for data synchronization across devices, from contacts to apps. Without it, users would lose everything. But more critically, Longtang wouldn't tolerate any backdoor access that could compromise the integrity of Wyvern or its user security. They couldn't afford to let Penguin's cloud remain a potential vulnerability. The weight of Zhang Feng's statement sank in. Everyone in the room felt the pressure. The stakes were higher than ever, and the silence was deafening. Finally, it was Manhwa Teng who broke the silence, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Director Lin, is your company really going this far?" The question wasn't just a plea for understanding, it was a recognition of the risks involved. Manhwa Teng knew that without the cloud, Penguin's entire suite of applications would be reduced to a shell of what it was. Without data synchronization, Penguin would lose a major competitive edge, and the damage could be catastrophic. Lin Feng met Manhwa Teng's gaze without flinching. "We're not asking for anything unreasonable, Mr. Ma. We're simply protecting the integrity of Wyvern. If you can't guarantee that, then we have no basis for cooperation." The room was at an impasse. The future of their collaboration hung by a thread, and the next few minutes would decide everything. With a calm smile, Lin Feng surveyed the room, sensing the tension as he took the lead in the negotiation. From the beginning, he knew this conversation would be crucial. After all, without the cloud, could Penguin remain Penguin? The very core of their operations hinged on it. He leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of quiet confidence, knowing the power he held in this room. We're all in this industry, and I believe both Longtang and Penguin Group would greatly benefit from a partnership, Lin Feng began, his voice steady and reassuring. Of course, there will be some disagreements along the way, but I'm sure that with mutual sincerity, we can resolve them. As he spoke, the tension in the room seemed to ease slightly. Penguin's executives, who had initially looked guarded, relaxed their postures just a bit. Even Manhwa nodded in agreement, his expression softening. The Wyvern smartphone operating system is the first truly independent domestic system, Manhwa said, his voice carrying a sense of respect. Both China and Penguin Group are eager to see Longtang's growth. Lin Feng gave a subtle nod, but before Manhwa could continue, he interrupted, raising his hand. Mr. Ma, I think you should take a look at this first before jumping to conclusions. Zhang Feng, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward and handed out a document to the Penguin executives. The room fell silent as everyone examined the contents. The document wasn't thick, but its weight was undeniable. It outlined the key areas of potential cooperation between Longtang and Penguin, cloud integration, security protocols, and future collaboration strategies. Every detail had been carefully thought out, and it was clear the stakes were high. After a moment of silence, Manhwa gaze sharpened as he read through the document. So, Mr. Lin, he said, breaking the silence, you've developed a new encryption program based on Longtang's technology. Are you suggesting that Penguin Group act as an outsourced development team for you? Lin Feng chuckled softly, showing no signs of discomfort. No, not quite. Wyvern's operating system has a built-in multi-pupil recognition feature, which is, to my knowledge, the first of its kind globally. If we work together, adding multiple pupil recognition to the cloud system would make it even more secure. A curious murmur rippled through the room. Manhwa expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of interest in his eyes. I see. But if I already know how this works, why not just develop my own multi-pupil recognition system? Why would I need to partner with Longtang? The room grew tense again. Lin Feng's sharp eyes locked onto Manhwa. Are you sure you want to go down that path, Mr. Ma? The challenge was clear, and it didn't go unnoticed. Manhwa raised an eyebrow, his smile thin but controlled. Are you implying that I'm joking, Director Lin? Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, his tone unwavering. Mr. Ma, do you think Longtang would only become stronger if we embedded 360 Butler, Baidu Search, or NetEase games into the Wyvern OS? Wouldn't it be more fitting for us to develop our own instant messaging software, one specifically designed for mobile phones? The weight of Lin Feng's words hit hard. No one in the room thought he was joking. After all, the same man who had acquired Jin Li and built Longtang from the ground up was more than capable of creating a powerful instant messaging app. With the support of Wyvern's operating system, such an app could spread rapidly across the country and eventually the world. This was a direct threat to Penguin's dominance. Manhwa smile remained, but there was a hint of tension in his eyes. Well, it seems we've reached a good point. Why don't we break for lunch? Let me host you all for a casual meal. He gestured toward the door, attempting to shift the mood. Lin Feng grinned. I'd be happy to try the chef's skills, Mr. Ma. Despite the lighthearted exchange, both parties knew the real negotiation had just begun. Business in China, especially at this level, often relied on the wine table culture, a place where deals were sealed, alliances formed, and sometimes boundaries tested. At noon, the two groups found themselves seated at a private restaurant in Binhai, Shenzhen. Though no alcohol was served, the food was exquisite, and the atmosphere, while cordial, still had a palpable edge. They chatted casually, but beneath the surface, the stakes were higher than ever. Brother Lin, Manhwa began after a moment, his tone now more deliberate. We truly want to cooperate with you, Longtang. After all, you're the first company in China to create a fully domestically produced smartphone operating system. I personally believe Longtang's potential far exceeds what we've seen so far. However, there are still areas where we have our differences. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. I understand exactly what you mean, Brother Ma. If Longtang didn't see the value in this meeting, we wouldn't have come here today. It's because of our mutual respect that we're open to this discussion. It was a calculated exchange, both men carefully weighing their words. Penguin Group, with its vast influence, had the upper hand in many areas, but Longteng had something far more valuable, a breakthrough operating system that could disrupt the entire market. They both knew the negotiations weren't over, not by a long shot. Penguin Group had already started preparing its strategy, trying to use its political connections in Shenzhen to secure a deal. Meanwhile, Longteng, with its carefully crafted rules and high standards, wasn't willing to back down. The two sides were locked in a delicate dance, each trying to pull the other closer while keeping their own advantages intact. As the lunch continued, both men and their teams understood one thing: the road ahead would be difficult, but the rewards could be monumental. Manhwa chuckled, but the self-deprecation in his voice was palpable. If I don't agree to cooperate with the Wyvern system, I'm afraid the Chinese people will call me a traitor. His words hung in the air, heavy with the reality of the situation. As the leader in instant messaging, Penguin Group has strong competitors and even more pursuing us from behind. If we don't enter the Wyvern system, Longteng won't even need to say a word. Millions of people will turn against us. After all, how can we claim to support an independent Chinese operating system if we don't even back it? Lin Feng listened carefully, his expression unchanged. Brother Ma, you're being too serious, he said quietly. The Wyvern system cannot fail. It is the first truly domestic smartphone operating system, a national achievement that can't be overlooked. It represents China's ambition in the mobile internet world. No matter what happens, Longteng will ensure its success. We cannot afford to let this slip. The intensity in Lin Feng's words didn't go unnoticed. Ma Huateng's pupils contracted slightly, his mind racing. He knew that if these talks broke down, Lin Feng could easily turn the tide, rallying national support and leveraging public pressure to push Penguin into submission. The 18-year-old before him wasn't just a businessman. He was a force to be reckoned with. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng leaned forward. How about this, Brother Ma? Let's agree on the general direction for cooperation first, and then work out the finer details later. What do you think? Ma Huateng paused, clearly weighing the options. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Brother Lin, that makes sense. Let's do it. The agreement was made, and both parties signed off on a framework for cooperation. But even as they signed, both men knew this was just the beginning of something much bigger. Years later, in an interview, Ma Huateng would reflect on that moment with a sense of awe. He would remember Lin Feng as a heroic figure, a young man whose boldness and vision forced Penguin Group to the negotiating table. At the time, Longteng seemed outmatched, a fledgling company in comparison to the industry titan that was Penguin. Yet Lin Feng used the momentum of national pride and the weight of the Wyvern system to push Penguin into agreeing to terms that, at first, seemed impossible. For Ma Huateng, this moment was a turning point. The cooperation wasn't just a business deal, it was a matter of national significance. Longteng's rise had the full backing of the Shenzhen City Committee, and the government's support gave it the kind of legitimacy that even a giant like Penguin couldn't ignore. The Wyvern smartphone operating system had become a symbol of China's growing technological independence, and no one dared to oppose it openly. Over the next 3 hours, Lin Feng and Ma Huateng hammered out the broad strokes of the cooperation plan. While the finer details would take more time, the overarching agreement was clear. Penguin Group would officially join the Wyvern platform. From Penguin Chat to Mobile Butler, mobile games, and even Penguin Video and Music, every one of their major applications would be integrated into Wyvern's ecosystem. But there was a catch. As with Apple's model, Longteng made sure that Penguin's influence was significantly reduced. Penguin's mobile manager was weakened, and the frequency of their cloud usage would be limited. It was a delicate balance of collaboration and control, ensuring that the Wyvern system remained as secure and independent as possible. The negotiations stretched on for a month, with Jiang Feng taking the lead for Longteng, while Vice President Zheng Liqing represented Penguin. The process was long, but eventually the agreement was finalized. Then, on September 30th, at a grand press conference held at a 5-star hotel in Binhai, the cooperation was publicly announced. Jiang Feng stood confidently at the podium, addressing the media. On behalf of Longtang Group, I'm pleased to announce our comprehensive cooperation with Penguin Group for our shared growth and progress. He gestured to the side, handing the microphone over to Zhang Liqing, Vice President of Penguin Group. Zhang Liqing stood up, his demeanor composed. Thank you all for attending today's press conference, he began. After a month of rigorous negotiations, we are proud to announce that Penguin Group will fully integrate with the Wyvern smartphone operating system platform. This partnership will enable us to develop and provide our full suite of applications on Wyvern's ecosystem. The room erupted in shock, and the news spread like wildfire. The long-anticipated collaboration between Longtang and Penguin had finally come to fruition, and it marked a major step forward for the domestic smartphone operating system. With Penguin's vast resources now aligned with Wyvern, the final pieces of the puzzle were in place. For the first time, the Wyvern smartphone operating system was set to truly compete on the global stage, boasting a fully integrated suite of applications. Next would come the critical task of syncing it with hardware for mass production. This partnership wasn't just about two companies coming together. It was about the future of China's tech industry. With the full backing of the government, Longtang had secured its place at the forefront of the mobile revolution, and the world was watching. When Penguin announced its full cooperation with the Wyvern system, the ripples were felt across the entire tech industry, and one company, in particular, stood to lose a lot, 360. As a competitor in the antivirus field, 360 had no place in the Wyvern ecosystem. And it wasn't just business as usual. 360's methods were far too invasive. They aggressively collected user data, restricted other antivirus software, and even deleted files without consent. Such behavior was completely unacceptable, especially for Longtang Group. No matter how successful 360's applications were, they would never be allowed to integrate into Wyvern's system. Meanwhile, in Longtang's chairman office, Lin Feng was absorbed in a strategy meeting with Mo Shinya. They were discussing the future reorganization of Longtang Group when suddenly, a prompt from the system buzzed through Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the main mission. The giant ship sets sail, gaining the upper hand in cooperation with Penguin. You are now rewarded with the opportunity to inherit wealth. The words flashed in Lin Feng's mind, and without hesitation, he decided to use the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting Leighton's wealth and gaining proficiency in computer languages. Lin Feng blinked in confusion. He had inherited wealth before, but this was something new. Proficiency in computer languages? He looked at the system's message in disbelief. Wait, who is Leighton? He asked aloud in his mind, already expecting an unusual answer. Informed host? Leighton, native to the parallel world of the Earthstar Uli Empire, is known as the father of computer programming and one of the greatest scientists of the 21st century on Earthstar. Lin Feng's jaw dropped. A new character from a parallel world? He was starting to wonder if the system was pulling figures from multiple universes. The name Leighton sounded as legendary as Chen Taishu, and Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. But before he could think too much about it, a sudden rush of knowledge flooded his mind. His head felt like it was being filled with a torrent of information, and in an instant, the knowledge became part of him. He blinked rapidly. There was a new clarity in his mind. The mysteries of computer languages, once foreign to him, now felt almost instinctual. His fingers twitched with newfound understanding as he looked at the personal server on his desk. Without a second thought, he opened it, eager to explore his new abilities. The keys clicked under his fingers, his hands moving quickly across the keyboard as the languages and memories fused together. Time seemed to stretch as he became one with the code, and the final line of programming fell into place. The program was perfect. A small program had been modified into something far more complex. Lin Feng sat back, eyes wide with amazement. The knowledge that Leighton had bestowed upon him had completely changed his understanding of computers. With this new power, there was virtually no one on Earth who could compete with him in the field of computer languages. But Lin Feng's mind was already racing ahead. He could feel the limitations of his newfound knowledge, the computer languages from parallel worlds, had not been included in the inheritance. Still, even without that, Lin Feng had a unique advantage. He was now thinking about how to use this to not only dominate the field of computer programming, but also reshape the entire digital landscape. His vision was clear. If he could create a unique Chinese programming language, one based on Chinese characters themselves, he could unlock a new era of technological development for China. Chinese characters were profound, with a depth and history that surpassed any language. If this new language could be developed, it would allow China to take its place on equal footing with the tech giants of the world. This was more than just about creating software. It was about changing the course of the entire technological landscape. Xinya, Lin Feng said, a determined glint in his eyes. From now on, all of Longtang's factories will be integrated into Longtang Machinery Manufacturing Co. Ltd. We'll establish Longtang Mobile and Longtang Computers in terms of hardware, and in software, we will build Longtang Technology and Longtang Games. Mo Xinya nodded eagerly, her face alight with excitement. Yes, Chairman. It was clear that Lin Feng wasn't just building a company. He was laying the foundation for a revolution. The road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, but with his newfound power and vision, nothing seemed impossible. November arrived faster than expected, and with it, Longtang Group was on the brink of a major breakthrough. In just a month, the company had not only secured a comprehensive partnership with Penguin Group, but also reached the final stages of developing its flagship phone, the Nirvana X. The 4 major research institutes had completed their hardware development, and now only testing remained. It was a pivotal moment, with thousands of engineers poised to take the final steps. Zhang Feng, filled with anticipation after months of hard work, walked into Lin Feng's office. His face was bright with excitement. Chairman, Nirvana X is almost ready, he said, his voice filled with pride. Lin Feng met his gaze calmly, though his mind was already focused on the next challenge. How many models of the phone have we ordered so far? He asked, his voice steady but curious. Zhang Feng quickly responded, we've done market research, and the 5.5-inch and 6.2-inch screens are the most popular right now. We're preparing to produce these 2 models first. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. The screen size isn't the issue, he said, but the quality of Nirvana X must be guaranteed. We can't afford another incident like the 4-star explosion. His words were sharp, and Zhang Feng understood the weight of his responsibility. Rest assured, Chairman, he said confidently, there will be no defective products. We've taken every measure. Longtang wasn't like any other phone manufacturer. They didn't rely on outsourcing. While outsourcing might ease production pressure, Lin Feng's decision to build new factories around the world had given Longtang full control over the entire process. With plants in Europe, Africa, and the Americas, alongside production in South Asia and East Asia, Longtang ensured that their quality remained unparalleled and profits stayed in-house. But price was another crucial factor. As a newcomer to the mobile phone industry, Longtang couldn't afford to price itself out of the domestic market. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he considered the broader implications. The price needs to be right. We have to make sure our compatriots can afford it, but it also has to be competitive with other brands. Zhang Feng, experienced in the mobile industry, was quick to respond. We've decided on an initial price that balances affordability with quality. It'll help us secure our position in the domestic market first. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He was satisfied, but there was still one more important matter to address. What about the approval process? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. The Chinese system required any new electronic product, especially ones with internet capabilities, to be approved by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Without the proper licenses, the phone would never see the light of day in the market. Zhang Feng grinned. Don't worry, Chairman. The Shenzhen Municipal Committee has already taken care of the network access permit for us. The process went smoothly. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. He knew that Shenzhen, as the birthplace of Longtang's first nationally produced smartphone, viewed the success of Longtang as a major political and business achievement. The city would do everything in its power to support the company's success. This wasn't just about business, it was about national pride. He thought back to Apple's struggles with its sixth-generation phone. The reason it hadn't launched in mainland China was because it lacked the necessary approvals. Apple had shrugged off the domestic market, choosing instead to focus on global sales. But for Longtang, the domestic market was its foundation, and without the necessary licenses, they couldn't afford to take that risk. Good, Lin Feng said, his tone firm. Now, go ahead and arrange the press conference. Let's make sure everyone knows about Nirvana X. The press conference would be the perfect way to generate buzz. With the media's attention focused on the event, Longtang's launch would be a massive success. Zhang Feng nodded and immediately left to put the plans into motion. Lin Feng watched him go, his mind already racing ahead to the next steps. With the Nirvana X nearly ready to go, Longtang was about to make its mark on the world stage. Lin Feng walked through the second floor, absorbing every detail, yet his curiosity about the third floor grew. He couldn't shake the feeling that something far greater awaited him there. Turning to Xu Zhengxin, he asked, "How do I get to the third floor?" Xu Zhengxin, ever polite, pointed toward the elevator. "You can enter directly, sir. The elevator has an intelligent recognition system. It will allow you up once it recognizes you." Lin Feng nodded, making his way to the elevator. As soon as the door sensed his presence, it opened automatically. He stepped inside, pressing the button for the third floor. A mechanical voice echoed from the elevator. "Master, would you like to enter the third floor?" "Yes," Lin Feng responded. The elevator doors closed, and when they opened again, Lin Feng found himself in what could only be described as a vault. The entire third floor had been transformed into a massive, secured space, lined with alloy walls and divided into sections. His eyes widened as he stepped further into the room. On the left, in a red-lit section, he saw neatly stacked bundles of cash. The amount was staggering, millions in yuan, but that was just the beginning. Next to it, a green section held rows upon rows of US dollar bills, followed by euros, pounds, rubles, and other foreign currencies. The sheer variety and amount were overwhelming. Lin Feng had never seen so much money in his life. This wasn't just a fortune, it was a mountain. As Lin Feng walked deeper, he was nearly blinded by the golden light glinting off rows upon rows of gold bars. They were stacked so densely it was impossible to count them all. He passed through this section, a little numb from the sight of such wealth. But what lay ahead was even more impressive. In the next area, sparkling gems and precious ores filled the space. Diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and cat's eye stones glistened under the lights alongside rare jade varieties, including Hotan, mutton fat, white jade, and Kunlun jade. Everything here was top tier. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel small in the presence of such unimaginable wealth. But it wasn't just cash and gems. As Lin Feng moved further into the vault, he saw rows of antiques, priceless statues, rare artifacts, and ancient coins. These too were stored in massive quantities, each one more valuable than the last. In the center of the vault stood a six-sided alloy shelf, stacked with documents. Lin Feng stepped up to it and began flipping through the papers. They were appraisal documents for the treasures in the vault. He realized that if he ever wanted to liquidate any of these assets, it would be as easy as showing the documents to the right buyer. A sense of awe washed over Lin Feng. It was clear now why the system had insisted he access the third floor. This wasn't just wealth. It was an empire of riches, carefully preserved and cataloged. Here, in this single vault, was enough wealth to rival entire nations. After an hour of wandering through the vault, Lin Feng finally returned to the first floor. Xu Zhengxin, ever attentive, was waiting by the elevator. "I need bodyguards," Lin Feng said, after a moment of consideration. "Have them bring several large bags." Xu Zhengxin nodded without hesitation. "Of course, sir. It'll only take a few minutes." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, curious. "How many bodyguards are assigned to me?" "There are 120 in total, sir," Xu Zhengxin explained. "A small team stays with you at all times, while the rest are spread out around the villa complex." Lin Feng was stunned. "You mean they all live here?" "Yes, sir," Xu Zhengxin replied. Jiangkang Garden is your private property, and it's not open to the public. All your staff, including personal consultants, lawyers, bodyguards, and chefs, reside here. There are no outside residents. Lin Feng's mind raced. Jiangkang Garden, one of the most expensive villa areas in Jinling City, was completely private, reserved only for him and his staff. He had never imagined such a place could be his. The realization that this was his new reality hit him hard. Moments later, a group of bodyguards, strong, imposing men dressed in suits and sunglasses, appeared with large bags in hand. Lin Feng motioned for them to follow him as he led them back to the third floor. Once they entered the vault, Lin Feng noticed that the cash section was the only one accessible. The other areas were sealed by heavy alloy doors. The vault, it seemed, had been designed for maximum security. Each area was a separate vault within a vault. "Start filling the bags," Lin Feng ordered as the bodyguards began placing bundles of cash into the snakeskin bags. "Sir, I've already contacted ICBC," Xu Zhengxin said. "They'll send a team to help us count and secure the cash." Lin Feng nodded, trusting Xu Zhengxin to handle the details. He didn't need to oversee every step. This was his new world, and he had people to handle it for him. Within hours, staff from ICBC arrived, along with armed security guards and armored transport vehicles. Lin Feng watched silently as the bank employees began counting the money. It took 6 counting machines to tally the massive sum, which amounted to a staggering 36.5 billion yuan. Impressed with the speed and professionalism, Lin Feng didn't intervene. He let Xu Zhengxin handle everything, just as he'd promised. By the end of the day, Xu Zhengxin had arranged for a black gold card with the highest limit, able to overdraft 100 million yuan a day. In addition, he secured a special savings account with an annual interest rate of 0.5%. Lin Feng realized that, even without lifting a finger, he would earn nearly 200 million yuan a year just from the interest. It was a moment of realization for Lin Feng. He had gone from an orphan to a billionaire in the blink of an eye. And this was only the beginning of what the future held. On November 11, 2018, during the highly anticipated Double 11 Shopping Festival, Longteng Group made its grand entrance at the Shenzhen Shangri-La Hotel with a press conference that would change the landscape of the mobile phone industry. The air was thick with anticipation as media professionals filled the venue, waiting for the latest revelation from the emerging giant in the tech world. At exactly 9 a.m., the conference kicked off. "Good morning, friends from the media," Jiang Feng, the CEO of Longteng, greeted with calm confidence as he stood on stage. "Today, I will unveil something that will shake up the mobile phone industry." With that, he clicked the remote in his hand and the lights dimmed, revealing a sleek, silver-gray phone on the massive projection screen. The crowd gasped in unison. It was the Nirvana X, Longteng's first smartphone, developed entirely in-house. The phone's design was nothing short of breathtaking. Cool, elegant lines that balanced a sense of sophistication with raw power. It looked like a work of art, a perfect marriage of form and function. "This is the Nirvana X, our flagship phone, equipped with the Wyvern operating system," Jiang Feng announced proudly. The room erupted in murmurs of disbelief. The Nirvana X was a step ahead of everything currently on the market, even surpassing Apple's latest model. While Apple boasted 6 gigabytes of RAM, the Nirvana X flaunted a groundbreaking 8 gigabytes of RAM, powered by an 8-core CPU, a first in the world. Jiang Feng could see the astonishment on the faces of the reporters and knew he had their attention. With a flick of his hand, he moved to the next slide. The Nirvana X is housed in a full metal casing, an advanced synthetic alloy developed by Longteng and patented globally, he continued. The room buzzed again. The industry had only seen all-metal backs before, but Longteng had taken it a step further, creating an entire metal casing that was a game-changer. The Nirvana X is available in 2 models, 5.5 inches and 6.2 inches, and comes in 6 stunning colors: Noble Silver, Gentleman Black, Rich Gold, Lady Pink, Sea and Sky Blue, and Rose Red. As Jiang Feng spoke, the screen displayed the 6 models, each one an artistic blend of colors and precision. The room was flooded with the flash of cameras, as reporters scrambled to capture the beauty of the Nirvana X. The launch of the Nirvana X was not just the unveiling of a phone, it marked the rise of a new domestic tech giant. The phone's superior design and specs surpassed those of many global competitors, and its launch was poised to make waves worldwide. Jiang Feng's next move was designed to cement the product's impact. "Now, let's bring up some of our experiencers," he said, as he invited 24 volunteers from the audience. They would have the opportunity to get hands-on with the Nirvana X, testing its features in real time. Each group of 4 experiencers was given a prototype, and their every move was reflected on the big screen for everyone to see. The crowd was on the edge of their seats as they watched the phone's performance live, and within half an hour, the atmosphere was electric. With its unmatched design and top-tier performance, the Nirvana X left a lasting impression. The press conference concluded, but the buzz around Longteng was only just beginning. As soon as the event wrapped up, China News posted an article titled, "The Rising New Mobile Phone Giant of China." Along with the article were videos and photos from the press conference. In minutes, the article had over 10,000 comments and shares. The People's Daily also picked up the story, further amplifying its reach. The hashtag China New Mobile Giant quickly climbed the trending charts, and #Nirvana X overtook Apple's latest launch on Baidu's hot search list. The momentum was unstoppable. Longteng had not just introduced a new phone, they had sparked a revolution. The storm caused by the Nirvana X was far from over. It was only just beginning. The same day, headlines across Baidu and every major domestic media outlet were dominated by one name, Longteng Group. The newly unveiled Nirvana X smartphone had sparked an unprecedented technological frenzy. Online platforms like Penguin News, Toutiao, and Xinlang featured bold, eye-catching headlines about the release, while traditional newspapers and periodicals devoted their front pages to the story. The phone, equipped with the Wyvern operating system, was hailed as a potential game-changer, rivaling and perhaps even surpassing Apple and Android. Social media buzzed with questions. How many units would be available at launch? Could demand for the sleek, top-tier device exceed supply? The anticipation was electric. In the boardroom of Longteng Group, the excitement was tempered by strategy. "Chairman, the Nirvana X production is fully underway in all 5 industrial parks. Should we finalize a marketing approach?" Zhang Feng, the company's CEO, looked to Lin Feng for guidance. Lin Feng, the chairman and visionary behind the success of Longteng Group, leaned back thoughtfully. Despite his official title, Lin preferred to work behind the scenes, letting Zhang Feng steer the company through its operational challenges. Now, with the Nirvana X poised to disrupt the market, the weight of marketing strategy fell on Zhang Feng's shoulders. "Chairman, what do you think about adopting the fan-driven, hunger marketing strategies employed by Rice Company?" Zhang Feng suggested, referencing the renowned domestic competitor known for its savvy marketing. Their blend of fan engagement and scarcity tactics had propelled them to become the second-largest smartphone seller in the country. Lin Feng considered the idea carefully. The so-called hunger marketing approach leveraged exclusivity to generate hype, but it often frustrated customers. "No," Lin said firmly. "We won't do hunger marketing. It alienates users. We're building loyalty, not resentment." Unfazed, Zhang Feng proposed another tactic. "Should we partner with the major telecom operators?" Warwick's early success came from leveraging such partnerships. Lin Feng shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Operators value their power more than our innovation. Look at their history, chasing after Apple, bending over backward for network access that didn't even materialize. Do you think they'll treat us differently?" Zhang Feng hesitated before nodding. Lin Feng's logic was undeniable. The monopolistic attitudes of the telecom giants often stifled collaboration, and Longteng Group had no intention of playing second fiddle to their demands. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he remembered something. What about our partnerships abroad? Didn't Amazon reach out when we launched in America and Europe? "Yes, Chairman," Zhang Feng confirmed. "Amazon's online channels are live and ready." "Good," Lin Feng said, his tone decisive. "Focus on tailoring language-specific versions for each region. I want flagship stores stocked and ready globally by May. Production lines must run at full capacity, 3 shifts a day, to meet initial demand. Once the first batch is out, positive word of mouth will drive momentum. People, regardless of where they're from, are drawn to beauty and excellence. Nirvana X offers both." Lin Feng's vision was clear. Establish a foothold in Europe as the second-largest market after Asia. Success abroad would not only secure steady profits, but also reinforce Longteng Group's global presence. Zhang Feng nodded, his expression resolute. "Understood, Chairman. I'll oversee the arrangements immediately." The room fell silent as Lin Feng gazed out the window, his confidence unwavering. He knew that once Nirvana X hit the market, its impact would ripple across the world, setting a new standard for innovation and elegance. In terms of domestic e-commerce, has Ali responded to us yet? Lin Feng's tone was calm, but his gaze was sharp. He had instructed Longtang Group to approach Ali well before the press conference, hoping to secure sales channels. Yet, there had been no progress. Zhang Feng hesitated before replying, his expression strained. Chairman, Ali did respond. They claim that to protect consumer rights, they need to review everything before opening the channel. Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply, his face darkening. Review everything? He repeated, his voice laced with disbelief. Even Amazon, a foreign company, had proactively offered to open its online sales channels for Longtang Group. Yet here was Ali, a domestic entity, throwing up obstacles. The absurdity of the situation made his blood boil. Consumer rights? Lin Feng scoffed. If they truly cared about that, there wouldn't be so many counterfeits flooding their platform. This is a joke. Zhang Feng offered a wry smile. Chairman, I believe it's due to our previous rejection of their proposal. Their vice president approached us about integrating their app into the Wyvern system. We refused. And, well, perhaps this is their retaliation. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Integrating their app? Even Penguin didn't dare make such a demand. And Ali thinks they can dictate terms just because they're built by aliens? Ridiculous. He turned to Zhang Feng, his voice decisive. Inform Penguin that we're ready to collaborate on mobile payments. The Wyvern system will integrate with Penguin Pay. Zhang Feng nodded, sensing Lin Feng's growing resolve. Ali might dominate the domestic e-commerce landscape, but Lin Feng wasn't about to let their arrogance dictate Longtang Group's future. Yes, Chairman. Lin Feng's mind raced as he considered his next moves. The future of Longtang Group was too bright to let Ali's pettiness dim its shine. Also, he added, contact Jin Dong. Let them know I'll be visiting their headquarters in a few days to meet with Liu Yidong, and have our software team start building Longtang Mall immediately. We can't rely on a single platform. Yes, Chairman, Zhang Feng replied, though his face betrayed his surprise. Lin Feng wasn't just rejecting Ali's demands, he was preparing for an outright split. The stakes had just risen dramatically. 3 days later, at Shenzhen International Airport, Lin Feng stood with his assistant, Mo Xinya, waiting to board a flight to Beijing. The announcement for their flight echoed through the terminal, reminding him of the task ahead. The strategy was clear. Break away from Ali, build an independent sales platform, and strengthen ties with Jindong, the second-largest e-commerce player in the country. Unlike Ali, Jindong had earned a reputation for supporting the real economy. With a market share of 56.3% in the self-operated B2C space, Jindong was not only a formidable competitor, but also a partner more aligned with Longtang Group's vision. Lin Feng admired Jindong's approach. They didn't just operate an e-commerce platform, they supported physical businesses, ran advanced logistics networks, and even helped farmers with modern agricultural techniques. Their contributions went beyond profits. They enriched the nation's economy. As for Jindong's president, Liu Yidong, Lin Feng respected his down-to-earth nature. Born into a humble farming family, Liu had risen to prominence through hard work and determination. His flaws were common and forgivable, especially compared to certain other CEOs who hid behind lofty philosophies while contributing little to real economic growth. Lin Feng couldn't help but compare Ali's success to Jindong's. While Ali's dominance in e-commerce and mobile payments was undeniable, it had come at the expense of countless physical stores. Their achievements were built on a foundation of disruption, not development. In contrast, Jindong's initiatives actively uplifted communities and industries. As Lin Feng boarded the plane, his resolve solidified. The path forward wouldn't be easy, but he was confident. Longtang Group would carve its own way, free from the constraints of Ali's arrogance. And in doing so, they wouldn't just thrive. They would redefine the rules of the game. Yizhuang Economic Development Zone, Beijing, inside Jindong headquarters. When will the team from Longtang Group arrive at the airport? Liu Yidong asked as he leaned back in his chair, massaging his round, tired face. He had just worked through a mountain of documents and now turned his focus to the upcoming meeting. The secretary, a poised and professional woman, glanced at her tablet. President, Longtang's flight MJ4025 is scheduled to land at Daxing International Airport in an hour. Good. Arrange a vehicle. I'll personally go to the airport to receive them, Liu replied, his tone firm yet tinged with anticipation. The secretary blinked in surprise but quickly masked her reaction. Understood. It wasn't like Liu to make such gestures. Even high-profile visitors like Lei Jun from the rice company didn't warrant this level of hospitality. Yet, here he was, ready to meet Lin Feng, the enigmatic young chairman of Longtang Group, at the airport himself. Liu's curiosity was piqued. Just months ago, Longtang Group had been teetering on the edge of collapse. Now, they were the rising star of the tech industry, boasting an independent smartphone operating system and leading the market with domestically produced devices. And Lin Feng, at only 18 years old, wasn't just a tech prodigy. He had transformed futures trading into a personal goldmine, amassing wealth and fame at a dizzying pace. What resonated most with Liu was their shared humble beginnings. As someone who had worked his way up from modest roots, he felt an unspoken kinship with Lin Feng. As the secretary left the room, Liu's mind raced with thoughts of their meeting. He wanted to understand the driving force behind Longtang's meteoric rise and Lin Feng's role in it. At 11 a.m., Flight MJ4025 touched down at Beijing Daxing International Airport. Lin Feng stepped off the plane, dressed casually, but exuding an air of quiet confidence. Beside him, Mo Xinya, his impeccably dressed assistant in a sharp OL outfit, carried herself with the composure of someone used to high-stakes meetings. Together, they might have passed for a young couple on vacation, if not for the poised energy surrounding them. Near the terminal exit, Liu Yidong waited with his team. The sight of Lin Feng, young, poised, and unexpectedly charismatic, made Liu's eyes narrow with interest. The reports had been accurate. Lin Feng was not only brilliant, but also strikingly composed for his age. The airport staff, mindful of protocol, quickly escorted Lin Feng and his team to the parking lot. From a distance, Lin Feng spotted a man with a friendly yet commanding presence. "Ah, Mr. Liu himself has come to greet me. I'm flattered," Lin Feng said warmly, extending his hand as he approached. Liu chuckled and clasped Lin's hand firmly. "Director Lin, as young and promising as the rumors say, it's my honor to meet you." Lin Feng smiled, appreciating Liu's candor. "Thank you, Mr. Liu. But perhaps we can continue this conversation in the car?" He glanced discreetly at the surrounding bustle. "Of course," Liu agreed, understanding Lin's preference for avoiding unnecessary attention. He led them to a sleek Bentley Mulsanne waiting nearby. Lin Feng slid into the car, his lips curving into a faint smile as he noted the familiar luxury of the interior. "Director Lin, something amusing?" Liu asked, intrigued by Lin's reaction. Lin Feng glanced at him, a spark of humor in his eyes. "Mr. Liu, I happen to use a Bentley Mulsanne for my daily travels in Shenzhen. It seems we have more in common than I expected." Liu's hearty laugh filled the car. "Fate, indeed. Though I'll wager mine is the only customized Mulsanne in Beijing." "And mine in Shenzhen," Lin Feng countered with a grin. The coincidence lightened the mood, and the two men exchanged a look of mutual respect. Despite their differences in age and experience, there was a clear understanding between them. As the car pulled away from the airport, Lin Feng felt a sense of clarity. This meeting wasn't just about business. It was the beginning of a partnership that could redefine the industry. And if his instincts were right, Liu Yidong was the perfect ally to have on this journey. "Director Lin has come all this way. Does this mean Longtang's new mobile phone is nearing its launch?" Liu Yidong asked, his tone light but his eyes sharp, betraying the strategist beneath the warm exterior. Inside the Bentley Mulsanne, Lin Feng offered a faint smile. "Mr. Liu's reputation as a business elite is well-deserved. You've seen through our intentions at a glance. The Nirvana X is ready. Development is complete, and we're preparing for mass production." "Nirvana X?" Liu murmured, letting the name roll off his tongue. His eyes glinted with interest. A phoenix reborn from the ashes. How fitting. Longtang Group rose from the remnants of Jinli Company, and now, it seems, you're poised to lead the charge as the nation's premier mobile phone brand. "Mr. Liu is too kind," Lin replied, his voice calm but purposeful. "My visit today isn't just to discuss Nirvana X's launch. I hope Jindong can support us by opening a special sales channel for the device." His gaze sharpened. "Longtang is prepared to invest 50 million RMB to facilitate the channel's development." Liu leaned back slightly, absorbing Lin's words. A dedicated sales channel wasn't a small request. It would mean reallocating resources and potentially upsetting existing partnerships. Yet, Lin Feng wasn't offering mere platitudes. 50 million is generous, Liu said thoughtfully. But for Jindong, it's not a figure that sways decisions. Our channels must bring tangible, long-term value to our ecosystem. Lin nodded, his confidence unshaken. I understand. The 50 million is only for channel development. Beyond that, Longteng will allocate 500 million RMB exclusively for marketing through this channel. Our goal isn't just to launch Nirvana X, but to make the platform itself a household name. The air in the car seemed to still. Lu studied Lin Feng for a moment, then chuckled. You don't just build bridges, you pave highways. With that level of investment, there's no reason for Jindong to refuse. I'll greenlight the channel personally. Lin's lips curved into a smile. Happy to work together, Mr. Liu. The deal was sealed, but both men understood its significance went beyond the numbers. Lin Feng's bold offer wasn't just a show of financial muscle, it was a statement of intent. By merging Longteng's innovative products with Jindong's extensive e-commerce network, they weren't just planning a launch, they were reshaping the market. As the car sped toward Jindong's headquarters, Liu broke the silence. Director Lin, since you've come all this way, why not take a tour of our group? You might find it interesting to compare notes on operations. Lin's eyes lit up. I'd be honored. Jindong Mall's success as an independent e-commerce platform has always intrigued me. Observing your approach to management and logistics would be invaluable. The two men exchanged a look of mutual respect. Though their paths had been vastly different, they were kindred spirits in ambition and innovation. This wasn't just a business meeting. It was the beginning of a partnership poised to redefine their industries. Half an hour later, Lin Feng, accompanied by Liu Adong, entered the headquarters of Jindong, China's largest self-operated e-commerce company. The sight of their president personally escorting a young guest sent ripples through the company. Whispers filled the air as employees speculated about the mysterious figure walking beside their boss. Who is that man? One whispered. He must be someone extraordinary. Maybe a government official's son, or a second-generation tycoon. Did you see his demeanor? Definitely not an ordinary person. The employees had reason to be curious. Visitors to Jindong's headquarters were typically renowned figures from various industries or high-ranking officials. Lin Feng, young and unfamiliar, stood out among the usual parade of dignitaries. This headquarters, Liu began, gesturing to the massive structure, is our group's new base, officially opened in 2015. Before that, we operated out of Beichen West Road in Chaoyang District. Lin Feng took in the view from the towering floor-to-ceiling windows. The three interconnected office buildings, linked by sky corridors, formed a vast chain-like structure that dominated the skyline. It's remarkable, Lin said, his tone sincere. Among Chinese e-commerce companies, Jindong's self-operated system is undoubtedly labor-intensive, but it has unmatched potential. Mr. Liu, your foresight is admirable. Liu smiled, though there was a tinge of humility in his expression. Director Lin, you're too kind. To be honest, we initially considered outsourcing logistics like Ali. But to differentiate ourselves and aim higher, we took the more difficult path, self-operated logistics. He sighed, recalling the challenges. For years, our approach was criticized, even internally. Building a logistics platform from scratch, recruiting personnel, managing distribution. It drained resources. Many saw it as a bottomless pit, consuming funds without immediate returns. But we persevered, and today, it's clear that decision paid off. Lin nodded. Jindong's logistics are now second only to Shunfeng, and your network of physical stores spans cities nationwide. The results speak for themselves. As they continued walking, Lin Feng suddenly shifted the conversation. I heard your company secured a $550 million investment from Google this June. Are you still open to additional funding? The question startled Liu. Director Lin, are you suggesting an investment in Jindong? Yes, Lin replied with a calm yet determined expression. Liu stopped in his tracks, his eyes searching Lin's face for a hint of hesitation. He found none. Director Lin, he began cautiously, you must know about the difficulties we're facing. After my situation in the U.S., our market value plummeted. Investors have been withdrawing, and although we've announced $1 billion share repurchase plan, Stabilizing the stock remains a challenge. Lin's response was firm and unwavering. I believe in you, Mr. Liu. More importantly, I believe in Jindong's potential. That single sentence silenced any further objections. If your company is willing, Lin continued, Fangtang Investment is prepared to acquire a 36% stake in Jindong Group at the current highest stock price. A stunned silence fell over the room. Jindong's market value stood at 215.6 billion RMB, roughly $36 billion. To acquire 36% of its shares, Fangtang Investment would need to pay $10 billion, equivalent to a staggering 60 billion RMB. The executives present exchanged wide-eyed glances, unable to hide their shock. Even Liu, who had weathered countless negotiations, found himself speechless. The offer wasn't just generous, it was a lifeline. For a moment, Liu's voice faltered. He looked at Lin Feng, emotion brimming in his eyes. Director Lin, I don't know what to say. There's no need to say anything, Lin said with a small smile. Let's work together to ensure Jindong reaches its full potential. Tears welled up in Liu Weidong's eyes. At a time when others doubted him, when even his staunchest allies hesitated, Lin Feng, a man he had only just met, offered unwavering faith. This wasn't just a business deal. It was an act of trust that would shape the future of Jindong and redefine the landscape of Chinese e-commerce. No investor willingly pours money into a venture that looks like a bottomless pit. Yet, Lin Feng, renowned as the sharpest strategist of his generation in the financial world, stood undeterred. With a track record of amassing hundreds of billions through just 3 futures operations, his reputation for calculated risks was unmatched. So when Lin Feng expressed his willingness to invest heavily in Jindong, it struck a chord of disbelief and gratitude in Liu Weidong, the company's embattled leader. You can rest assured, Lin Feng said, his voice steady, addressing the gathered executives of Jindong. If I invest in your group, the shares acquired by Fangtang Investment will remain fully entrusted to Mr. Liu Weidong. He will have the authority to act on my behalf. Beyond receiving dividends, I will not interfere in Jindong's daily operations. The room fell into a contemplative silence as Lin Feng's words sank in. For him, the investment wasn't rooted in a passion for Jindong's operations, but in a pragmatic approach to wealth management. With $150 billion sitting idle in a Swiss bank, earning mere interest, Lin saw greater returns in Jindong's long-term potential. It was a calculated move, a bet on a company with immense promise despite its recent struggles. For Liu Weidong, the offer was overwhelming. If Fangtang acquired 36% of Jindong's shares and added them to his existing 15.8%, Liu would control the majority. Finally, the group's leadership would no longer be constrained by the competing interests of other major shareholders like Penguin and Walmart. The vision he had for Jindong could truly take flight. Mr. Lin has come a long way and must be tired. Why not rest at the hotel while we discuss the investment details? Liu Weidong suggested, his voice calmer now. Though his emotions were far from subdued, Lin Feng gave a slight nod, acknowledging the need for rest. After all, his main objective for visiting the capital had already been accomplished. The decision to invest in Jindong had been more of a spur-of-the-moment idea, and there was no rush to finalize the details. He spent the rest of the day in quiet luxury, enjoying a leisurely lunch at Quanjude before retreating to his suite for a well-deserved nap. Meanwhile, at Jindong's headquarters, the mood was anything but relaxed. A strategic development meeting had been called to discuss Fangtang's proposal. Sitting at the head of the table, Liu Weidong observed the faces of his senior executives, each of whom held a stake in the company's future. I believe you all know what transpired this morning, Liu began, his tone measured but firm. Let's discuss. Should we accept Fangtang's investment? The room consisted of 7 of Jindong's top leaders: CMO Xu Lei, CTO Zhang Chen, Vice President Li Kefeng, Pei Jian, Head of the Big Data and Smart Supply Chain Division, Joe Bowen, Vice President of AI Platform and Research, and Xiao Jun, President of the X Business Unit. Together they represented both the brains and the backbone of Jindong Group. Xu Lei was the first to voice his thoughts. $10 billion for 36% of the shares is a steep price. We must consider the implications carefully. Li Kefeng, however, countered, under the current circumstances, securing an investment of this scale is no small feat. Personally, I believe we should accept Fangtang's proposal. Peijian nodded in agreement. Our recent share buyback has strained cash flow significantly. If we fail to attract external funding soon, operational challenges are inevitable. Zhang Chen, who had been listening quietly, added his perspective. The timing is critical. Our research on drones and big data is nearing a breakthrough. Without the necessary resources, we risk losing momentum, which could trigger a cascade of setbacks. Fengteng Investment brings more than just capital. Their operational expertise, as seen with Longtang Group, is a clear indicator of their value. The room was divided but leaning toward agreement. The ownership structure of Jindong made the situation complex. Penguin, with 18.1%, held the largest share, followed by Liu Yidong's 15.8%. Walmart's 10.1%, Hill House Capital's 8.9%, and other shareholders contributed to a fractured decision-making framework. Retail investors who held 33.9% were rapidly offloading their shares as Jindong's stock price plummeted, further destabilizing the company. The proposed investment from Fengteng could change everything. It would consolidate leadership under Liu Yidong, replace wavering investors, and provide the financial lifeline Jindong desperately needed. Still, doubts lingered. The stakes were high, and the decision would shape Jindong's future. Liu Yidong leaned back in his chair, letting the weight of their discussion settle. Whatever choice they made, the clock was ticking, and the world was watching. Liu Yidong's lips twitched slightly as the heated debate unfolded around him, but he refrained from intervening. Conflict among senior leaders wasn't unusual, nor was it unwelcome. Different opinions often meant better decisions. After all, unanimous agreement without challenge could lead to disastrous missteps for the company. Everyone! Joe Bowen, head of the AI platform and research department, broke the tension with his calm yet assertive voice. $10 billion might have seemed excessive when our group was at its peak, but today is not yesterday. Businesses face highs and lows, and we cannot deny that these funds would immediately ease our financial pressures. His words hung in the air like a quiet storm. The room fell silent, and the gravity of the situation settled over them. Whatever debates about investment terms or share prices they entertained were, at this point, moot. Jindong Group no longer held the upper hand. Their stock prices had been decimated, a clear reflection of the market's dwindling trust. In just 6 months, their valuation had hemorrhaged hundreds of billions of RMB, leaving them in their current desperate position. Vice President Xiao Jun, head of the business unit, leaned forward and spoke with a measured tone. One thing is clear. The excessive foreign ownership within the group is strangling our autonomy. Their priority is not our long-term vision, but damage control and immediate profit recovery. Walmart and Hill House Capital have already been seeking exits, further shaking investor confidence. He paused before continuing. We can't afford to let foreign entities dictate the future of Jindong. The company's destiny should be guided by leaders who understand its core values, not by those looking for a quick return on investment. All eyes turned toward Liu Yidong, who had been sitting quietly at the head of the table. Slowly, he stood, his expression resolute. Perhaps Fengteng Investment sees potential where others see failure, or maybe they recognize something in us worth betting on. Whatever their reason, this partnership can be transformative. He paused to gauge their reactions before continuing. Look at Longtang Group. Not only did they develop China's first homegrown smart system, but they also integrated it into their own domestic smartphones. Their innovation has positioned them to become the country's next mobile phone giant, possibly disrupting the entire industry. Liu's voice grew more impassioned. We've already begun collaborating with Longtang by creating a dedicated sales channel for their upcoming Nirvana X smartphone. This is the future, a future we can be part of. Approving Fengteng Investment's proposal is not just an act of survival, it's an opportunity to reclaim our narrative. The room remained silent for a moment before nods of agreement rippled through the group. The deal was set. Jindong would accept Fengteng Investment's $10 billion for a 36% stake, a lifeline that might just save them. At 8:30 p.m., Liu Yidong arrived at a 5-star hotel near Jindong's headquarters. Lin Feng, the enigmatic head of Fengteng Investment, had been provided with the best accommodations, a reflection of the respect and significance this partnership represented. Liu Yidong wasn't here just to pay his respects. he carried with him a preliminary agreement outlining the sale of Jindong's shares. Though non-binding, it was a gesture of goodwill and a promise of cooperation. "Ha ha, Director Lin, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour," Liu said with a warm smile as Lin Feng welcomed him into the lavish presidential suite. "I hope my visit will strengthen the foundation for our collaboration." Lin Feng gestured for Liu to sit, the air of the meeting transitioning seamlessly into one of camaraderie. "Shinya, bring the gift," Lin called out casually. Liu Edong raised an eyebrow. A gift? He had been in countless negotiations, but rarely had he encountered something like this. Moments later, Lin handed him a sleek silver-gray smartphone. Its metallic casing shimmered under the suite's lights, exuding an air of futuristic elegance. "This is..." Liu trailed off, his eyes widening in recognition. "Nirvana X," Lin said with a satisfied smile. "Our first all-metal smartphone, fully patented to protect against imitators." Liu held the phone delicately, as if it were a priceless artifact. The design alone spoke of cutting-edge innovation, and he could only imagine what its internal specs would reveal. "How about it, Mr. Liu? A fitting gift?" Lin's grin deepened. "I have to admit, Longtang has outdone itself," Liu replied, marveling at the device. He then turned to Lin with a knowing smile. "But let me guess. You're hoping I'll help make this the face of success in the domestic market?" Lin laughed heartily. "Mr. Liu, you know me too well, and I'm sure you've already reached your decision about the investment." Liu's expression turned serious, though his tone remained composed. "After careful deliberation, we've unanimously decided to accept Fengteng's proposal." Lin's face lit up with satisfaction. The two men continued their discussion over a private dinner, sealing their understanding with a handshake and shared vision for the future. By 9 p.m., Liu Edong and his secretary left the suite, heading back to Jindong's headquarters. Though the night was late, the foundation of a brighter tomorrow had been laid. "President, we just received word from the finance department. $10 billion has been credited to Fengteng Investment." Liu Edong had barely left the five-star hotel when his secretary delivered the news. His eyes widened in shock, and a wave of gratitude and relief washed over him. The agreement signed with Fengteng Investment was merely an intent, a non-binding understanding with no legal obligation for Lin Feng to act immediately. Yet here was the proof of trust, tangible and powerful. Lin Feng had recognized Jindong's dire situation and had acted decisively, offering a lifeline when no one else would. "Back to headquarters now," Liu ordered, his voice brimming with determination. Returning to Jindong's headquarters, Liu unleashed a series of bold, transformative actions that same night. Senior managers who had failed to meet expectations were swiftly dismissed, and negotiations to regain control of Jindong's shares began in earnest. Within hours, Liu orchestrated the repurchase of 25.1% of Jindong's shares from Walmart, Hillhouse Capital, Tiger Fund, and Capital Today, raising funds totaling 7.9 billion RMB. Additionally, he acquired 15% of the company's outstanding shares in the market for nearly $2 billion. The ripple effects were immediate and far-reaching. News of Jindong's aggressive buybacks sent shockwaves across the Chinese e-commerce industry. The company's previously free-falling stock price stabilized and began climbing, catching even seasoned investors off guard. Former stakeholders, who had offloaded their shares in desperation, now regretted their decision. The market marveled. How could a company presumed to be on the brink suddenly marshal such substantial resources? By the next morning, Lin Feng, accompanied by Mo Shinya and a team of lawyers, arrived at Jindong's headquarters. "Ha ha ha, Director Lin, welcome." Liu Edong greeted him at the entrance with a radiant smile. His demeanor transformed from the weary businessman of yesterday into a man brimming with confidence. The $10 billion investment and last night's actions had reignited his fighting spirit. Lin Feng acknowledged the greeting with a subtle nod. "Let's get started." Inside Jindong's conference room, the air buzzed with anticipation. Liu presented the final contracts for review, including a deal to open exclusive sales channels for Longtang Group's Nirvana X smartphone and the formal transfer of 36% of Jindong's shares to Fengteng Investment. Lin Feng, representing both Longtang Group and Fengteng Investment, carefully reviewed the documents alongside his legal team before signing. With the signatures finalized, Jindong Group transferred 500 million RMB into its promotional budget to support the Nirvana X launch. Engineers from Jindong's tech team immediately began testing the smartphone to ensure seamless integration with the platform. Lin Feng leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Mr. Liu, I have one condition for this partnership. Nirvana X must not appear in the market before its official release. Liu's expression turned serious. You have my word, Mr. Lin. Until the official launch, no information about Nirvana X will be leaked. Both parties understood the stakes. Longtang's cutting-edge smartphone represented a monumental opportunity, and Jindong's exclusive sales channel would play a pivotal role in its success. Neither could afford a misstep. Satisfied, Lin Feng concluded, I'll leave this in your hands, Mr. Liu. From that moment on, Lin Feng wasn't just an investor. With a 36% stake, he became Jindong's largest shareholder, ensuring his influence over the company's direction. Later that afternoon, Lin Feng boarded a flight back to Shenzhen, his focus shifting to preparations for the Nirvana X launch. Meanwhile, Jindong made an official announcement. Fengteng Investment was now the company's largest shareholder. The revelation caused an immediate uproar in the market. Observers quickly connected the dots. Fengteng Investment, the controlling entity behind Longtang Group, had now allied with Jindong. Speculation about a powerful partnership surged, driving Jindong's stock price to new heights. For Jindong, the dark days of decline were over. With Lin Feng's bold investment and Longtang's innovative products, a new chapter of growth and opportunity had begun. On November 16, 2018, Lin Feng had barely returned to Shenzhen when Jiang Feng, CEO of Longtang Group, greeted him with a flurry of updates. Chairman, Rice Company has sent a vice president to discuss cooperation on the Wyvern smartphone operating system. Lin Feng paused, his expression shifting subtly. Rice Company, despite its popular MIUI system, relied heavily on a deeply customized version of Android. Its MIUI system, though polished, was ultimately an iteration of Android, lacking true innovation. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that they sought a partnership with Longtang. The Wyvern OS was a game changer. What struck him as odd was their timing. It had been weeks since Longtang's press conference. Why now? What exactly did they propose? Lin Feng asked, his tone measured. Jiang Feng hesitated before replying. Rice Company suggested equipping some of their phones with the Wyvern OS, while keeping others on Android. Lin Feng's face darkened instantly. The strategy was clear. Hedge their bets. By splitting their product line between Wyvern OS and Android, Rice could minimize risks while maintaining their foothold in the Android ecosystem. It was a shrewd plan, but one that placed all the burden of risks squarely on Longtang. Did Lei Jun personally approve this idea? Lin Feng's sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Feng. Yes, Chairman. As far as we know, this proposal came directly from Lei Jun himself, Jiang Feng replied, visibly uneasy. Lei Jun. Lin Feng's voice turned cold, a trace of disdain in his words. An old fox indeed. He sees the potential of Wyvern OS but won't risk upsetting Android. Instead, he wants Longtang to bear the risks while he reaps the benefits. Lin Feng's mind worked quickly. The timing was too precise to be coincidental. He suspected Android's involvement. Their dominance in the global smartphone market was threatened by Wyvern OS. By persuading Rice Company to adopt this dual strategy approach, Android could weaken the impact of Longtang's revolutionary system. Xinya, Lin Feng turned to his trusted aide. Find out if Rice Company has been in talks with Android. Understood, Mo Xinya replied, immediately making a call. Lin Feng's business intelligence network, bolstered by the resources of Fengteng Investment, rivaled that of industry titans like Tencent and Alibaba. Within minutes, Mo Xinya received confirmation. Boss, 2 days ago, Rice Company had a meeting with Android, led personally by Lei Jun. Jiang Feng's face turned red with anger. Unbelievable. They're playing both sides. The pieces fell into place. 2 days ago was the same time Rice's vice president visited Longtang. It was a calculated move. By negotiating with both Android and Longtang simultaneously, Rice positioned itself to capitalize on whichever deal proved more advantageous. Domestically, they would embrace the Wyvern OS to gain a competitive edge, while internationally, they'd continue leveraging Android's dominance. Lei Jun's strategy wasn't just clever. It was ruthless. Lin Feng let out a low chuckle, his eyes cold. So that's their play. Tread two boats, secure both markets. Lei-jun is as cautious as ever. But he's underestimated one thing. Longtang doesn't play second fiddle. Jiang Feng's fists clenched. Chairman, what do we do? Lin Feng's expression softened into a confident smirk. We don't need Rice Company. Their hesitation only proves one thing. They fear us. Wyvern OS will disrupt the market with or without them. Let them enjoy their illusion of control for now. When the dust settles, they'll realize they backed the wrong horse. The room fell silent as the weight of Lin Feng's words sank in. This wasn't just a battle for market share. It was a clash of visions, a fight for the future of the global smartphone industry. The early morning sun poured through the windows of Villa No. 1, casting a warm glow over the polished floors. Lin Feng slowly stretched, savoring the best sleep he'd had in 18 years. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the view was nothing short of breathtaking. The Huaihe River flowed peacefully in the distance, and the serene sound of water gently filled the air. Jiangkang Garden's prime location allowed Lin Feng to admire the sprawling Qinhuai scenery, with Zhongshan on one side and the endless horizon on the other. This is why everyone wants to be rich, Lin Feng murmured, a mix of awe and satisfaction in his voice. Just as he turned his gaze away from the window, the sharp sound of a doorbell rang through the quiet morning. It was Xu Zhengshin, impeccably dressed in a crisp suit. His tone was respectful but direct. Sir, the college entrance exam results are being released today. Should we go to Sucheng No. 1 Middle School to check? Lin Feng paused, surprised he hadn't realized the day had arrived. He had already gotten a rough idea of his results, but this was a momentous occasion, his final step in high school. Yeah, let's go, he said after a brief moment of thought. Despite knowing his scores, something about experiencing it firsthand felt necessary. After a quick wash and a rushed breakfast, Lin Feng entered the dining area. The table was laden with a vast array of dishes, from Cantonese pastries to Beijing-style snacks. It was the kind of breakfast you'd expect from someone who had everything. Sir, the first team is ready to escort you to the school, Su Zhengshin said, his tone respectful but efficient. Lin Feng nodded, though he had a different idea. No need for that. Let them stay hidden and protect me from a distance. Oh, and have you gotten your driver's license yet? Already done, sir. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, not surprised. With his status and connections, getting a license would be the least of Xu Zhengshin's concerns. Without a word, Lin Feng gestured for him to take him to the garage. Walking into the underground garage was like stepping into a different world. Lin Feng had imagined a few parking spots, maybe a car or two. But this was an expansive, sleek underground space that stretched for hundreds of square meters, larger than the first floor of the villa itself. Hundreds of vehicles were lined up in perfect order. Koenigsegg 11, Lamborghini Veneno, Silva Tuatara, Aston Martin 177, Pagani Huayra. These were just some of the cars he spotted, with not a single one worth less than millions. The cheapest of the lot was a Ferrari F60 America, limited to only 10 units, valued at over $3 million USD. Lin Feng stared in disbelief, finally turning to Xu Zhengshin. How many cars are there? Xu Zhengshin appeared slightly embarrassed. We weren't sure what you'd prefer, sir, so we prepared a selection of 30 cars, 10 sports cars, 10 sedans, and 10 off-road vehicles and RVs. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch at the understatement. 30 cars, but every single one was a luxury worth millions. From Rolls-Royce Silver Phantoms to Bentley Mulsanne Deluxe Editions, the collection was top tier. And the off-road vehicles? George Patton, Cavalier 15, Unimog U5000, each one a colossal machine meant for extreme terrain. Are there more? Lin Feng asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yes, sir. Each of the 120 villas here has its own underground garage. There's also a massive garage that can accommodate up to 3,000 cars. Lin Feng let out a small sigh, somewhat numb to the extravagance surrounding him. All right, let's go, he said, his voice now steely with purpose. He selected a Lamborghini Poison, pressed the key, and the car's headlights blinked on, sharp and brilliant. The doors opened upward like wings, and Lin Feng slid into the driver's seat. The interior was nothing short of opulent, with sleek technological dials and plush leather. The comfort was unimaginable, the perfect blend of luxury and cutting-edge design. With a roar of power, the Lamborghini surged forward out of the underground garage, the sound of its engine echoing in the vast space. 12 bodyguards followed, driving 2 Audi A8Ls in tight formation behind him, ensuring his safety at all costs. As Lin Feng sped down the road, his thoughts remained focused. Today wasn't just about college results. It was the beginning of a new chapter in a life that was anything but ordinary. Even Lin Feng, with all his advantages, had to admit that Lei Jun was a formidable figure in the world of business. However, Lei Jun had miscalculated one crucial detail. Longtang Group didn't need Rice Company. Longtang produced its own smartphones. The idea of licensing the Wyvern OS to Rice, or any competitor, even a tech giant like Warwick, was laughable. Why arm a rival with the very tools that could challenge Longtang's dominance? Is Rice's negotiation team still in Shenzhen? Lin Feng asked, his tone calm but with an edge that made Zhang Feng stand a little straighter. They've checked into the Sheraton Hotel, Chairman, Zhang Feng replied. They haven't left yet. Lin Feng's lips curved into a sly smile. Good. It's impolite not to reciprocate a visit. Inform Rice that we're open to cooperation at a licensing fee of $20 billion per year. Zhang Feng's face lit up with understanding. Yes, Chairman. I'll handle it immediately. A $20 billion annual fee was an impossible demand, one that clearly signaled Longtang's lack of interest in any deal. But Lin Feng wasn't just being dismissive. Letting Rice's negotiators think there was still hope served a purpose. It demonstrated Longtang's dominance and made Rice feel the sting of their own arrogance. Business, after all, was war, and in war there was no room for mercy. When the negotiations began, Zhang Feng led Longtang's team into an intense back and forth with Rice Company. The talks stretched late into the evening, reaching a point where the contract seemed ready for signatures. But at the last moment, Longtang abruptly terminated discussions. The Rice delegation was furious, realizing they'd been strung along. Word of this debacle reached Lei Jun, who was in the middle of a meeting with Android. When he heard the news, his anger erupted like a volcano. It wasn't just about the failed deal, it was the public humiliation that followed. Longtang had deliberately leaked the story to the media, and reporters pounced on it with relish. Lei Jun became the industry's laughingstock, mocked for being outplayed on his own chessboard. A few days later, Lin Feng was back in Jinling, taking a brief respite at Kangyuan Villa No. 1. The release of Longtang's highly anticipated Nirvana smartphone was fast approaching, and production was in full swing. Lin Feng, however, was immersed in another passion, programming. As he wrote lines of code, his phone buzzed. Hello? Brother Lin Feng, it's Wang Kong, came a familiar, excitable voice. I need to talk to you. Can we meet? Lin Feng paused, puzzled by the urgency in Wang Kong's tone. All right, come to my house. I'll send you the address. Half an hour later, a sleek Rolls-Royce pulled up at the gates of the exclusive Kangyuan Villa community. Inside were Wang Kong and his friend Chin Lin, both taken aback by the imposing security presence. This must be it, Wang Kong said, scanning the area. The luxurious villas and meticulously maintained landscaping screamed exclusivity. Brother Lin lives here? Chin Lin yawned, still groggy. Why doesn't he just build his own estate? This is too low-key for someone like him. Their musings were interrupted by a stern security guard. Hello, sir. May I ask who you're here to see? Wang Kong blinked, unused to such formality. I'm here to see Lin Feng. You've heard of me, right, Wang Kong? The guard remained unfazed. I'm sorry, sir. If you're not on the guest list, you can't enter. Are you serious? Chin Lin laughed in disbelief. Do you know who he is? National husband Wang Kong. The guard's expression didn't waver. Rules are rules, sir. Frustrated but unwilling to cause a scene, Wang Kong called Lin Feng, who promptly arranged their entry. Minutes later, the gates opened, and a guide escorted them toward Villa No. 1. Brother Lin's security is no joke, Chin Lin muttered, eyeing the patrolling guards and large wolf dogs stationed throughout the community. Wang Kong couldn't shake his unease. The level of security was far beyond what one would expect for even a high-end residential area. The guards carried themselves with the precision of trained professionals, and their presence reminded him of his father's personal bodyguards, former Special Forces operatives. As they drove deeper into the community, Wang Kong realized just how vast Kangyuan was. The villas were spaced far apart, their layouts designed for both privacy and aesthetics. Reaching Villa No. 1 took 10 minutes, and along the way, they encountered 3 separate security teams. "What the hell is this place?" Qinlin finally exclaimed, his voice tinged with awe. Wang Kong could only nod in agreement. Kongyuan wasn't just a luxury community. It was a fortress. Whatever Lin Feng was involved in, it was clear he wasn't taking any chances. Wang Kong couldn't help but feel a growing sense of disbelief as he drove toward the center of Jiankang Garden. The villa before him stood out as the crown jewel of the entire estate. Its size and grandeur made it unmistakably the king of all the villas in the area. From a distance, it almost seemed as though it was glowing with a subtle, powerful presence amidst the greenery surrounding it. As he and Qinlin approached Villa Number 1, they were greeted by Mo Xinya, Lin Feng's personal secretary, who guided them toward the underground garage. Both men, familiar with Mo from their past encounter at a 4S store, weren't too surprised by her appearance, but nothing could have prepared them for what they were about to witness. The underground garage was a sight to behold. It wasn't just a parking area, it was a showcase of extreme wealth. On the left side of the massive space, luxury sports cars stood in gleaming rows. A Koenigsegg 1.1, Lamborghini Veneno, Pagani Huayra, and an Aston Martin 177, to name just a few. The cars were among the top 10 most expensive models in the world. To the right, an entire section was dedicated to off-road vehicles and RVs, including rare models like the George Patton, the Cavalier 15, and the Paramount Predator. The sheer number and value of these vehicles left Wang Kong speechless. What really made him pause was the center section, where 2 Rolls-Royces, one a Phantom and the other a custom silver Phantom, sat next to a Bentley Mulsanne and a Maserati Royal Edition. Even his own Rolls-Royce Phantom seemed small and ordinary by comparison. Wang Kong, unable to resist, took out his phone and snapped photos of the garage, even recording a short video. His post on Weibo quickly went viral. "You may not believe it, but I'm very poor. I'm really poor. This is a rich man's underground garage." He captioned the video. Within moments, comments flooded in, many expressing disbelief over the garage's contents. One commenter asked if the Silver Phantom was a recent custom job, as the car hadn't been produced since the 1960s. Another remarked that only someone incredibly wealthy could even imagine owning a garage worth billions. The post quickly made its way to the headlines on Baidu, though Wang Kong remained unaware of the stir it caused. He was still processing the sight of Lin Feng's extravagant garage when Mo Xinya interrupted his thoughts, apologizing for Lin Feng's absence. "He's caught up with something, but he asked me to show you around," she said. "It's no trouble," Wang Kong replied with a grin. "We can manage on our own." Qinlin echoed his sentiment, adding, "Let's just enjoy the villa." As they entered the elevator, Wang Kong's curiosity took hold. "I'm curious, though," he said. "Why does Lin Feng live here? He's rich enough to build his own estate, yet he chooses a villa." Mo Xinya paused, clearly unsure how to answer. "This place is more than just a villa," she finally said. "Jiankang Garden is special. It's one of the best locations in Jinling, with Zhongshan behind it and Qinhuai in front. The geographical advantage is unbeatable." When the elevator doors opened, Wang Kong and Qinlin were greeted by a sight that only reinforced their growing sense of awe. The villa's living room was vast, at least 700 to 800 square meters, decorated with opulence that bordered on regal. It felt more like a palace than a home. Lin Feng, sitting casually in the living room, stood to greet them with a smile. "Welcome," he said. "Come in. Don't stand there." Wang Kong chuckled, shaking his head. "Lao Lin, your place is like a fortress," he remarked, clearly impressed. Qinlin added with mock resentment, "I didn't expect this much luxury. You really know how to make a statement." Inside, the decor was a blend of modern and traditional Chinese styles. The furniture was exquisite, but what really caught their attention were the paintings on the walls, especially a large Chinese painting that Wang Kong couldn't take his eyes off. "That's a beautiful piece," Wang Kong remarked, stepping closer. Lin Feng, noticing his interest, offered it to him without hesitation. "If you like it, take it. No need to think twice." Wang Kong hesitated at first, reluctant to accept such an expensive gift, but Lin Feng's casual tone made him rethink. "All right, thank you," he said, accepting the gesture graciously. "Don't mention it," Lin Feng smiled. "We're friends. It's just a small thing." He then turned to Qinlin, asking, What about you? Would you like one too? Chinlin, ever the nonchalant one, shrugged. Nah, I can't really appreciate this kind of art. How about some beautiful girls instead? Moshinya, ever efficient, immediately arranged for the painting to be packed up and prepared for Wang Kong to take with him. Meanwhile, another piece of art was brought in to replace it, a subtle reminder that in Lin Feng's world, luxury and generosity went hand in hand. Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in ancient paintings, seeing them more as decorative items than treasures. Unless they were worth hundreds of millions, most paintings were stored in the library on the second floor, where they wouldn't be in danger of being broken. That was a private space, and only Lin Feng had access to it. As for the rest of his home, he treated it with the carefree attitude of someone who had more than enough to replace anything that might break. When Wang Kong and Chinlin arrived, Lin Feng greeted them with a wide grin. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Come in. Sit down. I'm sure you'd rather relax than have people think I'm a bad host. He gestured toward the plush sofas. As for drinks, feel free to grab anything from the fridge. If it's not there, just let me know, and I'll get it for you. Wang Kong and Chinlin exchanged a look, amused by Lin Feng's casual approach. But it was clear there was business to discuss. We came to talk to you about something important, Wang Kong said, cutting straight to the point once they were settled. Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Well, if you have something to say, just say it. No need for formalities here. Wang Kong nodded and began. There have been a lot of changes in the film industry recently, especially with more movies being released online rather than in theaters. It got us thinking that maybe the traditional cinema model needs a revamp. There's a huge business opportunity in private cinemas that combine movie watching with entertainment and leisure. The problem is, we don't have enough funds to make it happen, so we're hoping to bring you on board. Chinlin added, we want to create a new kind of experience, one where people can enjoy movies, but also have a place to relax with games, food, and other entertainment options. We're looking at private theaters that can do all that, but the cost is high. That's where we need your help. Lin Feng's interest piqued. The idea was bold and fresh. Private cinemas that catered to young people's tastes for both entertainment and luxury. It sounded like a solid business venture, especially with traditional cinemas struggling. So how much are we talking about here? How many theaters do you want to build? Lin Feng asked, his gaze focused on Wang Kong. Wang Kong hesitated slightly before answering. Each private cinema will cost around $150 million, and we're planning to build one in every municipality and provincial city. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How many does that make? A few dozen? Wang Kong explained further, detailing the costs and their initial plans. He revealed that building a private theater would cost far more than a typical cinema, about 5 times as much. Lin Feng quickly calculated the figures in his head. With 38 cities in mind, the cost for this plan would top $5.7 billion. But it didn't stop there. If you want to go big, go all in, Lin Feng said with a confident smirk. You can't just stop at 38 theaters. You need more. Beijing, Magic City, Shenzhen, and Guangcheng should have at least 8 to 10 theaters each. The new first-tier cities need about 4, and provincial cities should have at least 2. If you really want to dominate the market, you'll have to target even prefecture-level cities. The sheer scale of the idea stunned Wang Kong and Chinlin. They hadn't considered such an expansive approach, but Lin Feng's plan made sense. They realized that if they didn't act fast, they would miss out on a huge opportunity. Lin Feng's plan would require at least $75 billion in investment, with nearly 500 theaters in total. How much are you both prepared to invest? Lin Feng asked, as he analyzed their plan. Wang Kong and Chinlin exchanged a brief look. We've saved up around $6 billion, Wang Kong replied a little hesitantly. It was a huge commitment, but they were confident in the potential success of their venture. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully before making his offer. Here's my proposal. I'll invest $70 billion, taking 70% of the shares. You two keep your $6 billion investment, and you'll each hold 15% of the shares. I won't get personally involved in the day-to-day, but I'll send a financial team to oversee the operations. What do you think? The enormity of the investment and the opportunity took a moment to sink in. With Lin Feng's 70 billion, the grand vision for 484 theaters could become a reality. For comparison, the largest theater chain in China had just over 160 cinemas. The idea of establishing nearly 500 private theaters in the span of a few years was beyond anything they had imagined. It could completely shift the landscape of the cinema industry. Wang Kong and Qin Lin were speechless for a moment, processing the weight of Lin Feng's offer. They knew this was a game-changing opportunity, but it was a risk unlike anything they had ever taken before. Finally, Wang Kong broke the silence. Damn it, we can't let this slip away. If we're going to do it, we need to go all in. His words were filled with determination, and Qin Lin nodded in agreement, his face set. Lin Feng grinned, clearly pleased with their decision. All right then, you two are in charge of finding the contractors. With your family's resources, your dad's Wanfu Cinemas, and your connections with Magic City Construction, you'll be able to make it happen. Got it? Wang Kong and Qin Lin replied in unison, their voices filled with newfound resolve. And just like that, the wheels were set in motion. Lin Feng had laid out a plan that would not only revolutionize the cinema industry, but also solidify his place at the top of the business world. The sudden system prompt startled Lin Feng, pulling him out of his thoughts. Ding! The branch line opens. Build a private cinema and randomly draw a chance to inherit wealth. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh under his breath. Here he was, about to throw 70 billion into a project, and out of nowhere, he triggers a side mission. It was almost too coincidental, but he wasn't the type to let opportunities slip by without taking advantage. Lao Wang, I'm assuming you've already completed the project documents for the private cinema? Lin Feng casually asked, already looking ahead. Wang Kong blinked in surprise. Huh? You want to see them? I don't need to look over everything. Lin Feng shrugged dismissively. I'm not a professional in this. It's better to start by actually building a top-tier private cinema, get the highest configuration we can, test out the project's potential. Qin Lin's eyes widened, his face breaking into a grin. Wait, are you telling me you're building this private cinema just for yourself? Wang Kong was equally dumbfounded. Hold on, did I hear that right? You want to build a cinema just for you? Lin Feng nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah, why not? I need a place where I can relax and watch movies in peace. You guys have your massive cinemas, but I'm not going to sit in those crowded spaces. I'm too rich for that now. Qin Lin and Wang Kong were silent for a moment, the words hanging in the air. Sure, it made sense, but was Lin Feng really going to use a multi-million-dollar private cinema just for himself? That seemed like a bit much, even for him. But wait, you're not just building a cinema for yourself, right? Wang Kong hesitated. You do realize this has to be a full-scale entertainment venue, right? It can't just be a personal cinema. It needs to serve hundreds of people with a ton of entertainment options. Lin Feng waved his hand in dismissal. Yeah, I know. But I'm not talking about turning it into a commercial complex like you guys want to build. I'm keeping it simple. It'll be a private theater for movie lovers to enjoy. He then turned to Mo Shinya, who had been silently listening in. Shinya, is there a free villa next to Villa Number 1? One that could be transformed into a private cinema that can hold hundreds of people? Mo Shinya's eyes brightened. Brother Lin, are you thinking of turning the villa next to yours into a private cinema? It's a fantastic idea. Qin Lin and Wang Kong exchanged looks. Jiangkangyuan, where Lin Feng's villa was located, was known as one of the most luxurious and high-end areas in Jinling. Villas there were massive, covering more than 4,500 square meters, and with the best materials. It sounded perfect for a private cinema, just the way Lin Feng envisioned it. Lin Feng, however, just waved it off. We don't need to buy anything. The whole Jiangkangyuan belongs to me. At those words, both Wang Kong and Qin Lin froze. Wait, the whole Jiangkangyuan belongs to you? Wang Kong's voice was incredulous. Lin Feng casually nodded. Yeah, it's mine. The revelation hit them like a ton of bricks. Wang Kong was speechless, his mind struggling to process the fact that Lin Feng owned an entire luxury villa area. It was hard to wrap their heads around the scale of Lin Feng's wealth. He didn't just buy one villa, he owned the entire community. Qin Lin, never one to hold back, laughed out loud. Man, you must have so much money to burn. Buying an entire villa area? That's insane. Lin Feng just shrugged, clearly unbothered. Well, Shinya can explain better than I can. Mo Shinya, always poised, stepped forward. Mr. Wang, Mr. Chin, the entire Jiankang has been under Mr. Lin's ownership from the start. When we developed the land and built the villas, it was part of a larger plan. The entire area serves as a resettlement service for the boss's teams, including the bodyguard team, the chef team, and the financial team. Wang Kong and Qin Lin were floored. They had known Lin Feng was wealthy, but they never imagined he had such a vast empire. The realization left them awestruck. So this entire area is yours? Just like that? Wang Kong muttered, still trying to absorb the magnitude of Lin Feng's success. Yep, Lin Feng said with a grin. Guess that's the benefit of inheriting a fortune and knowing how to use it. It was clear now. Lin Feng was no ordinary rich kid. With the power, wealth, and connections he had at his disposal, he could make any idea a reality. His next move? A private cinema for himself, to test the waters before the big investment. It was a bold step, but in Lin Feng's world, it was just another day. Mo Xinya's words were a revelation to both Wang Kong and Qin Lin. They now understood the sheer scale of Lin Feng's operation. His team alone had 10 bodyguard squads, each with 12 members, totaling over 100 people. But that was just the start. There were also lawyers, financial advisors, personal consultants, chefs, cleaners, and other staff. All told, there were at least 1,000 people working within the Jiangkangyuan Villa area. No wonder the place was so heavily guarded. Even luxury cars couldn't enter without permission. The entire area was Lin Feng's private estate, a realm where ordinary people simply weren't allowed. Wang Kong and Qin Lin could only stare in disbelief. The wealth and power Lin Feng had at his disposal were beyond anything they had imagined. Their own success felt insignificant in comparison. Lin Feng's influence had spread far beyond China's borders. He wasn't just rich, he was operating on an entirely different level. All right, I guess building just one private cinema isn't a waste after all, Wang Kong muttered, finally giving in. With your level of extravagance, even 10 cinemas wouldn't be enough to exhaust your resources. Qin Lin thought for a moment, then added, if you're planning to build a cinema that can accommodate hundreds of people, the current villa won't be enough. Even if you don't include catering services, the entertainment facilities alone would need 2 floors. You'll need dedicated 2D, 3D, and even virtual reality cinemas. The villa as it is just doesn't have the space for all that. He paused, looking at Lin Feng with a serious expression. The only way this would work is if you gave up Villa Number 1. That's the only place big enough to house a private cinema of this scale. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, Mo Xinya, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. Actually, boss, during the original planning of Jiangkangyuan, a special building was set aside. It's a 4-story, 800 square meter per floor fitness and activity center. It's more than enough to convert into a private cinema. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Really? That sounds perfect. What do you think, Wang Kong? Wang Kong looked thoughtful. It's possible, but Lao Chin's team will need to handle the renovation. After all, their base is in the capital, which is pretty far from here. Lin Feng smiled. Then it's settled. Lao Chin, you're in charge of the project. Qin Lin nodded seriously. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. This cinema is crucial for the overall project, so I'll treat it as my personal responsibility. With that, the trio finalized their plans, and Wang Kong and Qin Lin prepared to leave. There was still much to organize. This wasn't just a minor venture, but a massive, nationwide project that would span municipalities, provincial cities, and prefectures. At a staggering $76 billion in funds, it was clear that the project was of national significance. No one could afford to underestimate it. Wang Kong and Qin Lin exchanged a glance as they headed for the airport. This was no longer just about making money. It was about positioning themselves in a game that reached the highest echelons of power. Once they left, Lin Feng was left to reflect on the scale of the operation he was about to undertake. His wealth and influence were growing, and this project would only increase his standing. As Wang Kong drove Qin Lin to the airport, his thoughts were consumed by the enormity of what had just been set in motion. It was one thing to manage a large sum of money, but to coordinate something this massive, spanning across an entire country? It was a whole different ballgame. After dropping Qin Lin off, Wang Kong returned to his villa in Jinling, which, while not as extravagant as Lin Feng's estate, was still impressive. He had invested in several properties in the area, including a few luxurious villas. It was nothing compared to Lin Feng's empire, but it was his own, and he was proud of it. Just as he was about to change clothes, a bodyguard approached him. "Master, Sir is here." Wang Kong raised an eyebrow. "What? He's here?" The bodyguard nodded and led him to the living room. There, seated comfortably on the sofa, was none other than his father, the richest man in the region, Wang Tuan. He was reading the newspaper, his expression unreadable. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Wang Kong asked, surprised. Wang Tuan lowered the paper and glanced at his son with a meaningful look. "I heard you've been busy with a big project lately. You've roped in Qinlin as well. Are you done with the investment?" Wang Kong, still taken aback, nodded. "Almost. It's nearly finished." Wang Tuan raised an eyebrow. "So fast? I thought you'd be struggling to get the funding together. You've made quick work of it." Wang Kong, feeling a little strange about his father's sudden interest in his business, decided to change the subject. "By the way, Dad, have you heard of a guy named Lin Feng? He's about 20, extremely rich, easily worth tens of billions." Wang Tuan stared at him, clearly skeptical. "Lin Feng? 20 years old? Tens of billions? Are you kidding me? Who would let their kid use that much money like it's nothing?" Wang Kong gave an exasperated sigh. "I'm not joking, Dad. He's a real deal. You wouldn't believe the things he's already done." Just then, Wang Tuan's eyes fell on something in Wang Kong's hand. "What's that?" Wang Kong looked down to see the scroll in his hand. "Oh, this? It's a traditional Chinese painting I picked up from Lin Feng. It's stunning, but I'm not sure who painted it. I thought it looked great in the study." Wang Tuan's interest piqued. "A Chinese painting? That's interesting." His love for fine art had grown over the years, and he now had a keen eye for antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Wang Kong, seeing his father's genuine interest, handed him the scroll. "Here, take a look. I was planning to hang it in the study." Wang Tuan took the painting, inspecting it closely. As his son left to hang the painting, his mind wandered back to Lin Feng. The young man was proving to be more than just a fleeting figure in the world of business. If Wang Tuan's son was involved with him, it was worth paying closer attention. 10 minutes later, Wang Kong returned with a set of tools, but the richest man, his father, was still absorbed in the Chinese painting on the table, his gaze fixed as if he were staring at a rare treasure. "Dad, what are you doing? Trying to soak up some culture?" Wang Kong couldn't hold back his laughter, but to his surprise, the richest man, Wang Tuan, didn't smile back. Instead, he lifted his gaze with a stern expression. "Tell me honestly, where did you get this painting?" The sudden seriousness in his tone made Wang Kong's heart skip a beat. "What's wrong? Is this painting a fake?" He couldn't help but ask, suddenly worried. After all, he'd never seen his father so intensely focused on a simple painting. Wang Tuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face turning red with frustration. "A fake? That's absurd. With this style and technique, how could it possibly be a fake? No one in this country can replicate it at this level." He was so angry that Wang Kong could almost feel the heat of his words. Confused, Wang Kong stepped back. "So, it's not a fake, then what's the problem?" His father took a deep breath, his voice lowering to a serious tone. "Do you know whose painting this is?" Wang Kong scratched his head. "Honestly, no idea." Wang Tuan looked at him like he was crazy. "This is a painting by Wang Shen, the famous general and prince-in-law of the Northern Song dynasty. He was known for his landscape paintings, clear, harmonious, and full of emotion. His works are priceless national treasures." Wang Kong was stunned. "How much is it worth?" he asked casually, still processing his father's excitement. For him, paintings were valuable, sure, but the financial side was always his focus. He had remembered seeing the painting at Lin Feng's house and figured it wasn't much more than a good decorative piece, not knowing its true significance. His father sneered at him, eyes filled with disbelief. In 2015, Christie's auctioned a manuscript by Wang Shen for 65 million RMB, and Autumn Skies in Shishan, one of Wang Shen's most famous works, was valued in the Freer Gallery of Art in Washington. Do you realize what that means? Wang Kong's mind raced. Wait, the painting he had casually taken from Lin Feng's house was actually a national treasure, a priceless artifact. It dawned on him that Lin Feng's collection might be filled with historical treasures, genuine antiques hanging on every wall. He felt a sudden rush of panic. If only he had known earlier, he would never have taken the painting so lightly. Where did this painting actually come from? Wang Kong? His father's sharp gaze never left him. Wang Kong sighed, finally admitting the truth. It really was a gift from a friend. Qin Lin and I went to Lin Feng's house to discuss a partnership, and we saw this painting on the wall. We liked it, and I was planning to buy it from him. But he ended up giving it to me as a gift. I didn't think much of it at the time. I didn't realize it was worth so much. Wang Tuan's eyes narrowed. Lin Feng, you said he's the one who gave it to you? Did he settle the payments for your project too? Wang Kong nodded, now feeling the weight of the situation. Yes, he did. Lin Feng provided most of the funds for the project. Qin Lin and I each took 3 billion, which gives us 30% of the shares. He transferred the money directly into our accounts without any interference, except for sending a financial officer to supervise the funds. We're handling everything else ourselves. A look of surprise crossed Wang Tuan's face. He transferred the money directly to you, without hesitation? And you're saying he's this involved in the project? Wang Kong nodded, knowing his father was beginning to realize the magnitude of what they were dealing with. Yes, we decided to work with Wantu and Modu Construction for this project. The scale of the investment is massive, and I thought it made sense for the two of us to join forces. Wang Tuan's curiosity piqued. Wantu is involved? This sounds huge. How big is this project really? Wang Kong smiled, knowing his father wouldn't be able to resist the details. Well, we're planning to build private cinemas in every municipality and provincial city across the country. These cinemas will integrate entertainment, leisure, and even catering services. It's going to be a nationwide project. Wang Tuan's eyes widened. His breath caught in his throat. Wait, what did you just say? The scale of the project was staggering. Over 70 billion RMB. Even for someone as experienced as Wang Tuan, the prospect of a nationwide chain of private cinemas that combined leisure, entertainment, and dining struck him as a game changer. Wang Kong continued, It's not just about the cinemas themselves. It's a cultural shift. As people's lifestyles change, there's a growing need for high-end spaces where men and women can socialize, places that go beyond shopping malls. These cinemas are designed to be the perfect setting for dates, for people to connect. They will cater to the demand for luxury entertainment experiences, and once they catch on, everyone will want to be part of it. Wang Tuan leaned back, taking it all in. His mind raced as he realized what Wang Kong was describing was far more than just a few cinemas. It was the creation of a new social venue. It was strategic, visionary, and ruthless in its simplicity. I see. A place where people can meet, relax, and entertain, almost like a social club. And you think it'll take off? Without a doubt, Wang Kong replied confidently. It's the future, and Lin Feng is the man who's making it happen. Wang Tuan nodded slowly, clearly impressed. All right, get a detailed plan together. I want it on my desk in 3 days for the board meeting. Wang Kong nodded eagerly. Yes, Dad, I'll get everything ready. Meanwhile, across the country in Magic City, Qin Lin was discussing the project with his family. While Magic City wasn't as grand as Wantu, Qin Lin still saw the immense potential in the venture. What intrigued them more than anything was Lin Feng. This young man who had the audacity to support Wang Kong and Qin Lin with 70 billion RMB without a second thought. Curiosity about Lin Feng's wealth and influence began to stir. The two real estate giants, intrigued by his vision, started quietly investigating the mysterious young man who had changed the game. At that moment, Lin Feng was deep in a discussion with Mo Shinya about the official launch of the highly anticipated Nirvana X smartphone. After months of preparation, Longtang Group was ready. Prototypes had been tested in the research labs and mass-produced in factories. The company had already stockpiled a staggering 80 million units of the simplified Chinese version at Shenzhen Industrial Park. It was now or never. The launch could either make or break the company. Boss, President Jindong is calling, Mo Shinya said, quickly handing Lin Feng the phone. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had expected no contact from Liu Yidong, the head of Jindong Group, until closer to launch. He answered swiftly, Hello, this is Lin Feng. Director Lin, our special channel is ready to go. Are you interested in doing an early release to build some momentum? Liu Edong's voice was filled with excitement, practically buzzing with optimism for the Nirvana X. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. No, Longtang does not believe in testing the waters. We don't need to warm up the market like that. His refusal was firm. Lin Feng had too much confidence in the product to second-guess it. A phone company that doubted its own products could never succeed. I don't want any pre-sales, but I do want Jindong's publicity campaign to begin now. Lin Feng continued. We have a week left before launch. I want Longtang Group to be a household name by then. Liu Edong quickly understood what Lin Feng meant. With years of experience in the business world, he knew that in the Chinese market, simply supporting domestic products could create a strong brand. Longtang wasn't just selling phones, it was selling a piece of national pride. Understood. We'll kick off the promotion right away, Liu Edong responded with confidence. I'll arrange everything. Thanks, Brother Liu, Lin Feng replied. If this really takes off, I'll personally meet with Manhwa in Shenzhen to treat you to a meal. Liu Edong laughed heartily. I look forward to it. We're all in this together. Let's make it happen. The exchange was more than just business. With both men at the top of their industries, they didn't just care about money, they cared about influence. Their collaboration was a power play, and it was all coming together. Since the end of November, the advertising campaign had been in full swing across China. Longtang Group was everywhere, on major online platforms, TV stations, radio channels, making their presence known to the public. The name Nirvana X was becoming a fixture in every household, and even international companies were starting to notice. Apple, Warwick, and Rice, the top competitors in the market, began launching attacks, accusing Longtang of hyping up the Nirvana X in a bid to steal market share. But Lin Feng knew something they didn't. The Chinese market was ready for a shift. Apple's high prices had always kept it at arm's length for most consumers. Warwick and Rice had already made dents in Apple's dominance. It was clear that there was a gap in the market, and Longtang was about to exploit it. The countdown to launch was nearly over. By December 5th, the clock was ticking. At 11:30 p.m., Lin Feng and the senior team of Longtang Group gathered at Villa No. 1 in Jiankang Garden. They crowded around a computer screen in the e-commerce department, anxiously watching the final preparations unfold. At midnight, the Nirvana X would officially go live. Lin Feng's eyes never left the screen as he asked, How many online visits does Longtang Mall have right now? 1.5 million and rising, came the response. And Jindong? Lin Feng pressed. Over 3 million, and it's still climbing. Good. Get ready to launch both channels at once, Lin Feng ordered. Make sure to stick to the one phone per account limit. We can't afford to let scalpers mess this up. With Longtang having prepared 80 million units, it still wasn't enough to satisfy the entire market, especially with China's population of over 1.5 billion. Lin Feng knew that demand would far exceed supply, and the last thing he wanted was for scalpers to hijack the process. The technician nodded solemnly, his hands moving quickly across the keyboard. The pressure was palpable. The sweat on his shirt was a clear sign of how high the stakes were. This was the moment of truth for Longtang. Lin Feng wasn't just launching a phone, he was launching a revolution. Every move he made now would either seal Longtang's rise to dominance or see it fall. The world was watching, and there was no turning back. Chairman, General Manager, since 10 o'clock this morning, our official website has been attacked more than 10 times in a row, and the server is almost overwhelmed, the General Manager of Longtang Group's R&D department said, his face grim. Lin Feng and the others exchanged concerned glances. It was no surprise that Longtang was under attack. Launching the first domestic smartphone had made them a prime target. But this early in the game? It was infuriating. Activate the backup server immediately and have a reserve team on standby, CEO Jiang Feng ordered without hesitation. We've already contacted the Honkai Alliance. Tell them to track these hackers down and deal with them. Understood, Shu Li replied as he rushed off to put the plan into motion. Meanwhile, a frenzy was unfolding online. People were eagerly awaiting the launch of Nirvana X on Longtang's official website and Jindong Mall. Conversations were buzzing on Weibo, Douban, and Do You Know. Some couldn't wait to see the new phone, claiming it would revolutionize the industry. Others had already set aside money, ready to snatch up the latest device. "I've heard the Nirvana X is stunning. I can't wait to see it in person," one comment read. "Yes, I've saved up 5,000 yuan. Just waiting for it to go on sale," another added. "No way this phone cost that little." Discussions were flying fast, not just among regular customers, but also among competitors like Warwick, Rice, and Lizu, all of whom were closely monitoring the launch, hoping to get ahead by snapping up units for themselves. The countdown was almost over. The clock ticked down to 0 a.m. on the 26th. "All channels are open. Nirvana X is available now," Lin Feng announced, his voice steady. In the e-commerce department, staff members immediately sprang into action, opening the sales channels for Longteng Mall and Jindong Mall. A wave of Nirvana X phones appeared on screens across the country, ready to be snapped up. But then, disaster struck. "No, the server is under attack," a voice shouted from the back. The room fell silent as everyone turned to the source of the panic. Lin Feng's expression darkened. His opponents were already trying to sabotage the launch before it could even begin. "Stay calm. The R&D team can hold the server," Zhang Feng reassured everyone, his voice firm. But Lin Feng wasn't about to let this slide. "Shinya," he said coldly, "tell our people to act. Find these hackers, and make sure they regret attacking Longteng." "Understood," Mo Shinya responded, her expression hardening as she sent the orders. A week ago, Fengteng Investment had spent a massive $200 million to hire the world's top 10 hacker teams. They were now tasked with protecting Longteng's website and tracking down the attackers. It was time for them to earn their pay. "Look!" One of the e-commerce staff suddenly called out. "Users are snapping up Nirvana X." Everyone turned back to the screen. The number of purchases was skyrocketing. Lin Feng's heart raced. The hype was real. The Nirvana X was living up to the massive publicity. "Look at the price. The 5.5-inch version is only 2,888 yuan, and the 6.2-inch version is just 3,888 yuan. This is too good to miss," one user posted. "This phone is a masterpiece," another exclaimed. "I'm buying 4 units, one for my wife, my son, and my daughter." The cool design, affordable price, and top-tier specs had captured the nation's attention. People were eager to buy more units, confident they could sell them later for a profit. But Longteng had anticipated this. With real name registration and a strict one-phone-per-account policy, scalpers didn't stand a chance. Despite the high demand, many users still found themselves empty-handed as the site quickly sold out. Cheng Laoshi was one of them. He had stayed up late, hoping to grab a unit. He rushed to Jindong Mall, selected a Nirvana X, and clicked to pay. "Sold out?" He blinked, stunned. "What? How is that possible?" Frustrated, he quickly tried again, but the same message appeared, "Sold out." The same disappointment was felt all over China. Some were elated to have secured a phone, while others, like Cheng Laoshi, were left in despair. In just 15 minutes, all 3 million units of Nirvana X had sold out. The speed was mind-blowing. 3,000 phones sold every second. Even Double 11 couldn't compare to this. But there was no time to relax. Zhang Feng was already giving orders. From now on, the remaining 7 million units will be restocked in batches. "We must ensure there's stock available before the flagship stores open tomorrow morning," he said. Shu Li informed the industrial park to switch to 3 shifts. "We need to ramp up production. Also, make sure every department under Longteng is on high alert." "We can't afford any slip-ups," Zhang Feng continued, his tone resolute. "Yes," the team replied in unison, scrambling to keep the momentum going. As the team worked to keep the supply chain moving, Lin Feng and Mo Sinya prepared to leave for the villa. Although just 15 minutes had passed, the sale of 3 million units was more than enough to prove that Nirvana X was on its way to dominating the market. Longteng's future had just been sealed. In just 15 minutes since the launch, all 3 million units of Nirvana X were sold out. If the sales restrictions were lifted and supply could meet demand, the sales volume would be even more staggering. And this was still the middle of the night. While night owls might be awake, most of these early sales were from young people, with nearly 90% of the phones purchased by teenagers. The real rush was yet to come. The middle-aged demographic, Those in their 30s and 40s, the so-called uncle generation, would make their move during the day. But even so, this level of demand was unprecedented in the domestic smartphone industry, putting Longtang in the same league as global giants like Apple, Warwick, and Rice. Longtang's entrance into the mobile phone market with Nirvana X had already generated envy among competitors. While first-tier brands like Warwick and Rice dominated the market, there were only a few companies with the resources to compete. Second-tier brands like Lizhu and Oppo, and third-tier brands like Lianshang and TCL could only watch as Longtang surged ahead. On the same day, Penguin Video released 2 interviews that would send shockwaves through the industry. The first was with Liu Dong, the president of Jindong Group, who couldn't hide his admiration for Nirvana X. Holding up a golden version of the phone, he praised its design and performance, calling it the #1 smartphone in China. Yes, Liu Dong affirmed, Nirvana X integrates hardware and the Wyvern intelligence system perfectly, delivering an incredibly smooth user experience. Next, Manhwa Tang, founder of Penguin, made a rare public appearance to share his thoughts on the phone. Not only is its performance world-class, but the feel of the phone is far superior to anything else on the market. I encourage anyone doubting Nirvana X to try it for themselves. At its price, it's a fraction of what you'd pay for an Apple phone, he said, enthusiastically endorsing the device. These endorsements from 2 of China's biggest business figures caused a massive stir. Their praise held weight because both Liu Dong and Ma Huateng were well known for their discerning taste, particularly when it came to the security and quality of the devices they used. For them to vouch for Nirvana X was proof enough of its excellence. Their influence, combined with the strong relationship between Penguin and Longtang, boosted Nirvana X's credibility even further. Penguin Video placed the interviews front and center on their homepage, giving Nirvana X an even bigger push into the public eye. By 9 a.m. the next day, Longtang's flagship stores across the country opened their doors, all selling the Nirvana X. With 2 sizes, 5.5 and 6.2 inches, and 6 colors, aristocratic silver, gentleman black, rich gold, lady pink, sea and sky blue, and rose red, the variety was impressive. The impact of the interview videos was palpable, sparking interest in hesitant buyers. Not only were middle-aged people flocking to buy, but older customers in their 50s and 60s were also jumping on the bandwagon. By noon, 12 hours into the launch, the sales numbers were still climbing, showing no signs of slowing down. In Longtang's headquarters, CEO Jiang Feng anxiously watched the sales data roll in. "How are we doing?" he asked, turning to Yu Lei, the company's chief operating officer. "Online sales have reached 50 million units," Yu Lei reported quickly. "We haven't finished compiling the offline flagship store data yet, but we expect even more from that." Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile at the numbers. 50 million units sold in less than half a day was a monumental achievement. "This is incredible. Hurrah!" he cheered. With just a few hours of sales, they were already approaching numbers that rivaled Warwick and Dami, the established giants. Even Apple, during the launch of the iPhone 6, had only sold 230 million units in its first year. The endorsement from 2 internet giants, Penguin and Jindong, had clearly given Longtang an enormous boost. The company's influence was growing, and the real peak of sales was still ahead. Jiang Feng's excitement was tempered by pragmatism, though. "How much stock do we have left?" he asked, refocusing. "Excluding the stock reserved for flagship stores, we still have 30 million units in inventory," Yu Lei answered. That number gave Jiang Feng pause. With demand skyrocketing, 30 million units might not be enough. The domestic market could absorb upwards of 300 million units if just 1/5 of the population purchased. He thought for a moment before giving orders. "I remember that the South Asia branch has a large external stockpile, and their inventory of Nirvana X should be at least as high as ours here in China. They've also prepared simplified Chinese versions for the Southeast Asian market. Let's bring them over." "Got it," Yu Lei said with a spark of realization. He quickly left to make the necessary arrangements. The momentum was unstoppable now. As the day went on, Longtang's numbers only grew, and their ambitious plan for expansion was moving forward with full force. At 10 p.m. on the 6th, Lin Feng sat in his office atop Longtang Building when a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The main mission has started. Host Lin Feng. Main mission, start your career, Nirvana. Lin Feng blinked, momentarily stunned. He had been wondering why the system hadn't issued any main tasks until now, and it seemed this was the moment he had been waiting for. Shinya, what are the sales numbers so far? Lin Feng quickly asked. Boss? As of now, online sales have reached 80 million units, Mo Shinya replied, her voice crisp with excitement. Lin Feng paused, deep in thought. It was already late at night. Most people were winding down, and sales typically slowed. Yet, in the last 10 hours alone, Nirvana X had sold an astonishing 30 million units, surpassing expectations. The earlier promotional videos from two major internet giants, combined with influencers across live streaming platforms, had set off a chain reaction of interest. And perhaps most importantly, the mobile phones that customers bought offline were getting rave reviews on social media. The phrase, a truly conscientious domestic smartphone, was being shared widely, pushing more people to buy. This success was not just a win for Longtang Group. It was a clear statement that the company, once on the verge of collapse, had risen like a phoenix. Longtang's comeback was shaking the industry to its core. Chairman, we've finally done it. CEO Zhang Feng burst into Lin Feng's office, his face alight with joy. After months of struggle, he could finally see the fruits of his labor. He looked more relieved than anyone else in the room. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Feng, offering a thumbs up. You've done well. Without your leadership, Longtang wouldn't have made it this far. A large part of Nirvana X's success is because of your efforts. Zhang Feng beamed, grateful for the acknowledgement, but Lin Feng quickly shifted gears. Though our sales are through the roof, we can't let up. I've been seeing a lot of complaints about our app store. Right now, we're stuck with less than 100,000 usable apps, and compared to other domestic phones, that's way too low. Lin Feng's concern was valid. In today's world, apps were the backbone of smartphones. A truly great phone wasn't just about hardware. It was about the ecosystem it supported. If a phone was a weapon, then apps were the ammunition. The more apps available, the more powerful the device. Zhang Feng nodded seriously. You're right, Chairman. We're working on it. We've reached out to most major internet companies, trying to get their apps into our store, but many of them refuse to pass our review process, so their apps haven't been allowed. But now that we're seeing this level of sales, he continued, I'm sure these developers will come knocking at our door soon. Once that happens, the App Store situation will improve quickly. Lin Feng's face brightened at the thought. With 80 million units sold online and even more offline, Longtang was undeniably at the forefront of the mobile phone industry. Compared to established players like Warwick and Dami, Longtang was now a force to be reckoned with. Is there anything else that needs my attention? Lin Feng asked, his tone sharp. Zhang Feng's face lit up. Yes, Chairman. There's something critical we need your help with. Our domestic stock is nearly sold out. I'm worried there won't be enough supply to meet demand in the coming days. If this continues, we're going to face a shortage, and that could lead to scalpers taking advantage of the situation. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. A supply shortage could lead to frustrations from customers, and worse, accusations of hunger marketing, a strategy where companies intentionally limit stock to drive up demand. Longtang's reputation could take a major hit if things weren't handled carefully. Tell me what you have in mind, Lin Feng said, his eyes steely. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. I propose we ask our foreign branches to transfer their unsold inventory to our headquarters in China. We'll settle the accounts later and send the cash back to them. Lin Feng nodded slowly. The idea made sense. Although Longtang Group had branches in various regions, they were technically independent entities. This system allowed each branch to operate freely within their respective markets. But now, Lin Feng needed to leverage that network to stabilize the supply chain and meet domestic demand. All right, have Shinya coordinate with the overseas branches to send their unsold Nirvana X units to China, Lin Feng decided. Once the domestic supply is secure, we'll ship more units from the headquarters back to the overseas markets as needed. Understood. Shinya quickly left to implement the plan. As Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his mind raced with the next steps. The launch of Nirvana X had been a resounding success, but the real challenge was maintaining that momentum and ensuring that Longtang stayed ahead of the competition. With Jiang Feng's dedication, Xinya's precision, and his own vision, Lin Feng was confident that the company was on the path to revolutionizing the smartphone industry. The real battle had only just begun. Boom, boom, boom. The deep rumble of a high-performance engine echoed through the quiet streets of downtown Suzhou. Lin Feng's Lamborghini Poison zipped through the empty roads, music blasting as he made his way to Sucheng No. 1 Middle School. It was early Saturday morning, and the city was unusually calm. But just ahead, a scene caught his attention, drawing his focus away from the road. A crowd had gathered around a girl, and the chaos was unmistakable. The girl was sitting on the ground, her face streaked with tears, her eyes wide with panic and helplessness. Lin Feng squinted, recognition flashing through him. Su Qingning? He muttered under his breath. Su Qingning was the epitome of the school beauty at Jinling No. 1 Middle School, an academic prodigy who had topped every exam. She was on track to be the top candidate in the province for the Liberal Arts College entrance examination that year, until Lin Feng had thrown the entire academic ranking off balance. But that was beside the point now. The sight of her distressed and surrounded by a crowd made something stir within him. Without hesitation, Lin Feng steered the Lamborghini toward the scene, the sleek vehicle drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The crowd gasped as the luxury car rolled to a stop in front of the girl. "Damn, what car is that?" someone murmured. "It's gotta be worth at least tens of millions. Must be some rich guy driving it." The door swung open, revealing Lin Feng, young, handsome, and undeniably wealthy. His age immediately made the crowd's whispers intensify. No one could believe someone so young could own such a car. He must be a rich second-generation heir. Lin Feng walked directly to Su Qingning, who seemed to be in a daze. Gently, he helped her up. Thank you," Su Qingning murmured, her voice weak as she wiped the tears from her face. She didn't know Lin Feng, but the familiarity of his school uniform offered her a small comfort in the midst of her panic. Looking around at the crowd, Lin Feng's expression hardened. His voice cut through the murmurs like a blade. "What's going on here? A bunch of people surrounding a girl? Where's the police? Are you all trying to act like thugs?" He pulled out his phone and quickly made a call. "Send a few people over. I've got something here." Within moments, a black Audi A8L rolled up. 6 large men dressed in suits and sunglasses got out and approached Lin Feng, each bowing as they greeted him. "Boss." Lin Feng gave a slight wave, his demeanor calm and commanding. "Take care of it," he ordered. Turning back to Su Qingning, he spoke softly but firmly. "What are you doing standing there? Get in the car." But Su Qingning didn't move. She stared down at the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Feng's sharp eyes noticed something. She was holding her right ankle. It was clearly injured. Frowning, he didn't hesitate. Kneeling down, he lifted Su Qingning into his arms, cradling her carefully. "You're hurt," he said, his tone not leaving room for argument. "If you want to make it in time for the application submissions, don't just stand there." Su Qingning wanted to protest, but the words caught in her throat. With a sigh, she allowed him to carry her toward the car. Today wasn't just about exam results. It was the deadline for filling out college applications. If she missed it, she'd be forced to follow a slower process, likely losing out on scholarships and opportunities that could change her life. Lin Feng set her gently in the passenger seat, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before he slid into the driver's seat. "Is your foot all right? Want me to take you to the hospital?" he asked as the car roared to life. Su Qingning shook her head. "I'm fine. No hospital." Her eyes, still tearful, lifted to meet his profile. A sense of gratitude flooded her heart. "Thank you. What's your name?" "Lin Feng. Class 2, grade 3, he replied, his voice casual as he maneuvered the Lamborghini through the streets. "Lin Feng," Su Qingning echoed, her voice trailing off in shock. She'd heard the name before, but never expected it to belong to the young man sitting beside her. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked, his eyes still focused on the road, unable to see the confusion playing out on her face. Su Qingning hesitated, then quickly shook her head. "Nothing." But inside, she was grappling with the revelation. It was rumored that Lin Feng, an orphan, had grown up without his parents. He was known for his academic slip-ups and the mysteriousness that surrounded him. But here he was, a young man driving a luxury car, with more poise and maturity than anyone she knew. It made her feel something she couldn't explain: resentment, admiration, maybe even a bit of envy. How had he come to be the person he was now? She couldn't imagine the life he'd lived to reach this point. As the Lamborghini sped through the streets, Lin Feng's focus was unwavering. He had more important matters on his mind than the whirlwind of thoughts in Su Qingming's head. Today was just the beginning. At midnight on December 7th, 2018, the final sales figures came in. 86 million units sold online and 27 million units sold offline, totaling an extraordinary 113 million units. The news spread like wildfire, sparking an uproar across the industry and sending shockwaves throughout the country. This wasn't just a record-breaking sales figure. It marked a turning point in China's tech industry. For the first time, the country had a domestically developed mobile phone system and smartphone that could compete on a global scale. It wasn't just a product. It was a statement that China was now a powerhouse in the mobile phone market. Lin Feng, still fast asleep, was awakened by an early morning call from Liu Yidong. "Hello, Director Lin. I just heard the news. Congratulations on surpassing 100 million sales on the first day. I was wondering, would you be willing to sell a small stake of Longtang Group? Just 5%, nothing more," Liu Yidong asked, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "Ha, Longtang isn't for sale," Lin Feng responded without hesitation, chuckling at the thought. He knew Liu Yidong's request was coming. After all, back when Longtang was struggling, no one was interested in their shares. But now, with their success, they were worth a fortune. Liu Yidong laughed heartily. "I knew you wouldn't sell. You're like Pixiu, always bringing in good fortune, but never letting go." Lin Feng smiled, but as the conversation shifted, he grew more reflective. "I never expected Nirvana X to sell this well," he admitted. The reputation of domestic smartphones had been in ruins for years, damaged by a series of failures and poor quality products. But now, Nirvana X had proved that with quality and innovation, China could finally make a phone that rivaled the best. It felt like a miracle. "Mr. Lin, it's not that people don't trust domestic products," Liu Yidong replied, his voice tinged with understanding. "It's that so many have taken advantage of their loyalty. Some businesses have ruined the concept of supporting domestic products, and the public's trust was shattered. But when something truly good comes along, they'll support it. Just look at Nirvana X." Lin Feng nodded, grateful for Liu's perspective. "You're right. It's not that people are cruel, but the disappointment has been so great that many have lost faith. However, quality speaks for itself, and as long as we deliver, people will come back." "I agree," Liu Yidong said, clearly impressed. "I'm actually using Nirvana X myself. Honestly, if it wasn't for Apple's brand loyalty, I think Longtang would have already overtaken them. Quality really does matter." "Speaking of which, Mr. Liu, I owe you thanks for your personal promotion of Nirvana X. The results are amazing," Lin Feng said, grateful for the support. Liu Yidong laughed. "It was nothing, but now that you mention it, how about treating me and Lao Ma to a nice meal in Shenzhen? It'll be a good excuse to catch up." Lin Feng agreed instantly. "Sure, let's do it. It won't be too busy in a few days. Come down to Shenzhen and I'll personally host you. Besides, Lao Ma's headquarters is here too." "Great, I'll look forward to it." Liu Yidong hung up the phone, and Lin Feng, still energized by the success of Nirvana X, took a moment to reflect on the whirlwind of the last few days. The sales figures were beyond anyone's expectations, and the tech world was buzzing. However, just as Lin Feng began to settle back into his routine, his phone rang again. This time, it was Manhwa, the president of Penguin. The two men spoke at length, but Manhwa was more direct than Liu Yidong. After a few quick exchanges, he also asked for a dinner invitation. Lin Feng shook his head with a chuckle. "These two don't act like bosses," he muttered, amused by the casual nature of their requests. It was barely 8 a.m., and Lin Feng had barely slept. He'd been up until 11 p.m. the night before, and now this flurry of calls had woken him early. Longtang's executives were in the same state, barely sleeping, but thrilled by the sales numbers. This wasn't just a business victory. It was a personal triumph for all those who had worked tirelessly to make Longtang a success. They had proven that their vision was correct. By 10 a.m., as Lin Feng entered the office, he was greeted by an out-of-breath Zhang Feng, CEO of Longtang Group. "Boss, you're finally here," Zhang Feng exclaimed, clearly exhausted from handling the constant influx of calls. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "What's going on? Is there a problem with the group?" "Call after call, emails pouring in," Zhang Feng said, taking a deep breath to calm his excitement. "This morning, we've received messages from IDG, Yida Capital, Sequoia, Northern Lights, DFJ, and countless independent investors. Hundreds of calls, and I'm drowning in them. If I weren't running Longtang, I'd have turned my phone off by now." Lin Feng's expression remained calm. "Anything else?" "Yes," Zhang Feng continued. "Apple, 4-Star, and other companies have reached out too. They want us to license our waterproof and dual pupil protection patents to them." Lin Feng's eyes widened. It was no surprise that companies like Apple would be interested in Longtang's innovations. Nirvana X wasn't just a success in terms of sales. It was a masterpiece of hardware. Apple and 4-Star saw the value in Longtang's patents, and now they were actively seeking to collaborate. The tides had turned, and Longtang was no longer just a competitor. They were a leader in the industry. From the very beginning, Lin Feng had anticipated that Longtang Group would abandon the globally accepted standards for mobile devices, including wireless chargers. Instead, they had opted for a proprietary 3.72mm waterproof charging interface. This decision wasn't driven by cost efficiency, but by the vision of achieving complete autonomy, free from the dominance of Android and Apple. Lin Feng firmly believed that in the long run, their unique interface would not only distinguish them, but also secure their position as pioneers in the market. "These patents will remain exclusive for now," Lin Feng declared confidently during the board meeting. "Once we've dominated the global market, we can consider licensing them. As for venture capital, that's not a concern." Zhang Feng hesitated, his face conflicted. "Boss, If you have something to say it directly," Lin Feng interjected, his expression darkening. "I don't tolerate hesitation." "Yes," Zhang Feng straightened. "Boss, rejecting all these venture capital firms might provoke backlash. These companies wield enormous resources and influence. If we offend them, they could make things difficult for us." Zhang Feng's concern wasn't unfounded. He knew how venture capital firms operated, predatory and relentless, like hyenas on the hunt. A refusal could invite retaliation, potentially stifling Longtang Group's growth. Lin Feng's response was swift and dismissive. "What's there to fear? Do as I've instructed. If problems arise, I'll handle them personally." A glint of disdain crossed his face. With nearly $200 billion in cash reserves and mastery in international futures markets, Lin Feng felt invincible. No venture capital firm, barring titans like Quantum Fund, could pose a real threat to Longtang Group's ambitions. Zhang Feng nodded, though unease lingered in his eyes. He turned to leave, ready to implement the plans, but the sound of hurried footsteps halted him. Yulei, the COO, entered the room, his usually composed demeanor replaced by visible anxiety. "What happened?" Lin Feng asked, his frown deepening. Yulei was known for his calm and calculated approach. This shift was unusual. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang, I apologize for the intrusion," Yulei began, catching his breath. "There are articles circulating online claiming major security vulnerabilities in the Wyvern operating system. The rumors are spreading fast, and public panic is growing." Zhang Feng's face paled. "How could there be a vulnerability in our system?" he demanded. "The research team has tested it extensively." The stakes were enormous. Longtang Group had sold over 113 million Nirvana X smartphones in just 24 hours. A single flaw could tarnish their reputation and undo their meteoric rise. Yulei shook his head, grimacing. "Our research shows no vulnerabilities, but the articles are detailed, filled with technical jargon that makes them seem credible to the average reader. The backlash online is overwhelming." Zhang Feng quickly opened his phone, scrolling through news sites and social media. The headlines were damning, the comments scathing. It was clear the campaign against Longtang Group was orchestrated by industry insiders, aimed at discrediting their breakthrough. Lin Feng remained unfazed. "No need to read further," he said, his tone calm but icy. "This is an intentional attack by those threatened by our success." He explained his reasoning. The Wyvern system, coupled with the revolutionary Nirvana X smartphone, had disrupted the status quo. Competitors couldn't afford to ignore it. The timing and precision of the smear campaign suggested collusion among industry players desperate to sabotage Longtang Group's momentum. Zhang Feng turned to Lin Feng, eyes blazing. Are we just going to let them do this? Of course not. Lin Feng's smile was cold. If they want to fight, we'll give them one. Announce a public challenge, a $100 million reward for anyone who can identify a security vulnerability in the Wyvern system. The room fell silent, save for the collective intake of breath from Zhang Feng and Yu Lei. It was a bold move, one that could either solidify their reputation or spell disaster. Boss, Yu Lei ventured cautiously, what if someone actually finds a flaw? Lin Feng waved him off. They won't. The Wyvern system is at least 20 years ahead of current technology. It was developed by the greatest minds of our era, and not even I, with all my expertise, could exploit it. His confidence was unshakable, his vision clear. The challenge was not only a statement of defiance, but a testament to Longtang Group's unparalleled innovation. Lin Feng knew this battle wasn't just about technology. It was about proving that Longtang Group could not be undermined, no matter how fierce the opposition. Before we post this announcement, make sure to notify Penguin, Lin Feng instructed, his voice calm but firm. They're our partners, after all. Ask them to feature it prominently on Penguin News. Yes, I'll handle it immediately, Zhang Feng replied without hesitation, exchanging a glance with Yu Lei before both men rushed toward the elevator. As seasoned business elites, they quickly recognized the brilliance of Lin Feng's strategy. It wasn't just about managing the crisis. It was about turning it into an opportunity. If no one could crack the Wyvern smartphone operating system, Longtang Group's credibility would skyrocket, and the sales of Nirvana X would surge even further. This wasn't just damage control. It was a masterstroke in brand building. Meanwhile, the online uproar over the supposed security vulnerabilities in Longtang's system showed no signs of abating. Tech experts flooded news outlets with scathing critiques, dissecting the Wyvern OS with sharp words. The narrative seemed grim until Longtang's public relations department posted a game-changing statement. To all users nationwide, there have been recent rumors about security vulnerabilities in the Wyvern smartphone operating system, developed independently by our company. We are confident in our technology and are offering a reward of 100 million yuan to anyone who can successfully identify a flaw in our system. This offer stands until August 2019. The announcement went viral, sparking a media frenzy. Sky High Reward and Longtang Fights Back trended on social platforms, dominating headlines. Comments flooded in. Don't miss this. 100 million yuan is up for grabs. Time to quit gaming and start hunting vulnerabilities. My Pikachu's senses are tingling. Critics, step aside. The prize is mine. The mood shifted almost overnight. The smear campaign lost momentum as the public became enamored with the audacity of Longtang's challenge. Even People's Daily Online applauded the move, publishing a glowing editorial. Confidence like Longtang's should be celebrated, a bold response to doubters. The buzz wasn't just national. International tech communities, hacker collectives, and cybersecurity firms turned their eyes to Longtang. Industry giants like Penguin and 360 publicly declared their participation, eager to test their skills against the Wyvern OS. By mid-afternoon, Lin Feng returned to his office, only to be met by Zhang Feng, his face clouded with frustration. Another issue? Lin Feng asked, his tone steady as he leaned back in his chair. Zhang Feng sighed. Boss, it's worse this time. Not only are they smearing us online, but they're also targeting our employees. 10 people from the e-commerce, public relations, and R&D departments have resigned today alone. And it's not just them. Yu Lei told me 7 marketing managers have been poached, and even 4 accountants in the finance department have left. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, his gaze shifting to the city skyline. Interesting, he murmured. They're not just after the rank and file. They're going for middle management, too. Zhang Feng nodded grimly. Exactly. They've even sent me an offer letter. Double my salary, clearly stated. I'm sure Yu Lei and others have received similar invitations. Lin Feng laughed, the sound sharp and disdainful. Double the salary? Do they really think that's enough? They have no idea how we operate. The executives of Longtang Group weren't just employees, they were shareholders. Each senior official owned a small stake in Longtang Technology, which meant they earned dividends on the company's success. With stakes in Longtang's revolutionary products, walking away would be financial suicide. Make it clear to everyone who has resigned, Lin Feng said coldly. They are barred from ever working with Longtang again. No exceptions. Yes, boss. Zhang Feng straightened, noting the steel in Lin Feng's voice. And if anyone else wants to leave, let them. Hand in your resignation letter and walk out immediately, Lin Feng continued, his tone unyielding. We'll use this as an opportunity to recruit fresh talent. Launch a campaign targeting top university graduates nationwide. Longtang's reputation is strong enough now to attract the best. Zhang Feng nodded, but Lin Feng wasn't done. One more thing. Distribute the upcoming bonuses carefully. Anyone who's shown disloyalty, they don't get a single cent extra. The weight of Lin Feng's final words sent a chill through Zhang Feng. The message was clear. Longtang was purging itself of instability, using this crisis to emerge stronger. Understood, boss, Zhang Feng replied, hurrying out to implement the plan. Lin Feng turned back to the window, a faint smirk playing on his lips. What the opposition saw as a moment of vulnerability, he saw as an opportunity, a chance to reshape Longtang into an unshakable force. This wasn't just survival, it was evolution. Lin Feng watched Zhang Feng's retreating figure as a cold, murderous intent darkened his gaze. A company with the potential to lead the rise of China's mobile phone industry was being manipulated by greedy opportunists with no vision for the future. To Lin Feng, such actions were unforgivable. If this had been a simple competition of product quality, he could have accepted defeat with grace. But the underhanded tactics to smear Longtang Group and destabilize its operations? That was a line no one crossed without consequences. Wasting no time, Lin Feng summoned Mo Xinya and instructed her to mobilize the legal team, the network team, and Fengtang Investment. Their destination, Shenzhen. The conference room in Longtang Tower was ablaze with light late into the night of December 7, 2018. A dozen sharp-suited executives sat in tense silence around the table. At the head of the room, Lin Feng's commanding presence radiated focus and resolve. Xinya, Lin Feng's voice broke the stillness. What have we uncovered? Mo Xinya stood, her tone steady but grim. Boss, after following the digital breadcrumbs, we've identified the masterminds. This operation is spearheaded by the Four Stars conglomerate from Bangxi country, with Sony and Apple providing substantial support. Additionally, Sequoia Capital and SoftBank Capital have been stoking the flames, and they haven't even begun their full assault yet. Lin Feng's jaw tightened, his voice dropping to a cold growl. Little devils, sticks, and Americans. A perfect nest of snakes and rats. Their tactics reek of desperation. The room tensed as Lin Feng processed the revelation. Among the top 5 mobile phone giants, only Warwick and Dami had remained neutral. The rest, Sony, 4 Stars, and Apple, had gone on the offensive. Sony and 4 Stars had even proposed cooperation deals to Longtang just weeks ago. That they now conspired to sabotage his company before receiving a reply was a brazen insult. Apple's history of underhanded tactics was already infamous, but their coordinated attack on China's rising tech scene had taken it to another level. And the legal team? Lin Feng's gaze fell on Yansen, the head of the department. We've secured partnerships with leading law firms in the US, Korea, and Japan, Yansen replied calmly. Any domestic matters will be handled directly by our team. Good, Lin Feng said with an icy edge. I want lawsuits filed in all 3 countries against 4 Stars, Sony, and Apple. Let the world see their hypocrisy. Make them famous, but for all the wrong reasons. A ripple of understanding passed through the room. Months earlier, Lin Feng had ensured that the Tenglong Smart Operating System's patents, along with technologies not yet fully developed by competitors, were rigorously registered. He hadn't detailed these during the product's launch, but it was enough to bait his rivals into adopting unproven innovations, unknowingly violating Longtang's patents. Now, Lin Feng planned to leverage this trap to tie them up in legal knots. Prepare to take action against every troll and rumor monger who's been spreading lies about us online, Lin Feng added. They'll face their day in court or end up in prison. Understood, Yansen said, his tone as resolute as his boss's. Lin Feng turned his attention to Su Mei, the formidable general manager of Fengtang Investment. I'm allocating $100 billion. In 3 months, I want Sequoia Capital crippled and SoftBank stock price crushed. Let them feel a pain they'll never forget. Su Mei's expression hardened, her voice firm. Consider it done. Finally, Lin Feng addressed Jiang Wenjiang, the head of the network team. Domestically, there are plenty of opportunists adding fuel to the fire. You have 10 days to dismantle their digital defenses and leave their systems inoperable. Yes, boss, Jiang Wenjiang responded, his determination unwavering. Over the next few months, Lin Feng's strategy unfolded with ruthless precision. Longtang Group filed high-profile lawsuits against Apple, Sony, and 4Stars in courts across the US, Japan, and Korea, using its international branches to escalate the conflicts. Analysts quickly confirmed that the three giants had indeed infringed on numerous Longtang patents, exposing them to billions in fines. The media frenzy turned these courtroom battles into a global spectacle. Simultaneously, domestic trolls and bloggers who had spread defamatory content about Longtang faced swift legal retribution. Every case ended in Longtang's favor, with offenders sentenced to years in prison. The message was clear. Longtang was not a company to be crossed lightly. The financial assault was equally devastating. Fengtang Investment launched an all-out offensive against Sequoia Capital, triggering a market frenzy that erased tens of billions from their valuation in mere weeks. SoftBank Capital became the next target, as waves of capital flooded the Japanese stock market, driving their stock price into freefall. Seeing an opportunity, other financial oligarchs joined the attack, intensifying the pressure. 6 months later, it became evident who had orchestrated these moves. Fengtang Investment, Longtang's financial arm, emerged as the force behind the chaos, solidifying Longtang Group's reputation as an uncompromising juggernaut. The aftermath left an indelible mark. Every domestic company that had colluded in the smear campaign found itself bankrupt or paralyzed. Public opinion shifted dramatically. Longtang Group was no longer just a rising star. It was a titan, feared and respected in equal measure. Competitors like Warwick and Dami treaded carefully, wary of provoking a confrontation. In the financial world, the Longtang name became synonymous with calculated vengeance. Sequoia and SoftBank reeled from the losses inflicted by Lin Feng's cold, unyielding strategy. For Lin Feng, the battle wasn't just about survival, it was a declaration. Longtang Group was here to stay, and anyone who dared challenge it would pay a price far greater than they ever anticipated. On December 9, 2018, several days after the release of Nirvana, the Longtang Group's development continued to progress smoothly. The product's impact was growing. As word of mouth worked its magic, Lin Feng took this brief lull as an opportunity to address another project. Wang Kong had called 2 days earlier with exciting news about the private cinema in Jiangkongyuan nearing completion, prompting Lin Feng to return promptly. Brother Lin, what do you think? This is the combined effort of 2 major real estate groups, all for you. Wang Kong exclaimed proudly, gesturing toward the sleek, 4-story Jiangkongyuan Activity Center, now repurposed into a private cinema. As Lin Feng surveyed the structure, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side mission. Build a private cinema. Random inheritable wealth has been unlocked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for inheriting Leighton's wealth and gaining proficiency in programming. Lin Feng smirked. Side missions always rewarded him in unexpected ways, different from the tailored benefits of main missions. Though the programming skill was a pleasant surprise, his focus returned to the cinema. This looks great, Lin Feng said after a moment, nodding in approval. We're good to go with the full rollout. Haha, fantastic! That's all we needed to hear, Wang Kong replied with a wide grin, relief and pride mingling in his expression. Beside him, Qinlin beamed. Their collective effort, pooling the resources of Wantu and Modu Construction, had delivered what Lin Feng needed. With his satisfaction secured, they knew the nationwide rollout would proceed smoothly. It's almost noon, Lin Feng said casually, glancing at the 2 men. How about we grab a meal together? Qinlin perked up. Absolutely, but where? Somewhere worthy of this great partnership. His enthusiasm was palpable. Wang Kong nodded. I'm easy. Wherever you decide, I'm in. Lin Feng chuckled, already anticipating Qin Lin's reaction. How about my place? I don't feel like going out. Your place? Qin Lin blinked in disbelief. Brother Lin, come on. You've got all the money in the world, and you're offering us a home-cooked meal? Talk about low-budget living. Wang Kong, unfazed, offered a knowing smile. Unlike Qin Lin, he was aware that Jiankang wasn't just a residence for Lin Feng. It was an entire estate, complete with a world-class service team. Any meal prepared here was bound to rival the best restaurants. Lin Feng laughed at Qin Lin's incredulous expression. Relax, you'll see soon enough. Xinya, call the housekeeper. Yes, boss, Mo Xinya replied promptly, dialing her phone. Moments later, the sound of deliberate, heavy footsteps filled the air. An elderly gentleman with silver hair, clad in a traditional tuxedo, approached with a dignified air. Good afternoon, boss, the man greeted with a slight bow. His Mandarin was impeccable, his voice calm yet commanding. How may I assist you? Qin Lin froze, his eyes widening at the sight. What, Brother Lin, what's this? Lin Feng smirked. Angus, introduce yourself. The butler inclined his head politely. Certainly, boss. Turning to the stunned guests, he said, Gentlemen, I am Angus, the housekeeper of Jiankang. You may also refer to me by my Chinese name, Lin Tao. Wang Kong, recovering from his initial surprise, narrowed his eyes in recognition. An English butler? He asked, his tone more intrigued than doubtful. Yes, sir, Angus confirmed with a nod. I am a senior registered member of the British Empire Butler Association, and have served in this capacity for over 30 years. I am well versed in traditional Eastern culture and fluent in 8 major Asian languages. As Angus spoke, Qin Lin's astonishment deepened. Though butlers of this caliber were rare in mainland China, they were common among the elite in places like Shangjiang. The English butler, a symbol of refined luxury, often graduated from prestigious institutions like the Holland International Butler Academy. You've got to be kidding me, Qin Lin muttered, shaking his head. Lin Feng, you actually have one of those butlers? And he's this senior? Lin Feng laughed. Angus oversees all operations here, from the chef team to the cleaning staff and everything in between. Most of Jiankang daily management is under his purview. In truth, Angus was one of the earliest additions provided by the system. With 120 villas and sprawling grounds that rivaled European estates, the Jiankang Villa District required meticulous care. Angus and his team ensured that everything ran smoothly, leaving Lin Feng free to focus on the big picture. All right, gentlemen, Lin Feng said, leading the way. Let's head inside. Lunch is on me, and I promise it won't disappoint. Wang Kong and Qin Lin exchanged glances before following, both curious and impressed. Today's visit had not only showcased Lin Feng's unparalleled resources, but also reminded them why they had partnered with him in the first place. Brother Lin, you've once again redefined what it means to be rich, Qin Lin said, his tone filled with awe as he stared at Lin Feng. His expression was mirrored by Wang Kong, who stood beside him, equally stunned. They were both from elite families, accustomed to wealth and privilege, but Lin Feng's level of luxury was something else entirely. It wasn't just wealth, it was extravagance on a world-class scale. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at their reactions. All right, enough marveling. If we don't figure out what to eat soon, we're all going to end up starving. He glanced at his watch. It was already 12:15, and if they didn't place an order soon, even the fastest chefs would take time to prepare a proper meal. Order? Qin Lin echoed, scratching his chin with a mischievous grin. Order from where? Snap! Lin Feng slapped his forehead in exasperation. You really are a piece of work, aren't you? Forget it. Angus, introduce the chef team to these two before they embarrass themselves further. Angus stepped forward with a polite smile. Of course, boss. Turning to Qin Lin and Wang Kong, he said, Gentlemen, the Jiankang chef team consists of 300 culinary professionals, 224 chefs, and 76 pastry chefs. Wait, how many? Qin Lin asked, his eyes wide in disbelief. 224 chefs and 76 pastry chefs, Angus repeated with calm precision. Both men were momentarily speechless, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. The sheer size of the team dedicated solely to cooking at Jiankang was staggering. Angus continued, Our chefs are experts in all 8 major Chinese cuisines, Sichuan, Shandong, Fujian, Huayang, Zhejiang, Hunan, and Anhui, as well as regional specialties like Beijing, halal, Qin, and Yunnan cuisines. Additionally, we offer East Asian cuisines such as Japanese, Korean, and Thai, European cuisines including French, Italian, and German, and American dishes from Mexico, Brazil, and more. We even have expertise in Central and West Asian cuisines. And the pastry chefs? Chin-Lin asked, swallowing hard. They specialize in desserts from countries like China, the United States, Korea, Japan, India, and England, Angus replied. Chin-Lin let out a low whistle, visibly impressed. The sheer diversity and depth of expertise available at Jiangkangyuan were beyond anything he'd ever encountered. Meanwhile, Wang Kong, though less vocal, was equally astonished. Even among the world's wealthiest elites, having such a comprehensive culinary team on site was practically unheard of. I don't know what you gentlemen would like to eat, Angus said smoothly. But rest assured, our chefs are capable of preparing dishes at the level of any five-star restaurant. Chin-Lin, still reeling, turned to Lin Feng. Brother Lin, this is insane. You don't need to go to top restaurants because you are the top restaurant. Lin Feng laughed, waving off the praise. I don't know much about it. I just eat. It was the truth, or at least close to it. The entire culinary operation, from the chefs to the supply chain, had been seamlessly provided by the system. All Lin Feng had to do was enjoy the perks of living like the world's richest man. Angus interjected with a touch of pride. Our procurement team sources the finest ingredients from around the globe. Items like white truffles, Caspian Sea sturgeon caviar, French foie gras, and Kobe 5A grade beef are brought in via chartered flights, ensuring absolute freshness. Chin-Lin and Wang Kong exchanged incredulous looks. Chartering planes just for ingredients? The extravagance was almost too much to comprehend. It doesn't end there, added Mo Shinya from behind Lin Feng. Many of our vegetables are grown in pollution-free, green-certified farms we own. We also have cattle ranches in Australia, breeding bases in eastern Guangdong, and planting bases in northeast and southern China. For seafood and other specialty items, we work directly with local suppliers, securing long-term contracts. Lin Feng nodded, finally understanding why the vegetables tasted so different from anything outside. No wonder everything here is so fresh, he said casually, though the others could see he was just as impressed. Chin-Lin and Wang Kong were dumbstruck. Owning farms, ranches, and supply chains just to ensure top-quality food, it was wealth on a level they couldn't even aspire to. Well, since neither of you can decide, I'll make it simple, Lin Feng said, smiling at their awestruck faces. Let's go with Sichuan cuisine today. The chefs quickly prepared an elaborate Sichuan feast, showcasing both traditional favorites and creative twists. Dishes like Mao She Wang and boiled fish were elevated to gourmet heights, with ingredients sourced from Lin Feng's vast network. The fish was freshly caught from a pristine Anhui stream, and even the goose blood used in the dish came from meticulously raised lionhead geese in Guangdong. As they ate, Chin-Lin and Wang Kong couldn't stop raving about the food. Brother Lin, this is beyond anything I've ever tasted, Chin-Lin said between bites, his face flushed with excitement. It's no wonder you never bother eating out. Lin Feng smiled, satisfied not just with the meal, but with the impact it had on his guests. Here, in Jiangkangyuan, he wasn't just showcasing wealth. He was redefining what it meant to live at the pinnacle of luxury. Don't tell me, this villa doesn't look big from the outside, but it's truly extraordinary inside. Brother Lin, how many floors does your house have? Wang Kong asked as he reclined on the plush sofa in the spacious living room. The post-feast comfort had him more talkative than usual. Although they'd been to Jiangkangyuan Villa No. 1 before, it was always for quick business meetings. This was their first time getting a proper look around. Lin Feng chuckled, leaning back with an air of calm indulgence. Our villa has 3 floors. The top floor is the safe room. The second is the library. Want to check it out? The library? Chin-Lin repeated, raising an eyebrow. He shook his head in mock disbelief. You know, Brother Lin, the gap between us regular folk and you rich folks is just something else. My family has a bookshelf, but you've gone and installed an entire library. Wang Kong chimed in with playful sarcasm. Yeah, because just a bookshelf wouldn't cut it, right? Lin Feng smirked but said nothing. Chin-Lin's curiosity quickly turned into eagerness. Rich man, I want to see this library of yours. Can we? His expression was one of pure anticipation. After all, in someone of Lin Feng's status, the word library didn't simply mean shelves of books. It hinted at treasures, history, and exclusivity. Ha, since you're so keen, let's go. Lin Feng stood, motioning toward the sleek elevator at the corner of the room. As the group stepped in, Wang Kong noticed something unusual. Lin Feng didn't press any buttons. The elevator's doors opened automatically, sensing his presence. Wang Kong's eyes widened in recognition. This wasn't just any elevator. It was the world's most advanced AI integrated model. It identified its owner and processed their commands seamlessly, opening within a fraction of a second. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, revealing the second floor. What greeted them was a stunning sight, a vast space bathed in the ambiance of classical Chinese design. The air itself seemed steeped in history, with the soft fragrance of aged paper and polished wood mingling in the atmosphere. Rows upon rows of towering bookshelves stood majestically, each one laden with ancient tomes, scrolls, and manuscripts. Good heavens! Qinlin breathed, his gaze darting from one artifact to another. These are the 4 books and 5 classics, and that's Sun Tzu's Art of War. Are these originals? The 2 men wandered deeper into the library, each step revealing more treasures. Priceless ancient texts sat beside exquisite paintings. The shelves displayed not only works by legendary Chinese painters like Gu Kaiji, Wu Daozi, and Tang Yin, but also scrolls from renowned calligraphers such as Wang Shiji and Yan Zhengqing. Even foreign masterpieces were scattered throughout, their presence adding a cosmopolitan touch to the otherwise deeply traditional space. Qin Lin ran his fingers lightly along the spine of one scroll, careful not to disturb it. This place is a national treasure in itself, he murmured, awestruck. Lin Feng, is this where you got autumn skies in mountains and streams? It's like every painting here is a museum piece. Lin Feng, seated casually at a nearby table, watched them explore with a knowing smile. Take your time, he said, pouring himself tea. When the 2 finally emerged from their exploration, their expressions were a mixture of amazement and exhaustion, as though they just walked out of a sacred shrine. My God, Qin Lin exhaled, flopping into a seat. Brother Lin, I'm speechless. If this isn't the pinnacle of luxury, I don't know what is. Let's have some tea to wind down, Lin Feng said, pushing 2 steaming cups toward them. Tell me what you think of this dahongpao. Qin Lin took a sip, his expression instantly sharpening. Wait, this flavor? Is this Wuyi Mountain dahongpao? Lin Feng nodded lightly. Yes, from the mother trees. The room fell silent as the weight of those words sank in. The mother trees of dahongpao were legendary, their leaves deemed the pinnacle of oolong tea. With only 3 surviving ancient trees, each over 360 years old, the tea leaves were no longer harvested for commercial use. The last batch ever picked, back in 2005, had been ceremoniously donated to the National Museum. Qin Lin and Wang Kong exchanged stunned glances before both inhaled sharply. Brother Lin, you don't just live extravagantly, you're rewriting the definition of luxury. Wang Kong exclaimed, holding his cup as though it were made of gold. Lin Feng simply smiled. For him, such indulgences were simply another facet of his world. But to his friends, they were glimpses into a life beyond imagination. Ha! Don't make a big deal out of it. Treat it like a simple drink to settle your stomach after such a greasy lunch. We wouldn't want my brothers here gaining weight and ruining their perfect figures, Lin Feng said casually, sipping his tea with an air of nonchalance. To him, the value of the tea was secondary. With the system backing him, trivial luxuries like this hardly made him blink. Generous as always, Qin Lin said, feigning reluctance before eagerly sipping the tea. The rich aroma and velvety texture hit his senses immediately. His eyes widened. Mother Tree dahongpao, this is the national treasure tea. I've never even seen it before today. I must savor this. Half an hour passed in a haze of conversation and tea drinking. When the cups were empty, the trio leaned back, ready to dive into business. Lao Wang, any issues with the location for the cinema project? Lin Feng asked, shifting gears smoothly. He had reviewed the project, a private cinema tailored for young couples and small groups, combining entertainment with light dining. The idea was innovative, but its execution depended heavily on location. Wang Kong set his cup down and replied, Not major issues, but we have 2 options. 1, we rent a prime location in the city or district center. It'll cost a fortune in rent and renovations, but the foot traffic makes it worthwhile. 2. We build from scratch, likely in a more remote area where land is cheaper and available. That's trickier, but gives us full control. Lin Feng pondered the options, his fingers lightly drumming on the table. If we opt to buy and demolish residential buildings to rebuild, wouldn't that interfere with future urban planning? Wang Kong nodded. That's the catch. Partial land purchases in residential areas could conflict with government plans. But his gaze shifted to Qin Lin. With old Qin's family connections, smoothing out the red tape wouldn't be a problem. Let's go with option 2, Lin Feng decided, his voice firm. We'll build from scratch. I want these cinemas to be wholly ours, from land use rights to the buildings themselves. Got it. Wang Kong and Qin Lin agreed in unison. Lin Feng leaned back, his expression thoughtful. But there's a bigger issue. What about the films? The core of any cinema is its content. Without a steady stream of movies, even the best facilities are useless. Qin Lin chuckled. Brother Lin, you're overthinking it. Lao Wang's family runs Wanan Cinema, one of the top chains in the country. They've got the connections to secure the best film sources. Lin Feng shook his head. Not the same. The audience for our private cinemas isn't the typical theater crowd. We're targeting young couples and groups, people looking for a fun, intimate experience. That means comedies, youth dramas, romances, and no repeats. Every day, we need fresh screenings to keep the experience exciting. Both Qin Lin and Wang Kong frowned, the scale of the challenge dawning on them. No repeats? That's a lot of movies, Qin Lin muttered. This is starting to sound like a glorified video hall from the last century. Exactly, Lin Feng said with a grin. But with a twist. We'll charge admission like traditional cinemas, yet offer a curated mix of the latest films and hidden gems. The uniqueness will set us apart. Wang Kong studied Lin Feng's confident expression. You already have a plan, don't you? Of course, Lin Feng said with a knowing smile. There's a theater chain alliance in China, and Wanan Cinema is part of it. What if Wanan spearheads efforts to buy copyrights and film sources directly from production companies? Wang Kong grimaced. Brother Lin, there are hundreds of entertainment companies in the country, big and small. Negotiating with all of them would be a monumental task. Besides, major players might not agree. Those copyrights are valuable assets. Then buy the companies, Qin Lin quipped, half joking. Brother Lin's rich enough to take over half the entertainment industry if he wanted to. Lin Feng waved dismissively. I have no interest in running an entertainment empire. It's a waste of time and energy. To Wang Kong and Qin Lin, this sounded like the ultimate humble brag. If it weren't for the bodyguards stationed nearby, they might have leapt across the table to shake some sense or gratitude into him. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. But you two could run it. Wang Kong and Qin Lin exchanged puzzled glances. What do you mean? Wang Kong asked cautiously. I'll invest 10 billion yuan to establish Dynasty Entertainment Company, Lin Feng said, his tone laced with excitement. I'll hold 60% of the shares. You two will split the remaining 40% equally and manage the company. What do you think? Wang Kong and Qin Lin sat in stunned silence. The sheer scale of the proposal was overwhelming, but the logic was undeniable. If they didn't set up their own entertainment company, they'd still have to rely on partnerships with existing ones, navigating endless negotiations. After a moment, Wang Kong smirked. If you're throwing money at the problem, how can we refuse? And so, with a handshake and mutual agreement, Dynasty Entertainment was born, a powerhouse destined to become China's leading entertainment conglomerate. It was a decision that would ripple through the industry for years to come, all beginning with Lin Feng's bold vision and endless resources. Ahem, Brother Lin, do you happen to have any spare villas in Jiangkang Garden? Qin Lin asked with a sheepish grin as the meeting wrapped up, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lin Feng glanced at him, amused. I do, but why are you asking? He leaned back, his curiosity piqued. Jiangkang Garden, with its sprawling 120 villas, was an exclusive haven. Even with the service staff occupying some, there were still plenty left vacant. Huh? You know how deep our friendship runs. I thought maybe you'd let me buy one? At the original price, of course, Qin Lin said, rubbing his hands together with mock humility, his voice dripping with playful intent. Lin Feng nearly choked on his water. laughing at Chinlin's over-the-top theatrics. All right, cut it out. I'll give you one. Don't worry about the money. Just handle the decoration yourself. Yes. Chinlin jumped to his feet, pumping his fist in celebration like a kid who just won a prize. Wong Kong, watching from the side, quickly chimed in. Brother Lin, what about me? Don't leave me out of this. Lin Feng chuckled, waving a hand. Fine, you too. Same deal, one villa, you cover the decorating. He signaled to his assistant, Mo Shinya, who promptly retrieved 2 sets of keys. Handing them over, she announced, Villa number 66 and Villa number 67. Congratulations, gentlemen. Grinning ear to ear, the pair pocketed their keys. Thanks, Brother Lin. We'll get started on the decorations right away. Lin Feng shook his head with a smirk. You two better not turn these villas into bachelor dens. Chin Lin grinned back. How could we? Jiankang Garden is incredible. We're just lucky to get a spot here. In truth, Lin Feng knew their motives. Beyond the prestige of living in Jiankang Garden, its top-tier security and proximity to his own villa were the real draws. But he didn't mind. The massive estate often felt empty, and having familiar faces around wouldn't hurt. After bidding farewell, Wang Kong and Chin Lin left, eager to begin their new projects. Lin Feng, on the other hand, retreated to his study. The quiet room was bathed in warm light, and the faint hum of his personal server filled the air. System, he thought, focusing on the glowing interface that appeared before him. Do I have any unclaimed rewards? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, career launch. Nirvana X sales exceeded 100 million on the first day. Reward? Wealth inheritance opportunity. Would you like to claim this reward? Claim, Lin Feng said without hesitation. The system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations on inheriting the wealth of Situ Sheng, including mastery of the Chinese character programming language. Lin Feng froze for a moment, his brows furrowing in curiosity. Situ Sheng? The system elaborated. Situ Sheng, native of the Yanhuang Empire in a parallel Earth star, is hailed as the father of computer Chinese character programming and one of the greatest scientists of the 21st century. Lin Feng leaned back, processing the information. Chinese character programming language, he murmured. It wasn't his first encounter with the system's eccentric rewards. He'd already inherited expertise in programming and computer languages, but this was different. Situ Sheng's work seemed designed to revolutionize computing, especially for Chinese language users. He accessed his server and began experimenting with the new knowledge. As his fingers danced across the keyboard, symbols, algorithms, and data structures flooded his mind. The more he delved into it, the more he marveled at its brilliance. Unlike English, which relies on a linear alphabet system, Chinese characters are multidimensional, combining pictographic and ideographic elements. Situ Sheng's programming language seamlessly integrated this complexity with modern computing, offering unprecedented efficiency and compatibility. Situ Sheng was a genius, Lin Feng muttered, admiration evident in his tone. He continued typing, testing the language's capabilities and blending it with his existing knowledge. The results were astonishing. The language didn't just work, it excelled. Time slipped away unnoticed. Hours passed as Lin Feng immersed himself in this groundbreaking technology. His study was filled with the rhythmic clatter of keys and the glow of monitors. By evening, he felt a deep sense of accomplishment. This could change everything, he whispered, envisioning the potential. The ability to use Chinese characters natively in programming could break barriers, making technology more accessible to millions. It wasn't just a technical achievement, it was a cultural triumph. Lin Feng stretched, his body tired but his mind buzzing with ideas. For him, the day had been a success, not because of the villas or rewards, but because he had taken one step closer to shaping a future where innovation knew no bounds. Ha! Finally done! Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he stared at the lines of code on his computer screen. After nearly 5 hours of intense concentration, he had finally deciphered and perfected the Chinese character programming language from the parallel world. The syntax displayed on his screen was nothing short of revolutionary. This programming language, unlike anything seen before, merged the elegance of Chinese characters with the efficiency of modern code. It boasted 36 data types, 256 keyword groups, and 72 control statements, offering unmatched simplicity, flexibility, and functionality. It wasn't just a step forward, it was a quantum leap in programming, making it accessible to anyone familiar with the Chinese language. With a deep sigh of satisfaction, Lin Feng saved his work and closed his laptop. This is a game changer, he muttered to himself. Yet, he knew its potential wasn't something to unveil lightly. As groundbreaking as it was, this tool would be his ace, reserved for the perfect moment. Prepare dinner, he instructed the housekeeper, rising from his chair. As he headed to the dining room, thoughts of the language's impact raced through his mind. It wouldn't just elevate China's standing in the tech world, it could redefine it. At 7:30 p.m., over a quiet dinner, Lin Feng turned to his assistant, Mo Shinya. Any updates from Shenzhen? Yes, boss, she replied, her tone measured. A few days ago, Jiang Feng finalized a deal with China Mobile on behalf of the group. They purchased 100,000 Nirvana X phones at an average price. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. China Mobile? I didn't expect them to come knocking. Interesting. And, Mo Shinya continued, Secretary Wang of the Shenzhen City Party Committee has requested a meeting with you on Monday morning. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Inform Longtang Group that I'll attend. Understood? She immediately left to make the arrangements. The next day, Wang Kong and Qin Lin were busy orchestrating a bold and unexpected move, a calculated assault on the entertainment industry. Quietly but aggressively, they began acquiring shares in struggling entertainment companies. Xingzi, Zhongshengtiang, Tianbo, East Asia Records, and others. China's entertainment sector, once dominated by giants like Huayi Brothers and Hiron Film and Television, had faltered in recent years. Intense competition from tech-tight Penguin Films and Ali Films had left even the strongest players vulnerable. Many companies were barely holding on, desperate for financial backing. That's where Wang Kong and Qin Lin came in. Offering buyouts at a generous 30 to 50% premium, they quickly gained control of numerous mid-tier and smaller companies. What initially appeared to be a frivolous investment by two wealthy heirs soon snowballed into a full-scale acquisition spree. In less than 2 months, the duo had integrated more than half of the country's entertainment companies under the banner of a new conglomerate, Dynasty Entertainment. While industry insiders dismissed their efforts as a rich boy's hobby, the scale of their operations silenced skeptics. Dynasty Entertainment now had the resources and reach to rival the top 3 companies in the field. However, the acquisitions weren't without controversy. Gossip swirled. Was Wang Kong merely indulging in his infamous hedonistic tendencies? Was Qin Lin looking to secure a foothold in the glamorous world of showbiz? The tabloids had a field day with the rumors, but the truth was far more calculated. Behind the scenes, Lin Feng quietly endorsed their efforts. Through Fengtang Investment, he ensured Dynasty Entertainment's financial stability while keeping his involvement discreet. To the outside world, it was a vanity project by 2 wealthy heirs. In reality, it was a strategic move to consolidate resources and disrupt the entertainment landscape. By December 25, 2018, Dynasty Entertainment was making waves. For traditional industry leaders like Huayi Brothers and Tangren, this new juggernaut was an existential threat. With unparalleled access to funds and connections, Dynasty Entertainment began dominating the market, setting the stage for a seismic shift in China's entertainment industry. In the Longtang Group conference room that evening, Lin Feng sat with his team, awaiting the arrival of Secretary Wang from the Shenzhen City Party Committee. The room was quiet, the air filled with anticipation. When the door finally opened, a group of officials entered, led by Secretary Wang himself. Secretary Wang, Lin Feng said warmly, standing to greet him. Comrade Lin Feng, Secretary Wang replied with a broad smile, shaking his hand firmly. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Watching the success of Longtang Group has been a source of pride for all of us in Shenzhen. Lin Feng noted the genuine warmth in the man's demeanor. Despite his high rank, Secretary Wang exuded humility, a trait that immediately put Lin Feng at ease. Thank you, Secretary Wang. It's an honor to contribute to the development of Shenzhen. The meeting began in earnest, discussing Longtang Group's future plans and its impact on the local economy. For Lin Feng, this wasn't just a routine business discussion. It was an opportunity to strengthen ties with key figures in Shenzhen ensuring Longtang Group's continued growth in the region. At 9:30 in the morning, Lin Feng stepped through the school gates, and instantly all eyes were on him. The results of the college entrance examination had just been posted, and his name was at the top, a shock to everyone who saw it. Name, Lin Feng. Admission ticket number, JSA 1958. Chinese 150 points. Mathematics 150 points. English 150 points. Comprehensive arts 300 points. Total score 750 points. Full marks in every subject. Was that even possible? As Lin Feng walked down the campus road, the air buzzed with excitement. Everywhere he looked, there were banners hanging, red and bright, proclaiming his achievement. The entire school seemed to be celebrating his success. Congratulations to our student Lin Feng for scoring full marks in the college entrance exam. Congratulations to Lin Feng for being the top scorer in Jiangsu province. Lin Feng is the top scorer in the National Liberal Arts College entrance exam. The walls of the school seemed to echo the same praises as Lin Feng made his way toward the teaching building of Class 2, Grade 3. But before he could even reach the building, he was swarmed by students and parents alike. The entire area, inside and out, was packed. The crowd was overwhelming, but in the midst of it, Lin Feng's gaze locked onto someone across the yard. Su Qingning, the girl who had earned second place in the provincial exams with an impressive score of 688. She was surrounded too, but there was a clear, almost magnetic connection between them. Despite the chaos, their eyes met, and for a brief moment, everything around them seemed to fade. Neither of them spoke, but they stood there, caught in the unspoken understanding. Soon, the school security began clearing the crowd, and Lin Feng was ushered into a private office by Principal Wang Gan. "Mr. Lin," Wang Gan said, beaming with pride, "on behalf of the school, I would like to congratulate you on your remarkable achievement in the college entrance exam. Please, have a seat." The principal poured tea for him, his face full of sincerity, eager to bask in the glow of Lin Feng's success. Thanks to Lin Feng's scores, Jinling No. 1 Middle School had gained national attention. Wang Gan's promotion to deputy director of the Jinling City Education Bureau was practically guaranteed. Before Lin Feng could even sit, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a shirt entered, slightly out of breath. "Hello, Lin Feng. I'm Sima Yan, the director of the admissions office at Shuimu University," the man introduced himself, sweat beading on his forehead. "Hello," Lin Feng nodded, barely glancing at him. Then, one by one, representatives from top universities across the country entered. Admissions officers from Yenching University, Jinling University, Chang'an University, and Modu University filled the room. It was clear that Lin Feng's score of 750 points, especially with no bonus points, was historic. They weren't going to let someone like him slip through their fingers. Classmate Lin Feng, Sima Yan from Shuimu University began, "Our university is a leader in training high-level talents, especially in economics and finance. If you join us, you'll have access to unrivaled resources." Another representative jumped in. "Yenching University is unparalleled in literature and humanities. Our alumni network is strong and spans all industries." One by one, they all presented their cases, promising Lin Feng scholarships, prestigious connections, and career opportunities. But Lin Feng wasn't impressed. He had no need for anything they were offering. Thanks to his wealth and the resources from the great inheritance wealth system, he didn't need a university degree to succeed. For him, university wasn't a stepping stone to success. It was a chance to fill in the gaps in his life, a place to explore his own interests. And for Lin Feng, that meant choosing a major based on passion, not practicality. He cleared his throat and spoke in a steady, calm voice that made the room fall silent. "I've decided to apply for the philosophy department at Yenching University." The room went still, and an uneasy silence settled over the group. The admissions officers exchanged surprised glances. Philosophy? Of all the subjects he could have chosen, he went for philosophy? It seemed like such an impractical decision, especially for someone with his level of potential. After all, young people these days were all about money, science, or business. Philosophy was, well, it was a side path, a field that didn't promise immediate rewards. "Mr. Lin," Sima Yan from Shuimu University tried to reason, "the philosophy department at Shuimu is no weaker than Yenching's. Why not consider us?" But Lin Feng wasn't swayed. He had already made up his mind. Shuimu University may have a strong research department, but Yenqing had something else, something Lin Feng needed. Yenqing's alumni were spread across the globe, in fields ranging from politics to business to the arts. Their influence was unmatched. It was a place that would offer Lin Feng the connections, the power, and the legacy he needed. On behalf of Yenqing University, I'm pleased to welcome you to join us, Lin Feng, the director of the admissions office at Yenqing said, his voice full of triumph. In the end, it was Yenqing University that would secure Lin Feng's future, marking the beginning of his journey to become something far greater than anyone could have anticipated. Secretary Wang, who are these gentlemen? Lin Feng's sharp eyes fell on the group of middle-aged men accompanying Secretary Wang. Their imposing presence, their rigid postures, and an almost tangible aura of discipline, it all reminded Lin Feng of his own elite bodyguards. These men weren't officials. Their demeanor spoke of battlefields, not boardrooms. Secretary Wang smiled warmly. Allow me to introduce them. These are envoys from the military, Major General Zhang from the Equipment Department, Colonel Dongfang from the General Staff, and Major General Li from the Southeast Military Region. They've come specifically to meet you. Lin Feng's eyebrows lifted in surprise. Military officials, and not just any officials, these were high-ranking personnel from critical departments. He quickly masked his astonishment, standing to greet them with genuine respect. It's an honor to meet you, Lin Feng said sincerely, dropping the playful air he often carried. Secretary Wang gestured toward Lin Feng as he addressed the military envoys. This is Lin Feng, the chairman of Longteng Group and the creator of the Wyvern system and Nirvana X mobile phone. Major General Li stepped forward, extending a hand. Mr. Lin, we've heard much about you. We're here on an important mission and hope you'll lend your expertise for the sake of our nation. Lin Feng's expression grew serious. Please, tell me what you need. If it's within my power, I won't refuse. The three officers exchanged approving glances. They'd done their homework, delving deep into Lin Feng's background before deciding to approach him. His upbringing, the struggles he'd overcome, and his meteoric rise in the tech world, all of it painted a picture of someone trustworthy and resilient. Colonel Dongfang spoke first. To be straightforward, Mr. Lin, we are here to request a bulk purchase of Nirvana X mobile phones for the military. The Logistics Equipment Department recently tested 15 units and found them superior to comparable devices, including Apple, in performance and security. Lin Feng nodded, understanding immediately. In the modern era, technology was as critical to national security as any weapon. Across the globe, militaries relied on secure communications, and smartphones were among the most vulnerable devices. In the U.S., Apple had once developed custom iPhones for the military, incorporating exclusive security features. Russia had its Tega phone, designed specifically for counterintelligence. Yet China lacked a homegrown alternative until now. The Nirvana X, powered by the Wyvern operating system, represented a leap forward. Its robust architecture and advanced security features made it the perfect candidate to fill that gap. For the Chinese military, it was more than a phone. It was a potential shield against espionage in the digital age. I understand, Lin Feng said after a moment. The Nirvana X is available for military use. Consider it done. Major General Zhang, a stern man with a no-nonsense demeanor, stepped forward. Mr. Lin, while we're grateful for your support, we must insist on one condition. The devices must not have any backdoors, neither in the hardware nor the operating system. The room fell silent. Lin Feng's jaw tightened, his expression darkening. The bluntness of the request carried a note of distrust, and Lin Feng didn't appreciate the implication. Before he could respond, Secretary Wang stepped in, sensing the tension. Mr. Lin, please don't take offense. Major General Zhang's directness comes from his years of service. This matter is of great importance to the military security protocols. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions. Major General Zhang, he began, his tone calm but firm, it's important to clarify something. Every intelligence system, regardless of its manufacturer, includes backdoors. They're not a flaw, they're a necessity for system optimization and updates. He paused, ensuring the weight of his words was felt. Even the U.S. military's iPhones contain backdoors created by Apple. It's a universal practice among tech companies. These backdoors are carefully controlled, designed to improve performance and prevent vulnerabilities. Without them, we risk losing control of the system entirely if compromised. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, meeting Zhang's gaze head-on. Let me assure you, Longtang's products are built to the highest standards. The Wyvern system is the most secure platform available, and there will be no information leakage. The generals listened intently, their expressions unreadable. Lin Feng knew he had to strike a balance between reassuring them and asserting his authority. What they didn't know, what he couldn't reveal, was that the backdoors in the Wyvern system were not ordinary safeguards. They were his fail-safe, a control mechanism he had personally designed. This wasn't just about security, it was about the origins of the system itself. The Wyvern system wasn't a product of this world. Its underlying architecture was an inheritance from the parallel world Lin Feng had accessed. Without those safeguards, he couldn't guarantee the system's integrity or his own peace of mind. After a long silence, Major General Zhang nodded curtly. We trust your judgment, Mr. Lin. The military will rely on your expertise. Lin Feng relaxed slightly, though his resolve remained firm. I appreciate your confidence. Longtang Group will ensure the devices meet your standards and contribute to our nation's security. With that, the tension in the room dissipated. The meeting shifted to logistics, quantities, and timelines. Lin Feng knew this deal wasn't just about business. It was about trust and responsibility. As the military envoys departed, he felt the weight of their expectations. This wasn't just a milestone for Longtang Group. It was the beginning of a new chapter in his journey. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically when Major General Zhang, from the Logistics and Equipment Department, locked eyes with Lin Feng and spoke in a cold, deliberate tone. The United States is the United States, and Apple is Apple. But in China, it's different. His words came with a heavy undercurrent of threat, and it was clear that his patience was wearing thin. Lin Feng felt a surge of anger rise within him. He had dealt with countless negotiations, but this tone, this blatant attempt to intimidate him, was something he wouldn't tolerate. The air thickened as the other military officers, Colonel Dongfang from the General Staff and Major General Li from the Southeast Military Region, exchanged uneasy glances. Their frowns deepened. Was this really the way to treat a private entrepreneur? Longtang Group is a private enterprise, Lin Feng said, his voice steady but firm. If the military thinks that purchasing Nirvana X is an honor for us, I'm afraid Longtang doesn't need that kind of honor. His words hung in the air, unapologetic. Or perhaps you should check if military-affiliated research institutes leave any backdoors when selling weapons or equipment to foreign nations. Major General Zhang's face twisted with fury. You. His words faltered as he tried to respond, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's sharp retort. Before the situation could escalate further, Colonel Dongfang quickly intervened, his voice calm and respectful. Mr. Lin, as the creator of the Tamron smartphone operating system, you are a national asset. We all recognize your contributions, and no one here would ever allow any slander or harm to come to Longtang. His tone softened, trying to ease the tension. Major General Li from the Southeast Military Region nodded in agreement. Absolutely. In our region, no one dares to undermine someone who has made such significant contributions to our country's technological progress. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The situation was delicate. While Major General Zhang's approach was abrasive, the other two military officials clearly respected him. Lin Feng could see that, despite the rough start, they were still interested in collaborating with Longtang. Longtang Group welcomes the military's purchase of Nirvana, Lin Feng said, the sincerity in his voice undeniable. For him, making connections with the Chinese military was more than just a business opportunity. It was about national pride and patriotism. He believed that supporting the military's development was part of his responsibility as an entrepreneur. At that moment, Colonel Dongfang leaned in slightly, pulling Major General Zhang aside for a quiet conversation. Lin Feng's sharp eyes caught the exchange, and he could sense that Colonel Dongfang was reminding Major General Zhang of the bigger picture. The military's broader interests had to come first, no matter personal pride. Major General Zhang's expression shifted, and he reluctantly let the matter drop. With the tension eased, Secretary Wang from the Shenzhen City Committee saw an opportunity to smooth things over. He stood up with a calm, measured smile, addressing the room. Mr. Lin, while we can't discuss certain things about backdoors in public, let's focus on what matters most: price and quality. His voice was authoritative yet friendly, and everyone's attention turned toward him. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Please rest assured, he said. Longtang has always been committed to delivering high-quality phones. We guarantee no quality issues. As for the military's procurement price, we can offer it at a lower rate than the average market price. Everyone nodded, pleased with his words. Lin Feng wasn't just accommodating. The gesture was a clear sign of goodwill. But he didn't stop there. As for backdoors, I'm willing to close all programs and provide part of the core code to the military. However, I can't hand over everything, he continued. The core code is the lifeblood of any system. No company is willing to give it all away. The three military officials were caught off guard by Lin Feng's straightforwardness. They hadn't expected him to offer part of the core code. But it was a generous move, at least on the surface. What they didn't realize was that even if the core code was given, it wouldn't allow anyone to crack the system. Lin Feng had his own security measures in place. On behalf of the military, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin, Colonel Dongfang said, handing over a token of appreciation. Lin Feng remained serious, not showing any signs of softening his stance. But before the meeting could end, he had one more request. The room fell silent. Major General Li raised an eyebrow. You're not asking the military to act as Longtang's protector, are you? His voice was laced with skepticism. Because if that's the case, we'll need to reconsider our cooperation. Lin Feng chuckled, his expression wry. Well, you're half right, Major General, he said with a laugh. The business world is full of dangers and competition, but I believe Longtang is invincible. No one can just waltz in and take what's ours. He leaned forward, his tone growing more serious. But within the rules of the marketplace, there are always those who will exploit their power. People do terrible things for profit, even if it means destroying others in the process. Major General Li shook his head, a firm rejection already forming on his lips. We can't promise that. We don't control that kind of influence. His refusal was immediate, and the other two officials, though silent, appeared to agree. The military couldn't and wouldn't use its authority to shield a private company from business rivals or corruption. Lin Feng wasn't surprised. He had pushed the boundaries, but he knew this was a request the military couldn't honor. Still, he didn't regret making it. He was a businessman, but first and foremost, he was a patriot. He would fight for Longtang's future, no matter the cost. The meeting came to a close, but the tension lingered, as did the sense that this was only the beginning of something much bigger. The military wanted Longtang's technology, and Longtang had just taken its first step into the world of national defense. The journey ahead would be challenging, but Lin Feng was ready for whatever came next. Lin Feng's expression shifted from calm to cold, the smile vanishing entirely as he stared at the room's occupants. His voice, once friendly, was now laced with indifference. Is the military really unwilling to meet even this small request? His words echoed through the room, the tension palpable. He wasn't blind to the fact that the military might be trying to take advantage of him, but he also knew the risks of challenging the wrong people. Still, Lin Feng had never been one to back down. Secretary Wang, who had been standing by, seemed to want to defuse the situation, but before he could speak, Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. Does Secretary Wang want to tell me that the world is fair, that there is only light and no darkness? His eyes swept the room, a sneer curling on his lips. Don't push me. I may be young, but I've seen enough. My parents died when I was young, and I have nothing to fear. Now that I have money, I could disappear anywhere in the world if I choose to. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Lin Feng's words were a direct threat, and everyone present understood it. The teenager who had once been the top scorer in the college entrance exam, the creator of China's first domestic smartphone operating system, and the chairman of Feng Teng Investments had just reminded them of his influence. If Lin Feng chose to leave China, the consequences would be catastrophic. The entire country had waited decades for the smartphone industry to stand on its own, and to lose the founder of such a revolutionary system would be a blow not just to the economy, but to national pride. The shockwaves would reach far beyond China's borders, sparking international uproar. Mr. Lin, do we really need to go this far? Colonel Dongfang from the General Staff's voice was strained, his expression reflecting both concern and resignation as he watched the young entrepreneur. Lin Feng locked eyes with him, then shifted his gaze to Major General Zhang of the Logistics and Equipment Department. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly one. You shouldn't ask me that question, Lin Feng said coolly. If anyone should be asking, it's you. Major General Zhang, I'm sure you know that this situation isn't just about an order from the top military officials. Suddenly, the attention of everyone in the room shifted toward Major General Zhang. The realization hit hard. Zhang had been the one pushing for access to the backdoors of Tamron's smartphone system from the beginning. It was now clear that his intentions weren't just personal. It was a calculated move with larger implications. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his gaze turning distant for a moment as he reflected on the larger forces at play. Life is full of uncertainties, he murmured. No wonder so many wealthy individuals have left the country. The system isn't just the problem, it's the unscrupulous people within it. Those in power don't always care about the little things, but their children, the second and third generations, they're the ones who take advantage. The room fell silent as Lin Feng's words hung in the air. He knew the Longteng Group was still growing, but everyone in the room also knew that it wouldn't stop at just 100 billion. Longteng was on the verge of something monumental. With the rise of mobile internet, Longteng's dominance over the smart device market was only a matter of time. But Lin Feng understood the risks. His wealth and influence could easily be overshadowed by political maneuvering. One misstep, and the company could be drowned in bureaucracy, with negative media coverage destroying its reputation. Secretary Wang of the Shenzhen City Committee broke the silence, his face flushed with anger. Mr. Lin, don't worry. As long as I'm in Shenzhen, none of these petty games will affect you. He looked around the room, his voice rising. The Longteng Group is a pillar of our city. Anyone who tries to disrupt that will answer to me. Lin Feng smiled faintly but shook his head. Secretary Wang, I appreciate your words, but it's not that simple. Sometimes, the tree just isn't big enough to protect you. I was born and raised here, and I don't want to leave, but I can't ignore the reality. If I were to leave, there's nothing stopping me from building something even bigger. The military is my only real ally in this. It's powerful and untouchable, and with its support, I don't have to fear anyone. At this point, Lin Feng turned his attention to the military officials once more. Let me clarify something, he began, his tone measured and deliberate. The system that powers Tamron smartphones, the Wyvern system, as we call it, isn't just for mobile phones. It's a fully integrated smart system. Major General Zhang's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying this system can be used not only on mobile phones, but also on computers? Lin Feng smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Smartphones are, in essence, personal computers. The line between them is blurring, and with the rise of the Internet of Things, everything is connected. The military will need a system that can handle more than just phones. It needs a full suite of devices, tablets, personal servers, and more. Longteng Group is prepared to provide that. The room shifted again, the attention of every officer riveted on Lin Feng. An independent, domestically produced, intelligent operating system was far more valuable than a smartphone operating system. In a world where the military and government were increasingly dependent on technology, this kind of system was a goldmine. A complete computer system could become the cornerstone of future military operations, providing unmatched control over both internal and external communications. Colonel Dongfang, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned forward. Mr. Lin, how confident are you that this system is ready for use? Lin Feng's expression hardened. We are ready for full cooperation with the military. This is more than just smartphones. As technology evolves, Longteng Group is prepared to meet every need, whether it's mobile devices, tablets, or personal servers. We're not limited to just one market. We will meet the needs of the military, and we will do it better than anyone else. The room was quiet, but the tension had shifted. Lin Feng had just placed a massive chip on the table, one that could change the course of military and technological history in China. This was no longer just a business negotiation. This was a battle for the future, and Lin Feng had just shown the military his hand. Now the question was, would they take the deal, or would they play it safe and risk losing everything? After a moment of tense silence, Colonel Dongfang of the General Staff, Major General Li of the Southeast Military Region, and Major General Zhang of the Logistics and Equipment Department all exchanged glances, clearly caught off guard. Finally, Colonel Dongfang spoke, his voice laced with caution. Mr. Lin, your suggestion is indeed tempting, but we don't have the authority to approve it. The military relies heavily on electronic products, and 90% of our current supplies come from military-affiliated research institutes. If we were to partner with Longtang, it could disrupt established shares, creating friction between departments. This issue extends far beyond our scope. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he listened, sensing the politics at play. I understand, but the purchase of the Nirvana X should have the approval of the top military officials, shouldn't it? He said, his tone suggesting he was well aware of the deeper layers at play. Colonel Dongfang sighed, clearly impressed by Lin Feng's insight. You're right, Mr. Lin. You're not wrong. At just 18, you already see through the intricate moves of the military. He shook his head in disbelief. Lin Feng wasn't just any young prodigy. He was playing the game at a level that none of them had expected. His understanding of the military's internal workings was almost unnerving. Lin Feng smirked. Well, I'm just a small player, doing what I can. But if the opportunity is there, why not let it spread? The three senior officers exchanged looks, realizing they were at an impasse. Lin Feng's words, although direct, couldn't be ignored. They understood the importance of Nirvana X, and despite their reservations, they knew this deal was crucial. Mr. Lin, Major General Li spoke up, his tone shifting to a more businesslike manner. Let's get down to business. We're looking to purchase 50,000 units of the Nirvana X this time, and in the future, the quantity will only increase. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. 50,000 is just the beginning, but I understand the military's needs. Special requirements, I assume. We'll have them ready for delivery in 1 month. 1 month is sufficient, Major General Li confirmed, casting a glance at Colonel Dongfang and Major General Zhang. Given that a portion of these units will stay in the Southeast Military Region, with the majority going to research institutes and the Ordnance Industry Group, it's best to secure them early. Excellent, Lin Feng said, his confidence unwavering. Now that we have the deal sorted, I've got a question. Major General Li, if you don't mind. The room fell silent as Lin Feng's sudden change in focus piqued everyone's curiosity. What could he possibly want now? You're the leader of the Special Forces of the Southeast Military Region, aren't you? Lin Feng asked casually, but his words immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room. Even Secretary Wang from the Shenzhen City Committee seemed intrigued by the shift in conversation. Major General Li's eyes gleamed with interest. You're very perceptive, Mr. Lin, he replied, clearly impressed. Yes, I am. Not many people would recognize that. I'm flattered, Lin Feng said with a modest smile before asking, I've heard that a significant number of Special Forces personnel retire each year. Their service life is longer than most, but eventually they return to civilian life. What happens to them? Major General Li's expression shifted slightly, his gaze narrowing. What are you getting at, Mr. Lin? His tone was cautious, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Lin Feng's smile didn't falter. I'm simply asking because, with the rapid growth of Longtang Group, the need for highly skilled, confidential work is increasing. These ex-soldiers, especially those from the Special Forces, have unique skills. If they go back to civilian life, they might struggle to adapt to modern society. But if given a purpose, they could be a tremendous asset. Colonel Dongfang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you suggesting you want to hire retired Special Forces soldiers, Mr. Lin? Lin Feng nodded. Exactly. I want to create a separate security company under Longtang Group to protect our interests, particularly in sensitive areas like research institutes. I'm offering them a starting salary of $15,000 a month, including benefits like 5 insurances and 1 fund. And for those who stay with us long-term, the salary will be even higher. Plus, we'll provide them with fully furnished homes, no less than 120 square meters, if they sign a 10-year service contract. The room was stunned into silence. Colonel Dongfang, Major General Li, and Major General Zhang exchanged looks, clearly impressed but also shocked by the scale of the offer. 15,000 a month was a salary few could dream of, especially for security work. And the promise of housing and career advancement? It was beyond generous. That's a substantial offer, Mr. Lin, Major General Li said after a long pause, his voice filled with admiration. How many positions are you offering? Lin Feng looked them all squarely in the eyes. I'm offering as many as we need. These soldiers have served their country, and now they deserve to be treated with respect. They can continue serving in a different capacity, protecting Longtang and contributing to its growth. It's a win-win. Colonel Dongfang, still processing the offer, shook his head in disbelief. You're offering more than many white-collar workers could dream of. It's not just the salary, it's the stability, the future. Major General Li seemed to soften, a mix of pride and sorrow in his eyes. You're right. These men have given so much to our country, and too often, they're left to struggle after their service ends. What you're offering them is a rare opportunity. Lin Feng's words hung in the air, a powerful offer that could change the lives of many ex-soldiers. It was clear now that this wasn't just about business, it was about creating a legacy. And as the discussion moved forward, the military officers in the room knew that they were no longer dealing with just an entrepreneur. Lin Feng was a force to be reckoned with, someone who understood the value of both power and people. Lin Feng's words hung in the air, his confidence unwavering. I want as much as you have. His statement wasn't exaggerated. Longtang Group had evolved beyond just a technology company. It was now a full-fledged software powerhouse. With the increase in production and expansion into various branches, including several overseas operations and Fengtang investment, their security needs had grown significantly. The demand for security personnel was at an all-time high. Before Major General Li of the Southeast Military Region could respond, Colonel Dongfang of the General Staff interjected, his voice filled with curiosity. Can Longtang really guarantee that everyone will be treated the same? He asked. The question wasn't surprising. Each year, only a few hundred Special Forces members retired from the Southeast Military Region alone. But across China, every military region had its own elite Special Operations Brigades, meaning the total number of retiring Special Forces soldiers was in the thousands. This was no small issue. Lin Feng answered without hesitation. The base salary of 15,000 yuan is just the starting point. I promise that every 6 months, salaries will increase by at least 1,000 yuan, and everyone will be treated equally. However, some may take on leadership roles like team leaders, where compensation will be higher. He paused, letting his words sink in. Special Forces members are elite soldiers, but personalities and experience will determine whether someone can lead a team. Not everyone can be a team leader, but all will be respected and compensated accordingly. Major General Li nodded, understanding the dynamics at play. I have no objections, Mr. Lin. It's clear you've thought this through. To ease your concerns, Lin Feng added, you can always check with Secretary Wang. He knows Longtang Group and Fengtang Investment better than anyone. His confidence was rooted in the close relationship he'd already built with the local authorities. Secretary Wang, who had been quietly observing the conversation, finally spoke up, offering a reassuring smile. You can trust Lin Feng. Despite his youth, he treats his employees with great respect and fairness. Everyone at Longtang is satisfied. His words carried weight, as the Shenzhen Municipal Committee had long recognized the potential of Longtang Group. Colonel Dongfang looked at his colleagues, and after a brief moment of deliberation, he turned back to Lin Feng. In 1 month, when the Nirvana X phones are delivered, 3,000 retired soldiers will join Longtang Group. Lin Feng bowed slightly in gratitude. This was a significant moment. Longtang Group, despite its rapid expansion, had always struggled with its security forces. Though Jiankang Garden had its own team of 120 bodyguards for Lin Feng's personal security, the company as a whole lacked a strong protective network. With 3,000 retired Special Forces soldiers on their way, Longtang's security division would be drastically strengthened, securing not just the company but also Fengtang Investment's growing influence. Moreover, this influx of talent from the military would continue year after year, solidifying Longtang's future. Thank you, Lin Feng said sincerely, a rare moment of gratitude breaking through his usual composed demeanor. The military officials, having completed their business, stood to leave. The meeting had reached its natural conclusion, but Secretary Wang stayed behind. He approached Lin Feng with a more personal tone. Comrade Lin Feng, on behalf of the Shenzhen Municipal Committee, I want to express our regret for the difficulties you faced. If you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll help however I can. Lin Feng nodded graciously. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Longtang Group deeply appreciates your support. It was a wise move to acknowledge the power and influence of the local government, especially considering Longtang's rapid rise in the tech world. As the officials left Longtang Building, Lin Feng's thoughts turned to the future. With 3,000 highly trained soldiers joining his ranks, he had created a powerful foundation for the security of Longtang Group, and soon, the company would have the means to expand its reach even further. Meanwhile, the business world was abuzz. Just a week after the launch of the Nirvana X, consumer demand was sky high. Even the limited units in retail stores had sold out, a testament to the overwhelming interest in the new device. The news spread fast, and the impact of Longtang's entry into the market was impossible to ignore. At the headquarters of China Telecom, the telecom giant's leadership was grappling with the fallout. December 27, 2018, saw a tense meeting where Li Zhengmao, the telecom boss, addressed his executives, his face devoid of emotion. You all know that China Mobile has signed a partnership with Longtang Group and acquired a large number of Nirvana X phones. Their market share has skyrocketed in just a few days, he said, his words cutting through the silence. The room was thick with tension. This development had taken many by surprise, especially as Telecom had initially shown interest in collaborating with Longtang. Yet out of stubbornness and pride, they had hesitated, and now China Mobile had swooped in to secure the deal. Gao Qing, the first deputy general manager of Telecom, couldn't hold back. I suggested we cooperate with Longtang months ago, but everyone here balked. Now we're left behind, while China Mobile has signed a deal and is reaping the benefits. His words hit a nerve. The executives in the room exchanged uncomfortable glances. The failure to secure the deal with Longtang was an embarrassing misstep for a company that had long controlled the mobile communications market. One of the deputy general managers sneered. Why don't we just ban Longtang? A domestic brand shouldn't be able to step on our toes like this. His disdain was palpable, a reflection of the arrogance that had plagued Telecom's leadership. Many of them were still operating under the outdated belief that, as a communications service provider, they could dominate the mobile market and make manufacturers bow to their will. But reality was beginning to set in. Longtang had already gained a foothold, and it wasn't backing down. The rise of Longtang wasn't just a business story. It was a sign that change was coming, and no one could ignore it. Do you think so too? Li Zhengmao, the telecommunications boss, stood up suddenly in the conference room, scanning the room with a piercing gaze. His voice was calm, but the tension in the air was palpable. The executives around him shifted uncomfortably. No one spoke immediately. These were seasoned veterans of the industry, each knowing well enough the power of Longtang Group. But admitting that their own company had miscalculated, that would be a blow to their pride. They had all watched as China Mobile and China Unicom moved swiftly, signing deals with Longtang. Telecom, despite its size, had hesitated, and now they were losing out. Idiots, Li Zhengmao muttered under his breath, his frustration boiling over. His anger wasn't just at the executives in front of him, but at the situation. Longtang wasn't just another mobile phone manufacturer. They were redefining what a domestic smartphone company could be. It was no coincidence that the Shenzhen City Committee was heavily backing them. Messing with Longtang was more than just a business move. It was a political risk. He glared at the room, his voice rising. What do you think China Mobile and China Unicom were doing? They sent representatives to Shenzhen. You think that's normal? Do you think they're just sitting back? His voice dripped with sarcasm, but it hit home. Gao Qing, the deputy general manager, couldn't resist responding. Let's not forget, our wireless communications business has lagged behind China Mobile for years, Gao said, his tone sharp. And here we are, trying to act like we're still the big player in town. We were the ones who should have struck a deal with Longtang first, but we hesitated. The silence that followed was heavy. Each telecom executive knew he was right. They had let opportunity slip through their fingers, blinded by their own arrogance. Now, it was time to pay the price. Li Zhengmao slammed his hand on the table, his voice cold. Gao, you're going. You'll go to Shenzhen and sign the deal with Longtang Group, and you'll do it first, before China Mobile and Unicom. Yes, boss. Gao responded quickly, his face hardening with resolve. He knew what this meant. This was his chance to salvage what was left of telecom's dignity. Meanwhile, in Longtang's high-rise office, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, a slight smile on his face as Zhang Feng, the CEO of Longtang, walked in with news. Chairman, Telecom wants to sign a cooperation agreement with us, Zhang Feng reported. Lin Feng's response was a dry chuckle. Now they want to talk, huh? He said, a hint of amusement in his voice. China Mobile and Unicom have already committed. They've agreed to deliver 5 million phones each year, plus military orders. We don't have the bandwidth to spare. Zhang Feng nodded, impressed. I understand. I'll handle their reply. For Lin Feng, this was a pivotal moment. When Telecom had approached them earlier, they acted like they were doing Longtang a favor. But now, Longtang was the one calling the shots. If they forgave Telecom too easily, it would send the wrong message, not just to Telecom but to all of China. Lin Feng shifted gears. How's the military order coming along? Xu Li, the general manager of the R&D department, spoke up. We've processed almost 50,000 phones for the military. The Southeast Military Region is coming to collect them, and we've handed over the non-core codes. Good, Lin Feng said, his eyes narrowing. This was just the beginning. The military's support could provide Longtang with a powerful shield against its competitors. With the Southeast Military Region on board, Lin Feng knew that, for now, Longtang's back was covered. Xu Li then made a suggestion that caught Lin Feng's attention. Chairman, since this batch of phones is a test, what do you think about setting up a dedicated production workshop for military orders? It would make things more efficient. Lin Feng paused, thinking. The idea made sense. These phones would be used by the Chinese Special Forces, which meant they required specific modifications and strict confidentiality. Can we deploy a production line in the Shenzhen Industrial Park? No problem, Su Li confirmed. There are plenty of vacant factories ready for expansion. All right, Lin Feng said, nodding decisively. Set it up. Also, get Yulei in here. A few minutes later, Yulei, Longtang's COO, entered the office. Lin Feng wasted no time. We need to ramp up our app ecosystem. The Nirvana X's success has created an opportunity, Lin Feng said, his tone firm. This isn't just about mobile games or apps. It's about how we monetize our operating system. In China, app downloads are mostly free, but games are where the real money is. Yulei furrowed his brow. Our app store currently has only about 80,000 apps. We're still a ways from hitting 100,000. The growth rate might slow down. Lin Feng chuckled, leaning forward. That's a good thing. The fewer apps we have, the more demand there will be for quality developers. When we hit 1 billion users, developers from around the world will be knocking on our door. Yulei nodded, starting to grasp the bigger picture. Longtang wasn't just building a smartphone. They were building an ecosystem, one that could rival anything the giants in Silicon Valley had created. The strategy was clear. The success of Nirvana X wasn't just about selling phones. It was about controlling the platform, the apps, the games, and eventually the entire mobile experience. And with each move they made, Longtang was closer to becoming the dominant force in China's tech landscape. Back at Telecom, the executives were still grappling with their failed opportunity, while Longtang was moving ahead with quiet confidence. The world of Chinese telecommunications was shifting, and those who didn't adapt would be left behind. On December 30th, 2018, the final day of the year, Longtang Group gathered for its first high-level meeting. Lin Feng, the chairman, stood at the head of the table, his gaze sharp as he addressed the room. Everyone, the traditional Chinese version of Nirvana X, he began, his voice steady, carrying the weight of the decision. At once, the room responded in unison, yes. Every executive, from CEO Zhang Feng to COO Yulei, understood the significance. The traditional Chinese version of Nirvana X was a strategic move aimed squarely at Chinese communities around the world, with a special focus on Xinjiang, a crucial international hub. Hong Kong, known for its economic freedom and strong business environment, was Longtang's first step toward expanding internationally. It was not just a market, it was a gateway to the global stage. Zhang Feng, ever the strategist, spoke up first. 3 months ago, the PR department conducted an in-depth investigation in Xinjiang. We thoroughly studied local market habits and preferences, leaving no stone unturned. He continued, outlining how the Xinjiang Research Center had analyzed the top-selling phones in the region, ensuring the Nirvana X would meet local demands. Lin Feng nodded in approval, acknowledging the effort. Good work. A company can't grow relying on just one strategy. His eyes swept across the room. Xinjiang is unique. The people here, while Chinese, have distinct habits compared to mainlanders. Even things like traffic rules differ. Those small details can become significant barriers to entry. Lin Feng's words hit home. Despite their shared cultural ties, Hong Kong's market was no easy terrain to navigate. Even global giants like Warwick had struggled to maintain a foothold in this competitive and free market environment. Hong Kong's status as a free port, coupled with its established role in global trade, meant that entering this market required a blend of finesse and strength. As the conversation deepened, Yulei, the ever-alert COO, raised a crucial point. Actually, after our initial success with Nirvana X, some companies in Xinjiang reached out to us, wanting to partner up for distribution. They seem eager to help us expand. Lin Feng chuckled, his tone dismissive. Ha! Probably small companies trying to sound big, he said, shaking his head. Hong Kong was a city of sharp business minds, where profit drove every decision. But Lin Feng wasn't worried. In Xinjiang, the wealthy held power, those with money controlled the game. And wealth, to Lin Feng, was what mattered most. Those companies might talk big, but they have little to offer. Even larger corporations won't budge when it comes to business negotiations. He paused, a smirk playing on his lips. This isn't 1997 anymore. Longtang doesn't need to bow to anyone, no matter how powerful. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment before voicing a thought. Chairman, this sounds a bit too domineering, don't you think? Lin Feng laughed heartily. Being domineering? It's the reality of Xinjiang. Money talks here. If you have enough, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Feng blinked, a bit taken aback. As a man of professionalism, he wasn't accustomed to the rougher business tactics of Hong Kong. But isn't this a bit extreme? Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, the weight of his family's influence in the region clear. You just need to understand one thing. My background is enough to place me among the top 10 richest people in Xinjiang. In this city, wealth equals power. He waved a hand, signaling the end of the discussion. But we're not just here to talk about money. We need to think bigger. Hong Kong has a unique structure for telecoms. They combine both services and equipment sales under one umbrella. We should look into forming a partnership with one of the major telecom companies here. Yulei's eyes lit up at the idea. That's a great suggestion. Shangjiang Telecom is highly competitive. When Jinli entered the market, they partnered with one of the local companies, and it gave them a strong foothold in the region. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Exactly. If we can acquire several smaller telecom companies, we can establish Longtang's presence in Xinjiang and solidify our position. No one can stop us if we control the telecom sector. Zhang Feng nodded, immediately seeing the potential. I'll make the necessary arrangements to start acquisitions. Yulei didn't add anything at this point. He knew the power of a well-executed plan, but he also recognized the value of patience. Longtang's independence from Android was its key differentiator, and using any shortcuts now would compromise their hard-earned reputation. Instead, they needed to build their own ecosystem, step by step. Before the meeting could wrap up, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered something important. Chairman, Lei Jun wants to meet with you. The rice company contacted us directly to arrange a discussion. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Lei Jun. He recalled the man he had met briefly on a plane, someone who might not have known it, but had just become his most formidable opponent. The boy who once dreamed of building an empire was now the CEO of the rice company, and it was only a matter of time before their paths would cross again. Lin Feng was ready. But as he looked around the room at his executives, he knew one thing for certain. Longtang was no longer just a challenger in the market. It was becoming a force to be reckoned with, and this new year would mark the beginning of its true international rise. Lei Jun, a man who had risen to prominence at a young age, was known as a tough businessman, one who had weathered countless fierce battles, from his early days at Jinshan to his leadership at Rice. His name alone sent a chill down the spine of anyone who had ever faced him. But there was something unusual about this situation. If Longtang Group didn't have a solid trump card, Lei Jun likely wouldn't have been so eager to come knocking. Chairman, the Rice Company's attitude seems to be quite correct now. Should we meet with Lei Jun? Zhang Feng asked with a knowing smile. Lin Feng's laughter filled the room. Ha! He chuckled, and everyone followed suit. The memory of Rice's earlier attempt to play both sides had sparked an intense rivalry between them and Longtang Group. It had taken significant effort to convince them to back off. Lin Feng's expression shifted into one of playful amusement. I thought we were done communicating with him last time, but Lei Jun's persistence has certainly exceeded our expectations. Rice, led by Lei Jun, had long been a potential competitor to Longtang. If Longtang wanted to secure the domestic market, it couldn't ignore either Rice or Warwick. While Warwick focused primarily on 5G business, Rice had its sights set squarely on smartphones. This was where the real conflict arose. But Lin Feng knew exactly why Lei Jun kept pressing for talks. The true target was Longtang's mobile operating system, the Tamron OS. At this level, there were no secrets. Behind Longtang was Fengtang Investment, a connection Lei Jun understood well. The only question was the nature of Lin Feng's relationship with the top scorer of the National College Entrance Exam, a mystery that Lei Jun clearly intended to solve. Yulei, still puzzled, spoke up. Chairman, I don't understand. Why does Mr. Lei keep insisting on this, knowing full well that we won't agree to share the Tamron system? Lin Feng leaned forward, a knowing smile on his lips. Do you think Lei Jun needs our Tamron system? Rice's MyUI is already beloved by users worldwide. It's not far behind ours. The real reason he wants to work with us is the hardware. If Rice can get their hands on Nirvana X's hardware, they'll be able to compete on par with Apple. Understanding dawned on everyone. Longtang's hardware was cutting edge, and if Rice could leverage it, they'd gain a significant advantage. But Lin Feng had already formulated a plan. Tell Lei Jun we'll meet, but it'll only be about hardware cooperation. As for the system, we'll leave that aside. For now, we'll meet when the time is right. Understood. Zhang Feng nodded immediately. Longtang Group had no illusions about Rice's power, but they also knew that outright refusal could bring harm. After all, a monopoly over both the mobile operating system and the smartphone market would stir resentment from competitors, and even from the Chinese government. The solution was clear. Control the growth of their rivals while maintaining a competitive market environment. Then, Yulei brought up a troubling point. Chairman, Android has been spreading rumors and slandering our Tamron system. Should we retaliate? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, his tone calm yet calculating. Sometimes, a company's product is its weapon. For Longtang, the system is no different, but we don't need to strike just yet. Yulei's eyes lit up, understanding the underlying message. As an open-source system, Android had vulnerabilities, plenty of them. Longtang could exploit these weaknesses when the time was right. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. By the way, have you considered using military connections to promote Nirvana X? Everyone in the room froze, shocked by the suggestion. What? The military? Zhang Feng blurted, his eyes wide in disbelief. The room was filled with a tense silence. This was no trivial matter. Any involvement with the military could lead to disastrous consequences for anyone who misstepped. Lin Feng, however, wasn't fazed. I understand your concerns, but this promotion is more symbolic than anything. The military might not refuse. Jiang Feng, I want you to reach out to Colonel Dongfang on behalf of Longtang Group. Jiang Feng hesitated, the gravity of the situation sinking in. After a long pause, he sighed. All right. If it doesn't work out, the military will still need Longtang's help in mobile phone manufacturing. They won't harm us. If it succeeds, Nirvana X will skyrocket in popularity. Imagine a phone that even the military uses. It'll be a massive endorsement. A voice from the back of the room interrupted the momentary calm. Chairman, I think there's something you should know. Shu Li, the general manager of the R&D department, looked uneasy. Lately, military personnel have been showing up at our production base under the guise of supervision, but I think their true purpose is to familiarize themselves with us, to understand Longtang better. A collective gasp rippled through the room. What were the military really planning? But Lin Feng wasn't surprised. I had already proposed full cooperation with the military from the start. They didn't refuse, so it seems the higher-ups are still considering it. These visitors are likely part of their evaluation. Everyone exhaled in relief. If full cooperation with the military was on the table, they could gain access to invaluable promotional opportunities. As China became increasingly open, the military's involvement could serve as a powerful endorsement. Unless the matter was deeply classified, most things were open to the public. Zhang Feng, now reassured, allowed himself a smile. The future was uncertain, but with Longtang's strategic moves and Lin Feng at the helm, they were positioning themselves to change the game entirely. When the news broke that the military had made a special purchase of Nirvana X, there was a buzz around Longtang Group. However, Lin Feng wasn't concerned about potential complications with the military. Their current stance seemed clear. They were waiting for the right moment to fully cooperate with Longtang. The meeting continued with senior management discussing key issues: factory expansions, recruitment of technical talent, and more. By the time the discussions wrapped up, it was nearly noon. At 2 p.m., Lin Feng was resting in his office when Mo Xinya hurried in. Boss, Zhou Hongwei, chairman and CEO of 360, is here to visit. He's waiting in the conference room. Zhou Hongwei? Lin Feng was momentarily puzzled. Why would the head of 360 show up unannounced, especially now? Zhou was an interesting figure. Graduate of Xi'an Jiaotong University's School of Management, former president of Yahoo China, and later the founder of 360, a network security giant. His company had made waves with free-to-use products, but its notoriety stemmed from its aggressive and often unscrupulous tactics, invading users' privacy and even sabotaging competitors. Lin Feng wasn't eager to meet with him, especially given the ongoing conflict between 360's security software and Longtang's Wyvern mobile operating system. Boss, he's waiting in the conference room. Should I send you in? Mo Xinya asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Despite his reservations, he couldn't ignore the visit. It wouldn't look right. All right, let's go, he replied, standing up. A few minutes later, Lin Feng strode into the conference room, greeting everyone with a brief apology for his tardiness. Sorry, everyone. I was tied up in another meeting. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Zhou Hongwei, dressed in a bright red shirt, stood up with a smile. Lin Feng immediately recognized him. After all, no one else in the Chinese business world wore such a bold color with such confidence. The two exchanged pleasantries before everyone took their seats. Lin Feng sat at the head of the table, with Mo Xinya and other Longtang executives to his left, while Zhou and his team took their places on the opposite side. The room fell silent as both sides sized each other up. After a brief pause, Zhou Hongwei couldn't contain his impatience. Director Lin, we're here to discuss potential cooperation with Longtang. What are your thoughts on this? The room turned its attention to Lin Feng, waiting for his response. He knew exactly what Zhou was angling for. We're aware of your company's proposal, Mr. Zhou. However, Longtang Group has already signed an agreement with Penguin Group, which prohibits us from working with competitors in the same sector, Lin Feng said, his voice steady. 360 was a powerhouse in the field of network security, but it had a formidable competitor in Penguin Group, which had a significant presence across the internet. The agreement between Longtang and Penguin included a clause preventing 360's products from being integrated into the Wyvern OS. Zhao didn't take the news well. Mr. Lin, we're the authoritative force in security. Penguin is a small player compared to us. Their products are no match for ours. Lin Feng remained calm. While 360 may lead in PC security, the mobile market is another matter entirely. Our Wyvern system doesn't allow any company, whether Penguin or 360, to control the security of our mobile phones. Zhao's face twitched with frustration, But Lin Feng didn't back down. He knew full well the kind of tactics 360 employed. Apple had once been furious with 360 for secretly embedding programs into their system. Programs that not only stole user data, but also turned Apple devices into botnets to attack other servers. 360's reputation in the tech world was infamous for these kinds of practices, which made them a dangerous partner. Mr. Zhou, let's be clear. If we were to let 360's products onto the Wyvern platform, it would trigger a public backlash. Users would reject it outright. And even if Longtang Group isn't yet powerful enough to sever ties with 360, we cannot compromise our integrity. A company that lacks ethics isn't one we can respect, no matter its size. Zhou Hongwei's face darkened as the tension in the room thickened. Lin Feng wasn't just rejecting a business proposal, he was calling out the very core of 360's business practices. The room was silent as everyone awaited Zhao's next move, but Lin Feng had made his stance clear. There would be no compromising with 360, at least not until they changed their ways. In the world of the Wyvern operating system, Longtang Group faced the delicate challenge of balancing its partnerships. While Penguin Group's applications had a place on the platform, it was clear that one company should not dominate. Lin Feng understood the importance of this balance. If Penguin took full control, it would give them too much power, and that was a risk Longtang could not afford. Director Lin, a member of 360's team, broke the silence. You said Wyvern doesn't allow any company to control security, but why does Penguin's security feature come pre-installed on Nirvana X? Lin Feng smiled, unruffled. That's a good question. Penguin Guardian is on Nirvana X because it was specifically designed as a simple download interface for Penguin's apps. It serves no other purpose. He paused, letting the room absorb his words. If your company has other apps that could integrate with Wyvern, we're open to it. But in terms of network security, we cannot compromise. The room fell silent. Even though 360's team had also installed a similar window on Nirvana X for their own apps and games, it wasn't called a security manager. It was branded as Penguin Mobile Assistant. Lin Feng's words hung in the air, clear and direct. The Wyvern system was a semi-closed environment, and Longtang controlled it, ensuring no one else could interfere, including malware or spyware. Zhou Hongwei, not one to let a challenge slip by, leaned forward. Director Lin, do you really trust Penguin Group? Maybe you don't want to hurt the tiger, but remember, the tiger can always eat your heart. Lin Feng didn't flinch. To be honest, Mr. Zhou, I'm the real developer of the Wyvern system. I designed and produced Nirvana X myself. He locked eyes with Zhou before continuing. Everyone here knows the truth about this industry. I'm sure your team is well aware of it. The words struck like a hammer, and the 360 staff couldn't hide their discomfort. Lin Feng was essentially calling out their hidden practices, the backdoor vulnerabilities that 360 had notoriously ignored. As a tech expert, he knew better than anyone what was going on beneath the surface, and it was no surprise that 360's reputation wasn't spotless. Mr. Zhou, Lin Feng continued with deliberate calm, if you have a browser or other applications you'd like to introduce to Wyvern, we're happy to discuss it. But there's a condition. It must be done the right way. As the creators of Nirvana X and Wyvern, we know everything that happens on our platform. If anything goes wrong, we'll be the first to know. The room grew tense. Zhou Hongwei and his team had hoped to leverage the browser to sneak around the system's security, gaining access to valuable data. But Lin Feng had exposed their plan before it could even take shape. Zhou Hongwei, visibly angry, shot back. Your company is frustrating. Do you really think 360's reputation isn't enough to earn your trust? At that moment, a member of Longtang's team couldn't hold back a chuckle, and it was clear that everyone shared Lin Feng's skepticism of 360's so-called reputation. Even Lin Feng himself had to resist the urge to laugh out loud. Zhou Hongwei's bluster had backfired, making him seem more arrogant than authoritative. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat, unable to resist. Mr. Zhou, let's try to leave with some positive impressions, shall we? Zhou Hongwei, clearly flustered, snorted and stormed out of the room with his team, leaving without a word. Lin Feng watched him leave, a frown settling on his face. He turned to Mo Shinya and gave a quiet command. Shinya, have the network department monitor 360 closely. I want everything they do on our radar. Yes, boss. Mo Shinya nodded quickly, understanding the gravity of the order. Lin Feng wasn't being paranoid. He was being smart. 360 had built its empire through aggressive tactics and shady practices. They were notorious for offering free services, which many considered a form of exploitation. The moment Longtang entered the smartphone market, Lin Feng knew they had to be prepared for battles on multiple fronts, including with tech giants like 360. That's why Longtang had set up its network department with a dual-pupil confidentiality system more advanced than any fingerprint scanner, ensuring that no one could breach Wyvern's security without being caught. Lin Feng was ready for whatever came next, especially if it involved defending Longtang's integrity. Longtang, from the very beginning, had charted its course. The company would stand apart from the giants of the industry, willing to face conflicts head-on. And if 360 was one of those giants, then so be it. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of making enemies. He had far bigger goals in mind.